Events begin to unfold when a mysterious man in black with a tablet drives by and talks about the existence of Murim. The driver, perplexed, asks if it wouldn't be better to consider this just a legend. The man assures that among us there are people with unusual strength, and this is reality. He adds that this makes them suffer, to which the driver remarks that he doesn't seem to like the promotion. The man explains that his predecessor died during a mission, and he wants a normal future, not this chaos. Then he changes the subject and asks about a high school student who became a Murim. He notes with slight bewilderment that at such an age much is already clear, and wonders why he chose this path. The events unfold on the roof of a building where a schoolboy is shaking. There is hopelessness in his eyes, there are abrasions on his body, and he seems to be thinking about jumping down. His legs are wobbly. One leg is raised as if he's ready to jump at any moment. Suddenly a voice comes from behind asking if he is going to jump, and the boy flinches. He turns around to see a blond boy simply admiring the view from the rooftop. The guy, who is preparing to jump, gets scared and starts thinking about how long the blond guy has been watching him. However, he says that in the end it makes no difference because he has already written a will. The fair-haired man, turning to him, advises him not to do this now. The guy turns around and notices that the blond guy is there, literally in the blink of an eye. He sees that the blond guy's shirt has a second-year symbol on it. The blond man, looking apathetic, notes that before death, people usually remember their lives. The guy is surprised when the blond guy says that people remember many moments from their lives before they die. In response, the one about to jump starts shouting, claiming that the blond man doesn't understand anything. He exclaims that he was fighting for survival and did not want this ending at all. The boy shows his wound, claiming that he is bullied all the time, and it happened again today. He tells how he was forced to his knees, stripped, spat on, and forced to apologize for things that never happened. He then adds that the person making fun of him is a real jerk, but for some reason everyone thinks he is the idiot. He again emphasizes that even the class teacher refused to help him. With tears in his eyes, he exclaims that if the world is so terrible, it is better to just leave. The blond man, hearing this, replies that if he wants it, then let him, and pushes the guy off the roof. The guy about to jump is horrified and does not expect such a reaction from his interlocutor. He falls down with a frightening expression on his face, and the blond guy just watches. Then the blond man says that if that's the case, he should try the taste of death one day. The guy flies down with a shocked face and tears, screaming why he was pushed. At the moment of falling, he begins to see memories from his life, birthdays, holidays, and his mother. He continues to fall, remembering his parents, childhood friends, and happy moments. But then his memory also flashes back to the bullies from school who brought him to this state. Among them, a guy named Kim Yoon-ho. Exclaiming that he does not want such a death, he dreams of taking revenge and beating him until he bleeds. However, a moment later, our hero, who fell from the roof, wakes up in some building. It looks like a medical center, and the guy is shocked that he survived. He begins to think that perhaps it was all just a dream, or that the blond man was a ghost. But his thoughts are interrupted by a group of guys who come after him. The guy panics and realizes that among them is Kim Yoon-ho, the one who beat him. Immediately after the hero calls Yoon-ho's name, he receives a powerful blow and flies into a wall. The offender begins to beat him, but the guy begs him to wait while Yoon-ho's friends standing nearby discuss and eat. Kim Yoon-ho throws a journal that looks like a diary in his face, leaving him shocked. He adds that he saw the guy's will, where he indicated who he was leaving what to. The offender mockingly says that he almost cried while reading this, making fun of the hero. Kim Yoon-ho then states that he has seen everything the hero wrote about him and falls silent. Our hero goes into a shuddering shock as he realizes that this is not a dream, but he has no time to think. The offender delivers a powerful blow to the torso. Kim Yoon-ho begins to hit him harder and harder, ordering him not to pass out. He then shocks the hero by asking if he skipped class to commit suicide. Kim Yoon-ho adds that he doesn't understand how our hero ended up in the medical center if he was going to die. However, the hero continues to spin in his thoughts, wondering what happened on the roof if this is not a dream. In his head, he replays the situation on the roof, remembering all the details of what happened. Gradually, our hero understands that it doesn't matter whether those sensations were real, only their existence is important. Kim Yoon-ho scoffs, claiming that our hero is not even capable of dying because he is insignificant. Then the guy remembers that when he fell, he regretted his death, and now he needs to act radically. He decides to do something but only gets hit. His body does not obey. The offender again beats our hero, who in despair screams that he will not die and swings his fist. He declares that even if he dies, he will do so without regret, and punches his offender in the face. However, Kim Yoon-ho easily dodges and laughs with his friends, Noting that our hero decided to fight back for the first time, the offender kicks the guy, sending him flying into the wall, and screams that this jerk doesn't have a chance to respond. He asks in surprise how our hero dares to behave like this and try to fight back. Our hero rises to his feet and declares that he will not allow himself to be humiliated any longer and will fight to the end. These words only fuel Kim's desire to beat him even harder, demanding that the boy attack him faster. The hero decides that he is doing the right thing. If he is destined to die, it is better to die in battle than without a fight. Suddenly he hears a familiar voice, which says that he thought our hero was much weaker morally. This shocks him. He realizes that this is the same ghost that was with them on the roof. The blonde guy sitting on the fence says that it looks like our hero has nothing to worry about. However, our hero, in shock and with sweat on his forehead, realizes that it was not a dream. The offender's friends, standing nearby, are discussing, when suddenly a second-year student appears and starts telling something. Kim turns to the blonde man, telling him to go away and not interfere with the younger ones having fun. He then adds that perhaps it would be better to call Jin Ho-hyun, who is now the leader among the repeaters, and decide everything. The blonde guy jumps off the fence and says that since he is here, it is good. Then he adds that he will help our hero and looks at him. He approaches the guy, puts him in a fighting stance, and advises him to clench his fist. However, all this causes bewilderment and hostility in the offender Kim. A minute later, the fair-haired second year says that it will be better this way and suggests that our hero try to hit. The events cause Kim's company and himself to laugh and go wild with excitement at what is happening. The blonde assistant reassures our hero, claiming that one blow should be enough to deal with such guys. However, Kim is not going to just sit and watch. He attacks the hero with his fist and starts hitting him. The blonde guy reaches out and touches our hero's elbow, as if transferring strength to him. At this moment, small lightning bolts appear and the blow becomes much stronger. The offender receives a crushing blow to the face. A crushing blow to the face knocks Kim out cold, seemingly shattering him into pieces. Kim's friends, who were laughing earlier, suddenly change their expressions when they see their friend flying towards them from the impact. However, our hero is not happy. He is shocked by what happened and does not understand how this could happen. The offender's friends begin to get angry and threaten the hero, promising to avenge their friend, although they are scared. At this moment, the blonde guy from behind touches the hero's back with his fingers several times. After his touch, our hero's hands seem to move towards Kim's friends and begin to beat them. Our hero is in shock, with snot and sweat on his face, not understanding what is happening. With great surprise, he looks at his opponents, Kim's friends, who are lying unconscious. The blonde guy walks around them, saying that our hero turned out to be quite strong, since he dealt with them like that. He adds that with such skills, one should not be a target for attacks. With a cold face, the blonde man asks who our hero is with such powers. However, the guy is furious and shouts that it was the blonde guy who did all this and that he was the one who pushed him off the roof. But the blonde man only replies that our hero dealt with them himself, which only increases our hero's shock. Our hero starts yelling at the blonde guy, calling him an idiot for his antics. But with one movement of his hand, the blonde man puts the hero on the floor, stopping his actions. However, our hero continues, shouting questions about who this guy is, whether he is an alien or someone else. Looking at the nearest building, the blonde man replies that it doesn't matter. The main thing is that he helped our hero. To this, our hero only exclaims that now they will beat him even harder and there will be no help for him. He says that for these blows he will be beaten 10 times more. But the blonde man is not impressed. The fair-haired guy says that our hero, since he ran at him with his fists, was afraid of ordinary punks. He lets go of our hero's hand and remarks that now he doesn't have to apologize to those idiots. Our hero kneels down, lowers his hands, and begins to thank the blonde man for his help. Suddenly, he pays up, declaring that he doesn't care who the guy is, a ghost, a genius, or an esper. He swears that he will never forget the kindness of this man, and is glad that at least someone came to his aid, while the blonde man simply watches. The blonde guy notes that our hero seems to have some kind of bipolar disorder, since he says one thing and then another. On his knees, our hero begins to beg him to teach him how to become as strong. However, the blonde man replies that the hero doesn't even know him, and asks what kind of statements he's making to the stranger. But he soon remembers that his badge has a name on it, and he realizes that our hero already knows that he is a repeater. With tears in his eyes and screams, our hero begs the fair-haired man to teach him everything and make him strong. Meanwhile, the man and his driver finally arrive at the place they need. They are going to meet Lee Xun, who has recently become an important figure in Marim. Events take us back to Lee Xun and our hero. The fair-haired Lee says that he once asked for the same thing. With a serious face and a wild aura, He announces that he now needs to destroy the man from whom he asked for training. Next, we see a creepy man with one red eye standing in front of a huge dragon. The fair-haired Lee leaves, but on the way he meets the same man, who introduces himself and hands Lee a map. The man says he's glad to meet Lee and shows him a certain card. Lee asks the purpose of the visit, to which the men reply that they simply want to get to know him. The man's driver then approaches Lee and asks if he knows a man named Kumun Ryong. However, the man immediately adds that he understands perfectly well how unpleasant it is for Lee to hear this name. He also reminds that Teacher Lee is the biggest disaster in Murim's history. The man asks if they have heard the news that Teacher Lee has become the leader of the Shadow Warriors terrorist organization. He adds that after his joining, the organization began to act much more radically. The man also notes that they are now going beyond their previous actions, and their steps are becoming more and more dangerous. He warns that at this rate they could take over the entire world, and their target is now Murim. However, Lee interrupts him, saying that he doesn't understand what they're getting at. The man replies that all they need is cooperation. The man states that although they cannot help the government, cooperation will be beneficial. He asks Lee for information, but Lee suddenly strikes the man's glass. Lee says that he wants to hear direct speech because Kumun Ryong is his enemy, and it is necessary to speak directly about what he needs. Lee throws a business card into the man's bottle and asks him not to bother him with these questions anymore. The man and his driver begin to discuss Lee, noting that he turned out to be a good opponent. The man notes that such abrupt actions and character only make one want to see it all at its peak. Meanwhile, events take us to our main character's desk. Everything around is painted and ruined as usual. The hero understands that this is his reality and clearly not a dream. Everything happens as always. However, he notices that the stares of his classmates have become much more intense. He begins to wonder why this is so, since everyone in the class supports Kim and not him. But from their looks, he realizes that some of them still care about him, because everyone knew that he almost died. Our hero considers that perhaps everyone is keeping quiet because they don't want to become victims of Kim's bullying. At this moment, Kim himself bursts into the classroom, shouting the name of our main character, Kang Ha-jae. The hero tries not to get nervous and sets himself up to think that everything will be fine and he will be able to fight back. However, while he is thinking, he immediately gets hit right in the face. Kim starts yelling at Kang, blaming him for what he did recently. Kim then grabs Kang by the shirt and starts shaking him, screaming at him relentlessly. Kim continues to shout, demanding an explanation from Kang about what he did on the street. Without waiting for an answer, Kim delivers a powerful punch straight to Khan's face, sending him flying sideways. Classmates just watch what is happening, unable to do or say anything. However, one of the girls stands up and asks in a trembling voice to stop, because lunch will soon be over. Kim actually stops and takes his hands off of Kang, who is lying bleeding with a broken face. With red eyes and wild anger, Kim looks at her classmate and asks if she really dared to stop him. Kim looks at her face and says that he took pity on her because she is the head girl, but she dared to do this. Kim Yoon-ho walks towards her with a bloody fist, claiming that she has forgotten who his father is, while his friend tries to stop him. He reminds her that his father is the best lawyer in the country, in case the headman has forgotten. Kim looks at her furiously and asks if she can imagine that she got into a little trouble at school. He looks at her and asks what will happen to her in that case, and sees that she is very worried. But when he had already come close to her, he heard a trembling voice from behind calling his name. It was our protagonist Kang who tells Kim to look at him. After all, he is the enemy, not her. Kang recalls how it all began and how he once stood up for a student. He realizes that because of that act, he ruined his life for many years to come. Kim, unable to contain her rage, grabs the desk and shouts that now they will play with Kang for real, since he wants it so much. However, when Kim is about to deal with Kang, he is informed that he has an urgent call. Jin-ho Hyun appears on the line, and after a few lines, Kim asks how Jin-ho knows Kang Ha-jae. However, after a few sentences, Kim starts shouting into the phone, repeating the question, "Why? Why? Why?" To which the voice on the phone only responds with a loud shout that if it says "don't touch," then there's no need to touch, and calls Kim a bastard. Kim's friends are confused as to what just happened and why he is now calling asking them to stop. Kang himself watches all this with shock, while Kim does not understand how Jin-ho knows Kang and demands that he be left alone. Kim starts pointing at Kang, telling him to wait a little while and assures him that that will be enough for him. He promises that he will meet with Jin-ho, find out everything, and return to teach Kang a lesson. Kang can't understand what happened and why Kim just left after the call. He remembers that Jin-ho Hyun is a famous repeater bully and wonders why he suddenly started defending him. Kang also remembers hearing the name on the street and suggests that it may be his personal influence. While he is thinking about this, the class monitor comes up to him, holding out napkins, and asks him to wipe himself off because he is covered in blood. Kang wipes himself with napkins and asks the headman a personal question, which surprises her quite a bit. After some time, our hero enters a classroom and asks if Lee is there. People in the chat report that Lee is studying here and immediately ask what happened to Kang's face. Hearing this, Kang becomes happy and asks if he can see Lee. However, his classmates respond that Lee is not coming to class now, and even the class teacher does not know what is wrong with him. This makes Kang incredibly angry. He falls into despair and does not understand whether this guy is really an ordinary ghost. Meanwhile, several people sitting in the far corner of the classroom noticed Khan's dialogue and remembered it. Kang begins to wander down the hallway, thinking about everything that happened, and really considering the possibility that Lee is just a ghost. Kang tells himself that this simply can't be true, because he saw Lee with his own eyes. At this point, a huge man grabs Khan by the head and says that they have some interesting questions. The big guy leads Khan out of the school, assuring him that he shouldn't be afraid and will just tell him what he knows about Lee. However, their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of a girl who asks them to stop and talk. She looks at Khan and his badge, then asks what's going on here. This greatly confuses Kana, who is as shocked as the others, especially because of her question. However, the big guy asks the girl not to interfere and not to get involved in their affairs because these are their personal problems. She approaches them and asks what business such thugs could have with a beaten boy. The big guy replies that she has no brains at all, and the big guy's friends demand that she leave on good terms. She agrees to leave, but leaves the place and calls the police, reporting that there are several suspicious second years there. The big guy, indignant, exclaims what is happening and demands that the girl's phone be taken away immediately. The yellow-haired guy, a friend of the big guy, tries to attack her, but gets a powerful kick and crashes into the wall. Our protagonist watches what is happening with his mouth open, not believing his eyes. The big guy and his friend understand that this girl is clearly unusual. It's not for nothing that she behaves like this. She puts her leg back in place, having just knocked out a sophomore with one punch. Then she looks at our hero with a cold and interesting gaze, asking if he is Muriman. This question again shocks Khan, who already doesn't understand anything, and now he's being confused even more. We see her standing alone against several guys and Khan. After the question, she doesn't say anything strange. She just notes that this is an ordinary school and there's no point in making noise here. This makes the big guy's friend very angry, but he stops him, suggesting to wait and not to interfere now. The big guy says that in front of them, it looks like it's Kang Sera, the head of the clan that owns the entire school. Meanwhile, Kang doesn't understand what they are talking about. What clan and what is going on at all. The girl, named Kang Sera, states that since everyone knows about it, there is no point in hiding it, and invites Kang to follow her. She says she wants to hear more about what happened than they are telling here. However, she notices something purple rushing towards her from the side and turns sharply to look. Not immediately realizing what it is, she bats it away with her handbag, her face cold. But then there is an explosion blinding her and taking over the space around her, and all the students see it. Our hero, the beaten Khan, screams in shock that there was an explosion, and he has absolutely no idea what is happening. The big guy and his friends grab Khan by the head and run, taking him with them. However, the head of the Kongsera clan spreads smoke to the sides and gently appears right out of it. She heads after the boys, declaring that they won't be able to escape with such a cheap trick. But at this moment, Kongsera experiences a wild shock from what is happening. She feels something unusual. She notices that the smokescreen carries a scent of soul enchantment that knocks her off her feet, an intoxicant. With flushed cheeks, she watches as Khan and the boys who captured him run away. When the scent wears off, she calls and reports that several people have escaped and that Kang Ha-jae is being held captive. She adds that they used a dirty means to escape and concludes that things are getting serious. Then Kang Sera, looking at the school, says that they need to completely search it and the surrounding area and gather a group of people. Events take us to a strange place where a group of guys are discussing what happened. The leader among them, a big guy, claims that they need to get information from Khan. They look at the beaten Khan and say it's time to listen to him, even though he looks really bad. The big guy adds that if Khan saw Lee, he should tell right now where and how it happened. Khan, looking at the big guy's friends, asks why he needs information about Lee. To this, the big guy furiously replies that Kanu doesn't need to know anything. He just needs to be told. However, our hero decides to stand his ground and says that if that is the case, He will not say anything. With a strange expression on his face, Kan adds that guys are only interested in what benefits them. He offers to exchange information, but the big guy replies that he thought Kan didn't have the guts. After this phrase, a huge fist flies past Kan's face and crashes into the wall, breaking it and creating an explosive aura. With a very angry, beast-like face, the big guy states that he feels like Kanu wants to go to the other world. Kan replies that they will not hear anything from him and does not intend to die so easily. One of the big guy's friends asks him how long he will stand, because time is running out. The guy approaches Kang and asks what exactly he wants to know about Lee. Looking at them, Kang replies that he would like to know why they are pursuing Lee in the first place. The guy replies that the Sunu clan was sealed, but now the clan leader has taken action and they are looking for Lee. On Kan's face, one can read only bewilderment and rejection of what he just heard. He starts asking what kind of clan Sunu is and so on, to which the third guy points out that he is just an ordinary citizen and that he is talking about Kane. The guy then explains that Lee is a very important figure in Murim, so they are looking for him. Although Kan begins to understand more, he still asks what Murim is. The big guy angrily replies that they are not in class and that Kan has had enough of his questions. The boy explains that Murim is a society with different values, but Kan does not understand what these values are. This finally pisses the big guy off. He asks his friend to move over and goes straight to Kan. He grabs Kan by the shoulder and says that it is his turn now and demands that he tell him all the information he knows. With a very angry face and a gloomy aura, the big guy asks Kang where Lee Xiun is now. However, our hero begins to get very worried and tries to mumble something. But right at that moment, Lee himself appears behind the big guy and asks why they are looking for him. Such a sudden appearance confuses absolutely everyone, including the big guy who is in shock from what is happening. The big guy and all his friends quickly retreat back, and Kang is shocked at how Lee got there. Lee looks at the guys with a cold face and asks who they are and what they want. At this moment, Kan finally realizes that he did not dream anything. Lee really exists, and Lee himself goes to the guys. Lee then creates a powerful aura around himself and declares that he will not let anyone escape from here. The boys shout the word jump in unison and actually fly into the air, shocking Kan with their actions. Kang turns to Lee and asks if he saw those guys jump, but all that remains in Lee's place is a trail of air. The next second, as Lee jumps after them, they all fall down unconscious from the sky. Meanwhile, Lee descends with pathos, landing smoothly on the ground with his head down and his arms folded. Kang notices that the guys who fell are barely breathing, screaming and sweating, and Lee just watches this. All this leaves Kan in shock. He cannot understand what is happening around him and how they do all this. Kang looks at Lee again and again begins to think that Lee is just a ghost of this world. Two guys from the big guy's team start screaming about what Lee is doing. They get the feeling that he decided to kill them here. One of them says that they threw weapons at the clan leader, attacked the schoolboy, and thoughtlessly began to talk about Murim. Lee asks if they need any more arguments, since they clearly understand that they have made a big mistake. He states that they can talk about the pursuit later, but now he calls Kan to come with him. However, Kang asks Lee what will happen to these guys who are just lying on the floor. However, the answer was not long in coming. The police arrived and began arresting them one by one and taking them into the car. Lee just silently leaves, turns around and tells Kan that he asked him to follow him, reminding him of this. Kan follows him. Kang follows Lee in an unknown direction, not understanding what is happening, who this Lee is, and why he is doing this. However, here Lee turns to Kan and asks if he has seen what happens when people decide to talk about him and discuss something. Then, with rudeness and cold-bloodedness, Lee says that Kan should not even dare to contact him again, or mention him, or look for him. However, at this moment Kan is only surprised and not shocked, but pleasantly surprised and silent. After which he says that he realized that Lee did this to protect Kan. Now Kan is absolutely sure that Lee is a good person. Then Kang asks Lee if he was the one who arranged for Kim to be stopped at school when he was beating up Kang. Kan continues to question Lee about everything, saying that he is probably Muriman too. However, Lee asks Kan to stop. Lee looks the other way and says that his warning is not a joke, and if Kan does not follow them, he will simply die. However, Kan only says that he doesn't care what surprises Lee, who even asks, what, he didn't expect that from Kan. Kang, with a smile on his face and a battered face, says that he survived thanks to Lee and that he is no longer afraid of anything. Then Kan begins to talk about how he was an unhappy person. Everything around him was not working out and everything was bad. Kan thought that everyone in this world, all people, hated him, But when he woke up in the medical center, he realized everything. Kan realized that not the whole world was his enemy. Not everyone around him was terrible and indifferent. There were also kind and pleasant people. He even talks about how today the class leader went against Keen and stood up for him. Kang thanks Lee for changing his views of the world, and now he sees everything differently, much to Lee's surprise. Kan says that if he had simply died without ever knowing the whole truth about this world, it would simply not have been fair. Surprised, Lee listens to all this and then says that the lesson has probably already started, and it's high time for Khan to go to school. Following this, Khan begins to bow, thank for everything, and say with a smile that he then went once already. About 15 seconds pass, but Lee notices that Kang still hasn't left and asks him why he's still there. However, Khan answers with a trembling voice, holding the phone in his hands, asking if Lee could dictate his phone number to him. However, Lee's evil, shining gaze makes it clear to Kan that he apparently isn't going to give out any numbers, and Kan goes back. Khan starts running back to school and shouts that he will forget everything that happened today. He watched a lot of movies and is good at pretending. However, as soon as Khan leaves, the same girl who was introduced as the head of the clan appears behind Lee. She approaches Lee. He calls her Sarah Nuna and asks how she is. She says that everything is fine, just a little paralyzed for a while. Lee says that the invaders were carrying out orders from the Murim Special Forces Department, in his opinion. He asks for forgiveness, but Kana Sarah's girlfriend says that there is no point in worrying so much. Everything is fine. It is her mistake. However, she also adds that Lee shouldn't have gotten involved in all this and gotten involved here. Everything could have happened without him. Lee understands what he's talking about and asks if it bothers her that he helped that guy escape those bastards today. However, Kanasera's girlfriend only says that she understands perfectly well the feelings that Lee is experiencing and does not blame him for anything. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the school gates. Some brutal black car arrived at the school. We are shown some old man looking up and getting out of a car, saying that today is the day to meet the elder. The elder asks someone how the head of the Sunu clan is doing, and if everything is okay with her now. Kanasera meets this old man and talks to him, saying that the leader is having some problems, but he doesn't show it at all. Kanasera asks the elder if it is possible to perform the enhancement process when the circulation of ki in his body is disrupted. While walking and looking at the school, they discuss the fact that he has been wandering around the world in such a state for a long time. He would have died long ago. The elder says that he knows the head of the Sunu clan, and he is not that weak. He is just a monster, and very strong even before his first level. However, Kanasera says that from the point of view of common sense, but grandfather asks not to think about common sense, but to trust him. Walking towards the doors of the building, Kanasera and grandfather notice that they suddenly open and a certain silhouette is walking towards them. It turns out to be Lee, who says he is glad to see the elder here and greets him with his signature display. The elder passes by, pats Lee on the shoulder, and says that he has grown quite a bit since he last saw him. The elder comes inside and says, "Well, let's do some mischief today." He shocks Lee and Kanu Sarah with his words. Meanwhile, it's getting dark. We are shown a school where the last bells are ringing. The students are getting ready to go home. All the students are discussing where they will go after school today, and Kim looks at Kang, who is sitting in front of them. However, a disgruntled Kim and his friends simply leave. They don't bully Kong today, which is surprising. Kang slowly turns around and sees this. He is glad that today they will just leave and not bother him. Khan notices the fact that after meeting Chino, he clearly became very quiet. This indicates that something clearly happened. Khan says that in general this is understandable because if Lee says even a word, anyone will shit their pants just from his strong appearance. Meanwhile, Khan searches the internet for information about Murimin, but there are only books and music. Nothing useful among them. Here Khan also comes to the realization that he may never be able to meet Lee again. And what then? However, while Khan was Googling information and thinking about everything, he saw a pair of familiar sneakers next to him on the back of his phone. He looked up and saw Kim standing in front of him, but this time his friends were sweating behind him, although he himself was smiling. With a wild and angry look, he asks Khan if he really thought that he would just up and leave after everything. This scares Khan terribly, because he expected that he would have protection from this Kim for at least a couple of days, but apparently not. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the face of Kana Sarah, who is very surprised by something. She stands next to that grandfather. He says that although there are a lot of needles, there is clearly nothing to worry about. Everything is fine. Then, with shock, she says that if she hadn't known that her grandfather was the best Dr. Marima, she wouldn't have understood that this was treatment. Grandfather, in turn, only washes his hands and later wipes them and laughs, saying that in general, she is even right. Grandfather looks at someone who is shining brightly, along with Kanasera, and says that if anyone finds out about this, they'll obviously think this is a strange treatment. Even for Morime, he says, looking at the guy's neck, which is pricked with needles. And then they show us the guy himself, who is completely pierced with needles. Almost all parts of his body are pierced by them, but an aura emanates. Meanwhile, the events of the story return us to our hero Khan, who is apparently being badly beaten now. Kim beats him up near the garbage dump, saying that he wants to know what kind of tricks this pathetic Kang pulled. A very tense and sweaty friend of Khan's tells him that Chinho ordered not to touch this guy, which is what they are doing now. However, in response, Kim only hits his friend with all his might, saying that this Chinho is not an order to him at all, and he doesn't care about it. Then Kim yells at them, saying why on earth would they think they could tell him what to do here now? Kim's friends try to get him away from Kang so that he doesn't beat him, but Kim himself resists this, not understanding his friend's reaction. Our hero Khan, with a battered face, tries to get back on his feet and understand what is happening in his life again. He watches as Kim's friends try to stop their friend from beating up Kang any further. However, our main character Khan angrily shouts that he knew nothing would change, and decides to change his life himself. He accelerates and strikes straight at Kim, at his face, although the blow is not very serious, but very decisive. Everyone around froze in dead shock. They don't understand what just happened and how to react to it. The blow was weak. Kang barely speaks about the fact that now Kim is attacking, and blood is coming from his mouth. He reminds himself that he has started a new life. Kang, with a serious face, declares that he will no longer grovel before people like Kim and will always fight back. However, with a wildly serious and bloodthirsty face, Kim looks at Kang and begins to only insult him and call him a complete loser. The events of the story take us back to the place where the elder Lee and Kanasera, they are discussing the recent incident related to that manager. Grandfather says that he understands their motivation and asks them not to get involved with anyone, because we are not like Kumun Ren. Lee listens attentively to his grandfather. Although he is thinking about many things, he is about to say that he understands everything. But his voice breaks. His voice was interrupted by the fact that he sensed some strange aura and energy. However, neither his grandfather nor Kanasera felt anything. Lee apologizes. He says that he felt some strange disturbing energy just now. Kanasera addresses her grandfather, saying that lately Lee has been hearing an unattainable noise and energy that others cannot hear. Kanasera talks about an incident where he heard the will of a student who wanted to jump from a roof and saved him from doing so. The elder is intrigued by this and ponders the possibility that this may be part of the improvement process. However, his thoughts are interrupted by Lee himself, who turns to the elder and asks if he could spare a little time for him. After some time, Lee, the elder, and Kanasera arrive at the place where Kang lies beaten unconscious. The elder is in a bit of shock and says he can't believe he felt the energy from so far away. The elder looks at the beaten boy and wonders how Lee sensed this. He says that Lee exceeded his expectations many times over. A shocked Lee, who sees Kana beaten up, is approached by Kanasera, who asks if this is the same student. The elder asks Kanasera if he knows this guy, and Kana replies that he is the same guy Lee saved from the roof. Their conversation is interrupted by Lee, who shouts for Kanasera to urgently call an ambulance. Since Kang is now in critical condition, she grabs the phone and says she understands, but the elder interrupts and asks everyone to move out of his way. Sweet Kanasera starts calling an ambulance, while the elder sits next to the guy and does something. Kanasera turns back to tell Lee how long it will take for the ambulance to arrive, but her words are cut off. Her words are interrupted by the fact that she sees Lee's very worried face, the first time she's seen him like this. She looks at all this with a cold gaze and remains silent, understanding what is happening now. She understands that Lee has become attached to him. Kana turns to Lee and says that this happened between ordinary people. They called an ambulance, they can leave. Kana says that she and this guy met for the first time today, they can go already, but Lee says that he sees his condition. Then Lee adds with concern that if he is left here like this now, he will definitely die in that case. Lee says that he will not pass by deliberately, but Kanasera says that it is none of their business. Muraman should not interfere. However, their dialogue is abruptly interrupted by the voice of the practically dead Khan. He calls out the name Lee, trying to pronounce it. Almost dead, covered in blood, Khan says that they met again today. He is glad about it and tries to smile. Then Khan reports that this time he did not let himself be beaten. He also hit once, and he is very proud of it. However, at that moment he stops speaking. The elder says that he has lost consciousness. This all worries Lee. The elder reassures Lee, saying that his life is no longer in danger. He gave him first aid. There is time. Lee can't understand at all why he was smiling. What was so joyful that Kan began to smile and tell Lee about it? Lee looks at him with great concern, nervous and worried, as if trying to comprehend something. The events of the story take us to the hospital where Kan himself is lying. He has opened his eyes and does not understand what is happening and what is around him. Lee sits nearby and turns to Kan, asking if he has finally woken up. Kang tries to get up immediately, asking what Lee is doing here, but he can't. He's all crunchy and sore. Lee asks Kan not to overexert himself because the doctor just left, and Kan himself just woke up. It's still too early for him. Kang watches as Lee gradually comes to his senses, analyzes his condition, and remembers everything. Having just begun to speak, Kan says that he is very glad that their meeting took place again, and that they met, even like this. Kang continues to tell Lee how happy he is that they met, but Lee doesn't even know how to react to all of this. Then Kan starts asking Lee why he keeps saving Kan, as if he's chasing him every time on every move. However, Lee, in turn, is silent. He does not know what and how to answer this. It is difficult for him now. Then, after a short pause, Lee asks uncertainly if Kang still wants to become stronger. This question excited Kan. He expected to hear many things, but clearly not this, so he couldn't even answer normally right away. With great joy, Kang asks if Lee will help him, but Lee asks him to keep it all a secret. Next, Lee wants to say what will happen otherwise, but Kang does not listen to the other option and immediately agrees to this one. Next, Kan says that he already said that he is ready to do anything to become as strong and powerful as Lee. Then Kan notices a phone on his bed. Lee asks to use only it for communication from now on. Lee also says that the same phone contains basic exercises that should be done every day. Kang asks how he can start tomorrow if he's in this condition, but Lee reminds him that he's already agreed. Kang remembers what Lee promised, that he was ready for anything, so he stops arguing and remains silent. Lee says that if Kang listens to him, he will become better and stronger in everything. Kang agrees. Lee then asks Kang to call home and tell his family that he is okay so that they don't worry about anything. However, with a wide smile on his face, Kan replies that everything is fine and there is clearly no need to worry. After Lee leaves, Kang says that his mother often comes at night and does not check whether Kang is home at all. However, Kang tells Lee to do it anyway and call his family anyway. Lee leaves, and for a while Kan sits in shock from all this, silently, and thinks over various things in his head. He finds it hard to believe that he will actually become that strong if he just does the same things as Lee. Then Kan decides to see what kind of training and exercises await him every day now. Opening his phone and his daily exercise list, Kan is simply shocked by what he sees in front of him. His daily workouts are just hell. 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 500 squats, and a 30-kilometer run. Seeing all this and reading it, he opens his mouth in shock, because this is a huge burden for him now, especially in this state. Kan's next move is to call Lee to find out if this is a joke. However, when he opens the Contacts app on his phone, Kan is shocked to discover that there are no contacts on his phone. He just falls on the bed and doesn't understand why everything today seems so unrealistic, like he's living in a cartoon. Kan falls asleep looking at the ceiling, praying that all these events will not turn out to be just a wonderful dream in the morning. Kan wakes up, goes to the wash basin in the ward, washes himself and asks himself if he is really not sleeping now. He looks in the mirror, takes off the bandages and stuff, and is amazed at how all the abrasions on his body have disappeared overnight. He walks around his room and looks around, not understanding where he is, and wonders how big the bill will be for all of this. From behind him, he hears a female voice, saying that Kanu shouldn't worry about all this at all. Turning around in front of him, he sees Kana Sarah, who is looking at him. He does not know her, so he is surprised by her appearance. Then, after carefully examining her face, he remembers that this is the same Nuna he saw yesterday at school. Kana Sarah in turn tied Kana by the chin and lifted it up, which began to surprise Kana very much. She looks at his face and says that the elder's skill is immediately visible even to the naked eye. Kan asks her again what she's talking about, but she says it is not important and suggests discussing some details. She says she heard about him being bullied at school and promises to resolve it right here and now. She says that they will appoint a special teacher who will monitor everything, and Kan will receive a scholarship and asks how he likes the conditions. He tells her that he doesn't need all this. which causes her rejection and even a little shock at his words. He says that in exchange, she will ask Khan not to cross paths with Lee again in that case. She was surprised at how quick-witted and understanding Lee was. He immediately figured out what was going on, and he made her remain silent. Then Kang says that he doesn't know what the reason is, but Kong Sarah clearly wants them to not see Lee anymore. Then she says that he is quite smart, puts down her bag and takes a strange stance. This causes Khan to be confused and shocked. Her hands move sharply and very quickly towards him. Within a second, Khan was in midair. She grabbed him and simply flipped him over in the air above her. She then threw him onto the bed and pinned him down with one foot in the chest and neck area. Then, with a large and cold-blooded look, she asks Khan how he likes this action on her part. She sits on him and chokes him a little, which clearly does not inspire confidence or a desire to cooperate. However, at some point, she begins to hear from Khan only laughter and attempts to laugh again, which drives her crazy. He says that given the method she uses, he is even less willing to agree to all of this. She then hits him and chokes him even harder, saying that Khan is mistaken if he perceives all this as a joke. She then starts yelling at him, saying that in 35 seconds, Khan will die right here. Squeezing the last of his strength out of himself, he says that she can do whatever she wants. Then he adds with a shout, saying that if it weren't for Lee, he would have been dead a long time ago. So death clearly doesn't frighten him. Finally, he shouts that he will never live under pressure from other people in this life again. This causes misunderstanding in Kong Sarah and sweat on her face. She releases him from her hands and allows him to breathe normally. She sits down on the other side of the bed and says that everything is clear to her, and Khan himself tries to catch his breath after everything. She says that she now understands Lee's experiences and feelings, but this shocks Kong. She takes out some beautiful box from her bag and holds it out to Kanu with her hands, and he asks what is in it. Kong Sarah says that there are food supplements for Kana, as well as a pass to the nearest fitness center in his house. He thanks her for what she gave him, but he has a question about how she knows where he lives and that she found a fitness center. She says that Lee Kang understands that Lee is a very important person in their world, very, very important, which shocks Kang. He asks her if by our world she means Murim, or if she means something completely different. Then, without answering the question, she adds that if Lee gets into danger because of Khan, he won't get off with simple threats. This whole dialogue only scares Khan. He leaves the hospital realizing that although she is very beautiful, she is a rather creepy person. Then Khan decides not to focus his attention on her and this whole situation, but to get down to business and picks up the phone. Our hero Khan begins to look at the list of exercises he needs to do soon. He's afraid to imagine how hard it will be, but his thoughts are interrupted by Lee's call on this phone. Lee immediately comes in with a question, asking if Kang has already left the hospital. He says that he has just been discharged. Next, Lee tells him to walk, do the exercises, and write down how many he managed to do. Kang says he can only do one pull-up, but here he can do 100, but Lee simply asks him to repeat his one pull-up 100 times. Lee is in some library and continues to explain to Khan on the phone what exercises he should do and how. Kang walks around the city. They discuss food deliveries. Lee asks him to use them every time after finishing training. Lee tells Khan that he has 2 weeks to learn how to do it all in one day, but Khan asks what happens if he can't. Lee says that then this will be the end of Kong and Lee's acquaintance, which simply shocks Kong to the point of horror. They talked, and a shocked Khan walked through the city, wondering how he could do all this in one day. Khan decides to try the fitness center first, which Sarah gave Khan access to, but something shocks him quite a bit. In front of him was an old, cramped gym with bad windows in the middle of some building, which surprised Khan quite a bit. Khan goes up into the hall, and in front of him, there are many different bodybuilders who are clearly experienced and have been training here for more than one day. The atmosphere in the hall greatly surprises Khan, because he expected a modern gym, but here it is a basement for experienced bodybuilders. Khan is quite shy. He decides to find a secret, secluded place where he will train alone, away from everyone, so as not to disturb anyone. However, he is not very successful in this, because he immediately attracts the attention of all the local men who look at him. Some time passes. Our hero Khan trains and already does 70 push-ups from the floor, and many are watching him. Not having finished the 70th time, Khan falls to the floor and says that he simply can't do it anymore, being covered in sweat. A large, muscular man comes up to Khan and says that Khan has been doing push-ups for over an hour now. Is this really his first time here? Khan is back on track with the desire to continue what he started, because today he has to do 200 push-ups. The muscular man looks at him in surprise and tells Khan not to overdo it, because his muscles will hurt tomorrow. Khan thanks him for the advice, but adds that his teacher ordered him to do it 200 times today. The jock is shocked by how weird Khan's trainer is, but another guy in the gym asks him to stop pestering the guy. Another guy in the audience says that there is no point in pestering the kid. Tomorrow he will understand his mistake. And that's all. Some time passes, Khan returns home and, tired, simply falls onto his bed, abandoning everything else. Khan looks at his phone and says that he tried very hard but didn't even do half of it. This will disappoint him. Khan continues to look at his phone and his list of tasks, and understands that it's better to give up. It's unrealistic in half a month. However, right at the moment of these thoughts, Khan receives a message on his phone, most likely from Lee, which surprises Khan greatly. Lee asks how Kang's training was. Kang remembers that he promised Lee to write when he finished and is about to answer. Kang explains everything to Lee, and he understands that for the first day this is even very good, and then remembers about the nutritional supplements from Kang Sarah. He looks at the things in the box that Kana gave him. They look a little impressive even. Kana hasn't seen such things before. He decides to sniff it and smells some Chinese medicine and wonders if everything will be okay with him after this. However, Khan remembers that Lee himself told him to take them, which means there is nothing scary in them, so he decides to eat them. Khan swallows one of these pills and is immediately captivated by an unusual feeling and an aura of some new power. He immediately feels that as soon as he takes the pill, it immediately melts in his mouth, which is very unusual for pills. Khan remembers that it is already late, and it would be good to go wash up before going to bed and then go to bed. However, at the moment when he tries to get up, he seems to be stopped and burdened by some feeling unknown to him. Khan begins to experience a strange sensation, as if he's falling backwards, losing consciousness. His brain seems to be switching off every second. A moment after this, Khan simply falls onto the bed, not understanding what just happened to him, and passes out. At times he comes to his senses, but he is very hot. He mumbles that he still needs to take a shower. Some time passes. Khan jumps up from the bed and suddenly begins to look around, as if searching for something. Then he sees the morning outside the window, and then looks at the clock, the hand on which already points to 10 o'clock in the morning. The shocked Khan doesn't understand how he managed to sleep for so long, and what it was all about, after which he decides to go to the shower. While undressing in the shower, Khan notices himself in the mirror and looks at himself closely, looking at himself in great surprise. He starts to tense his muscles and says that it seems to him that they have become bigger, but perhaps it is just his imagination. However, he then goes under the shower and the water pressure, saying that this cannot be. What kind of muscles can be in one day? Some more time passes, and the events of the story return us to the gym where Khan is now training. And here is a new training day, already at the limit. He does 73 push-ups and still stays afloat. The guys in the hall look at Khan in shock, who seem to have left quite late yesterday, and today he has already returned so early and is training again. However, they are even more amazed by the fact that Khan has no pain after yesterday's strength training, which was not easy for him at all. However, while they were discussing this, Khan managed to fall to the ground completely without strength. They decided that the consequences would probably be felt tomorrow. A couple more days pass, the city of Kana greets us. It's morning and his familiar gym where he's training again. Those same guys watch Khan training again and are shocked at how well he can do it and why his whole body doesn't hurt. After some time, they discuss that 2 weeks have already passed, and it is strange that he is still training so hard and so well. They also notice that Khan's muscles have grown greatly and that he is now even stronger than he was recently. Half a month passes. They are wildly surprised by how Khan pumped up such muscles in just half a month. It's simply impossible. Evening comes, another powerless day. Khan is already just lying on the floor in the gym, but his body has clearly become much stronger than before. And then suddenly Khan shouts to the whole gym that he finally managed to do what he wanted for so long. He reached the norm. Khan finds it hard to believe that he has succeeded, and he decides to write and tell Lee about all his successes. Khan walks home with his phone around the city, realizing that he finally managed to do everything. But today he's very tired and exhausted. Khan receives a response from Lee. Lee promises Khan a gift for everything that worked out, which surprises Khan himself. Khan begins to think about how he can best get to the station where Lee is now. Looking at all the routes, Khan notices that one of the buses will soon leave directly for that station. However, Kana is tormented by doubts about whether he should go now or whether it would be better to go home and wash up before the trip. However, at that moment, Kan hears a female voice from behind. It addresses Kan as, "Hey you," and draws attention to itself. An unknown girl with long black boots comes up to Kan and asks him to stop right there. Kan walks forward and sees in front of him a girl with a bob and red hair, a beautiful body and a pendant on her neck. Her appearance, as well as herself, greatly surprises Kana. He begins to think that she is probably some kind of celebrity. Kan starts looking around, looking at who this girl suddenly started calling, because now he is interested in knowing. However, when Kan began to look around for the one she was calling, she shouted out asking him not to turn away from her. Then she points to Kan and says that she is addressing him now, why he is turning away from her. However, she only scares Kan with such words. He is quite shocked by what he just heard and how she addressed him. Kan looks at her with great surprise and does not understand what she needs, and she, in turn, looks confidently at Kan. She then turns to Kong and asks him if he knows who Li Xun is, which shocks Kong unpleasantly, since this is clearly not what he was expecting. Then she starts walking towards Kan, saying that she is well aware of all the events, so Kan can't get out of it now. However, Kan instantly distracts her attention by pointing to the side and screaming with a shocked face, causing her to turn in the same direction. However, there was only an ordinary cat sitting on the curb. She began to look at him and talk about how cute he was in front of her. However, after this, she realizes what happened. She was distracted and begins to yell at Kan and look at him. But to her regret, there is nothing to look at anymore. Kan simply ran away somewhere and disappeared. She does not see him with her own eyes anywhere. But she notices a bus leaving somewhere, and it's clear what's going on. She smiles and understands Kan's resourcefulness. She jumps high into the air, just like Lee once did, and begins to jump back and forth, searching for Kan among the cars and buses. Meanwhile, Kan himself is sitting on the bus and realizes that he was finally lucky enough to get away, and the bus arrived so quickly and early. Kang admits that he was scared by the question about Lee. But then he notices something suddenly making noise behind him and hitting the bus car. Kang continues to think about not talking about Lee, but the girl is already walking behind Kang. Kang searches his phone for information about the girl, but at that moment she snatches the phone from his hands, which he himself notices. She takes the phone from his hands and begins to carefully study what he is looking for in it and reading about them and her. Kang is surprised that he didn't even see her get on the bus. She was also very surprised at something at the time. From the queries on his phone, she sees that he's an ordinary person and is very surprised by this, not understanding how this happened. She continues to search his phone for everything and does not understand how her intuition could have let her down, because she was absolutely sure of everything. She then notices a text from Lee with an address where Kang was heading and takes his phone, saying she'll borrow it for a while. She gets off the bus and continues reading her phone, while Kang tries to catch up with her and stop her from this idea. However, here our hero Kan begins to threaten, saying that it is better to give him the phone in a friendly manner, or he will use force to do so. But she in turn only mocks Kan further, saying that if he wants it that way, then let him try to do it. Kan doesn't understand who she takes him for. After all, he is a man, and has been training very hard for the last month. Kan starts screaming, making faces, and running straight at her headlong with his arms outstretched, as if he were scaring her. Kan thinks that no matter who these Murame are, he should definitely be able to handle the girl. However, before Kan could even get close to her, her hands grabbed Kan's arm with a sharp grip and bent them behind Kan's back. With such a light and ordinary movement of her hand, she broke him and put him on his knees. He arched his back and screamed in pain. However, the girl herself only continued to look in surprise. Without saying anything or continuing to do anything, she began to notice that Kan's hands were covered with energy, which ran hotly through his hands, warming the girl's body. She notices both this and the heating, abruptly lets go of Kan and shouts across the street who this Kan is and what that was. With great surprise, she yells at him, saying that he is an ordinary person. Where does he get so much energy in his body? Then he says that he has no idea what she is talking about and simply asks her to give him his phone back right now. However, here the girl begins to suspect that he is the one, which only shocks Kana even more with her words. After these words, she grabs Kan by the hand and leads him at a fast run. Kan is shocked and does not understand at all what is happening now. The events of the story move forward. We are shown one of the metro stations near the city. It is still almost night. This girl took Kan into some elevator. He started asking her where they were going and why, what was going on. She says, of course, to Lee, but Kang says Lee is dangerous. and she in turn says that it's cool and is looking forward to it. The elevator stops. The doors open, and right in front of Khan and the girl's face appears that same Lee. This makes Kana extremely happy. He is very happy to see Lee, because finally all this will be resolved and this girl will leave, giving the phone. However, something goes wrong. She only hits Khan in the stomach once again and jumps somewhere to the side towards Lee. She then kicks Lee straight into his body, but he manages to block such a powerful attack. The girl, seeing Lee, seemed to go crazy. She began to jump from side to side and dealt Lee blow after blow. Kan doesn't even have time to see her movements. He doesn't understand how this girl can be so fast. He first notices the painting when Lee is unable to do anything and is only defending herself from her swift attacks. However, while Kan was watching all this commotion, he noticed that there was some kind of umbrella standing to the side, which in theory could help now. Kang looks at the girl, trying to catch her eye, and decides that now he must help his friend Lee. However, before Kan could do anything, his umbrella was broken and shattered into tiny pieces before his eyes. This happened thanks to this girl. She kicked the umbrella with one kick right in the fight with Lee and broke it into small pieces. She yells at Kan in a cruel and angry manner, telling him not to get involved in the fight or she will simply kill him. Lee sees all this and just calmly asks what came over Ginny and why they decided to come here together. These words shock Kan wildly. He is shocked that this girl Ginny is even familiar with Lee. She is talking to Lee. She addresses Lee rudely and as if making demands, asking if he gave this guy, Kan, the Taiwan life pills. These words shock Kan even more. As if driving him into horror, she says that she saw all their correspondence on Kan's phone. She starts yelling at Lee, saying that this medicine was meant for him. Why did he give it to this Kan? Lee sweetly says that he is ready to answer all questions from Ginny, but he will do it a little later, now he can't. Lee then adds that his guest Kan is now very uncomfortable with everything that happened, and that is bad. Ginny turns away angrily and says that okay, so be it. She agrees to talk a little later. Ginny is about to leave, but Kan stops her, awkwardly telling her to please give him his phone. Ginny is still angry, so she just takes Kan's phone and throws it right at him, almost killing Kan himself. Kan is shocked by her and doesn't understand that he didn't warn her before throwing her because she almost killed him with that phone. Ginny leaves, and Lee asks Kan if he was surprised by the sudden commotion that Ginny threw at him in the middle of the day. Kan is not sure. He says that everything is fine and Lee's friend was uncomfortable, so nothing terrible happened. Lee asks Kang to come into the room from the elevator and asks if there is anything Kang would like, and he asks for some water to drink in turn. Kang looks at the room, and Lee says that since their last meeting, Kang has gotten more or less pumped up. Kang says that he was just doing Lee's assignments. Kan sits down in a chair and is about to pour himself some water, however. Something seems to be bothering him, but it is difficult for him to say it. Kang raises his head and abruptly asks Lee who the Muramen are, a question that shocks Lee. Kang begins to say that he realized that these are unusual people, and says that both Lee and Kang Sera seem to be like that. However, Lee only looks at Kan with a depressed look, and says that ordinary people are forbidden from revealing information about Muramen. However, Kan immediately begins to contradict Lee's words, saying that if there is such a ban, then why does Lee help Kan? Kan says that he already owes Lee so much. Why is he taking such a risk? Ginny, who is standing behind the door, listens to all this. Kan tells Lee why he should fight with his friend Ginny because of Kan. Ginny hears these words and is surprised by them. Kan continues by saying that he doesn't intend to put Lee in such a difficult position in his life. Then Kan says that if such help is harmful to Lee, then he should stop helping Kan. It is better for him. Lee listens attentively to all this, but it feels like he is overwhelmed by all this. He just remains silent, looking down, not knowing what to do. Following this, Lee squeezes the glass and tells Kan that Murim is a world where people have different values. Lee explains that in the world of Murim, everyone hides their face and is required to follow the rules impeccably. Then Kan asks why they need to hide it. Lee replies that ordinary people will not accept the Murim rules. Lee looks at the glass and talks about whether Kang can believe in a society that can justify murder and violence against people. Lee clenches his fist and says what the Murim are like. He is clearly uncomfortable and does not want to tell everyone about it. Lee says that violence is not frowned upon in this society, and therefore ordinary people should clearly not be interested in or interfere with Murim. Seeing and hearing all this, in that moment, Kan simply shuddered from shock at everything that had just happened, and in general this evening. However, what shocks him most is not the truth about the Murim society, but the fact that Lee became covered in a creepy aura when he talked about them. Then Lee stands up and says that since we are done with talking, It is worth starting treatment today. Lee looks at the stairs and says that from the point of view of modern medicine, Khan is right. His life is not in danger. However, Lee then adds that after the treatment, Kang will find out what a decrepit body he has lived in his entire life. Kang takes off his shirt. Lee sits behind him. Lee starts doing strange techniques, asking Kang to breathe as he says. In his thoughts, Khan does not at all understand why he is doing this and for what purpose, because he does not clearly feel sick or strange. However, Lee holds his back and tells Khan not to dare to be distracted by any strange things and thoughts around him. Lee puts his hands on Khan's back, and then Khan begins to feel a strange body, a feeling as if he is now changing from the inside. Khan really likes this feeling. He says that it feels like warmth is going through his whole body, and he himself becomes much calmer. However, at that moment, Khan wakes up. He sees chains around him and everything is strange. He is shocked by all this. His neck is wrapped in chains. Some guy in a closed suit says that he will kill him right now and right here. However, all of this is interrupted by Ginny's voice. A couple more people in closed clothes are looking at her, and one of them is holding Khan. One of these people falls to the floor. There is some kind of white effect around him, and Ginny screams for them to immediately leave the exit. Ginny yells at them and insults them, asking what they are doing, with the person who is circulating energy now, and asking if they are really from Murim. All this shocks Khan to the point of horror. He does not understand what is happening and where Lee is, where he went. One of the people yells at Ginny to get out of the way, or he will break this guy's neck, referring to Khan. Here, Khan recalls Lee's words about what Murima is like, where murder and violence are not condemned. Khan tries to tell them not to rush to kill him, but it turns out clearly weak. He can't even shout a word during this time. One of these people, who is holding Khan with a chain, tells him not to dare do anything stupid or he will finish him off. However, Khan grabs the chain with his hands and seems to tear it, forcibly removing it from his face and screams in sweat about it. This greatly surprises Ginny and two other strange people in closed suits who are watching all this. Khan screams that he can't just go and die here, and then tears the chain apart with his bare hands. Right behind Khan, behind his back, a huge stream of fire seems to appear, and the chains in his hands become like weapons. However, the energy is then interrupted by Khan's thoughts about the steel chain he just broke with his bare hands. The man who held Khan with a chain began to ask how he did it, because he was an ordinary person. It was simply impossible. Khan tells himself in his thoughts that he doesn't understand anything and decides to get out, since he managed to escape. However, the man with the chains shouts that Khan needs to be captured, and these people begin to try to stop Khan with weapons. One of them delivers a huge blow with an iron bat, but, as if by instinct, Khan dodges it and the blow does not hit. Khan himself is shocked by what just happened, but then another attack comes at him, this time from the one who was holding him. Khan seems to sense with his body what is about to happen, and breaks away from the spot, running forward, thereby overtaking their possible attack with his speed. Khan doesn't understand what's happening and how he predicts the strikes, but he already sees another kick coming straight at him. This blow is very close to the cannon. He understands that he will most likely not be able to dodge it like he did with the previous ones. However, here Ginny flies into the battle, deftly using her legs to block the attack that was heading straight for Khan. Khan is in complete shock from what happened and from the fact that Ginny just saved him, which is very strange. Then, blow after blow, she began to scatter these people in suits in different directions, not allowing them to get closer and strike. She jumps on one of them, and with a knee strike simply smashes his face into pieces, smashing everything that was there. A few more of these blows, and the group of masked men was completely eliminated by Ginny alone. Khan was shocked by what he just saw. He says that before he could even blink, Ginny had already taken out 3 guys at once. He looks at her and notices that she moved even faster this time than she did in the fight against Lee. She walks up to one of them, puts her foot on his face, and asks if they know where they are and who they even are. However, her discussion with this man is interrupted by Khan, who asks her to wait, but clearly does so very hesitantly. Khan starts talking about how if she worked on them all, then shouldn't they call the police, who will then decide everything. However, Ginny yells at Khan, saying that he doesn't even know the basics of the Murim world, and that they and ordinary people don't interfere in each other's affairs. One of them, who can still speak, turns to Ginny, saying that their clan is in such bad shape that the police are being talked about. These words make Ginny realize that these people didn't just break in and clearly have strange, evil intentions. They say that they just wanted to make sure that the clan leader wasn't here, But they didn't think that there would be anyone else here. This whole dialogue shocks Kang. In his head, he suspects that they may have Lee Suyin as the head of the clan. Jinny asks one last time who they are, but the guy only answers that the head of the Sunu clan will soon die, and this will be inevitable. These words shocked both Jinny and Kana. They don't even know how to react to this in this situation now. She puts her leg on him and says that he is talking like that. Couldn't he have come up with something smarter back then? However, Khan's thoughts were shocked. He only thought about these words. He couldn't believe that Lee could die. It made him angry. However, Khan's thoughts are interrupted by a sound in his head. He hears as if someone is very quickly climbing up the stairs of the building. Shocked by this, Khan shouts to Jinny about this, saying that someone is coming from below here very quickly. She starts asking him what he means, but he says that he himself doesn't understand and doesn't know who it is. He just feels it. Jinny points out that Khan has a pretty good skill for recognizing what's going on, just like Lee. The guy from the group says that everything is correct. Reinforcements of a couple dozen people are coming here after them. He then also addresses Jinny and Khan, saying that if they don't want to get hurt, then they better surrender right now. However, Jinny does not dare to listen to this nonsense and his stories any longer. She simply smashes his head with a kick and sends him into the wall. Then Jinny takes her phone. She says that there is no point in staying here and decides to check something. She notices that there is no connection on her phone at all. Khan checks his, and his is the same. Also no connection. This scares them both to death. Jinny yells at Khan to pack his things and get dressed. They need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Jinny gives Khan the helmet and tells him to go down, but Khan asks if it won't be by elevator. Jinny says that there is definitely someone there already, and meanwhile, the door of one of the rooms is knocked down by someone's sharp foot. A whole crowd of different people comes up to the floor. All of them are immediately obvious to be rare freaks, and they all hide in one way or another. The main man among them asks his people to examine the bodies here in the room and find out what happened here. He then gives orders to his men that if their enemy is the Sunu clan, they cannot just let them up and leave. The men in this man's squad report finding an open emergency exit with a ladder leading down. Meanwhile, Jinny and Khan are running down the stairs. She asks him if the phone has a signal, but Khan says no. Jinny realizes that most likely all the repeaters were broken, and a shocked Khan asks her what is going on. Running down the building's stairs, Khan asks Jinny what happened, but she says she was just waiting for Khan to wake up, per Lee's orders. Later, she hands the phone to Khan, showing the number, saying that it is a clan member's number in case Khan manages to call before her. She says that she went to fill up her bike, and Khan needs to follow her down to the second floor of the parking lot as quickly as possible. She jumps down, and Khan doesn't understand why and what's happening if they can just go down together. Like a hare, she jumped wildly down the stairs floor by floor, shocking Kana, who thought that everyone in Murim was like that. Khan walks and realizes that something has changed since he woke up, because it wasn't just like that he was able to break the chain with his hands. Then he looks down at the stairs and wonders if he can do the same as she did. However, he only hears a scream from Jinny below. She asks what he is doing there. It is time for them to leave already. Khan shouts back to her that he is already running and goes down further at the usual pace like a human. Some time passes. Khan successfully goes down the stairs, however. Even after going down normally, he gets very tired. Khan opens the door to the parking lot, comes out and says with a smile that he apologizes for being late. But there is a problem. Opening the door, Khan watches the scene of Jinny beating everyone around her with just her strength. A crowd of guys trying to grab her. Khan sees that Jinny is surrounded. He is shocked by this and does not know what to do now. Sweat is running down his face. However, he tries to convince himself that everything is still more or less normal because Jinny is able to fight back. After a couple of minutes, she beats off the first part of the group of these guys and just stands there, as if she had just drunk coffee. Another group runs straight towards her, but she just looks at them and says that maybe that's enough. It's useless. She screams at them, asking if they really want to just die now since they are afraid of Jinny. Jinny is about to launch a counterattack on them, however. Something suddenly stops her. She looks scared. A huge knife suddenly appears right next to Jinny's neck, and she is shocked because she didn't notice how it was planted. A scary, ugly guy with a chain in his nose appears in front of her and asks her to repeat what she just said. He is many times bigger than Jinny and stands right above her, holding a knife to her neck, which has paralyzed her, mentally for sure. All this scares Khan to the point of horror. He doesn't know what he should do now, and all he sees is the death flag of his enemies. Khan begins to think about what actions he should take. He realizes that Marima is against him, and it will be very difficult. Khan thinks that perhaps he should try to escape from here, but he hears that people are already running down the stairs. Khan is confused. He does not understand what he should do in such a difficult situation, but he sees a hydrant near him. The same group of people who searched the room are heading down to Kanu, but at that moment, their attention is distracted by a sharp ringing sound. This group is scared. They don't understand where the ringing is coming from, but the ringing itself is similar to a fire alarm. It scares them. The same man who is holding Ginny with a huge knife orders his men to go and find out what is going on. At this moment, Ginny herself more or less calmly observes the whole situation around her and tries to understand what is happening. However, the man who is holding her tells her to dare to do nothing, which distracts her thoughts. But right after that, he also adds that he is also acting against his will, so there is an option for Ginny to help him. Meanwhile, a squad of people in suits are running around the parking lot, trying to find the source of the alarm. Meanwhile, our hero Khan is hiding behind cars, trying to break through little by little and get to Ginny. However, Kana is tormented by doubts about why he is helping and doing all this, if he could have simply run away a long time ago. However, in his head, he also remembers that no matter what, Ginny is very strong now. He remembers Ginny's power and realizes that if he can distract the man with the knife in his hand, then everything might be fine. Khan suddenly runs out from behind the cars, screaming and about to throw his motorcycle helmet right at the man. However, the man himself notices this. He is even a little surprised, because Khan behaves so uncertainly and cannot decide to throw. He sees Khan perfectly well and decides to ask who Khan is and what he is doing here, and why he is swinging. This question frightens Khan, because he was found out even before his grand plan against this man was carried out. The group of people in suits that had left earlier began to return after Khan was discovered. However, Khan decides to do something wild, and says that whatever happens, he will take the risk because he has changed his life. Khan throws the helmet with all his might right into the face of the guy with the knife holding Ginny. He laughs, saying that he can easily dodge something like that. However, this does not happen, and the helmet flies at great speed straight into his face, breaking his face and knocking out the guy himself. Everyone around is in wild shock from what is happening. They could not have expected such an outcome of events, and that Khan would knock out that guy. And Khan himself didn't expect anything like this. But now he watches as this guy is sent flying by one of his throws. Seeing all this, Khan is scared. He cannot understand what will happen now, because after this, clearly no one here will forgive him. At that moment, the guy who was hit by the helmet finally stops. He manages to stay on his feet before falling, but he is badly injured. This guy starts looking at Khan and insulting him, and later says something about his internal energy, although it is not clear what. Khan begins to realize and understand that he did the same thing back in the apartment when he broke the steel chain with his bare hands. While everyone stands in shock, Ginny jumps on the motorcycle and shouts at Khan to immediately jump on her and ride away with her. Khan jumps onto the bind, but can't figure out what he should hold on to keep from flying back when they take off. Khan is embarrassed, and Ginny screams for him to immediately grab her by the belt. Khan hugs Ginny, and together they begin to drive away. One of the commanders among the people in suits points at them and shouts that they need to be stopped immediately. Meanwhile, Ginny and a confused Khan rush on a motorcycle straight through them, overcoming one after another. A couple of dozen seconds later, Khan and Ginny break free from their hands and fly out of the building on a motorcycle, rushing forward. Confused and agitated, Khan shouts at Ginny to drive slower, not so fast. This is Khan's fear speaking. Ginny says they are being followed by one of the 4 stars, who is subordinate to the one who was supposed to have a meeting with Lee today. Here, Khan realizes that the words about Lee possibly dying today are true, which is why Ginny is in such a hurry. After a couple of dozen seconds, Ginny stops abruptly in one of the parking lots, saying that that's enough. They won't be found. Ginny says that they need to wait a little. Now she will call Lee and find out where he is so she can come there. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Lee actually receives a call from Ginny, who is now calling him from the parking lot. Lee apologizes to someone, saying that he needs to go answer a call from Ginny. However, another group of men enter the office, ask Lee for the leader, and ask him to pass them the phone. Lee begins to understand what is going on and does not pick up the phone for now, but the phone continues to ring for him. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Ginny says that no one is answering the phone. Khan suggests calling someone from the clan and asking where Lee is. However, his idea immediately falls apart when Ginny tells him that no one in the clan knows about it. Ginny and Khan walk through the parking lot together. Ginny says that it looks like Lee has decided to go it alone. Ginny says that it would be better for Khan not to interfere in all this, and then advises him to take a taxi and go home already. However, this idea does not please Kan very much. He shouts to Ginny that he is quite capable of helping her and Lee now. However, Ginny tells Kan that this is a Murim showdown, and Lee said not to involve Kan under any circumstances. Ginny then gets on her motorcycle and tells Kan that she is grateful to him for saving her in the parking lot. Then she adds that back then he looked cooler than many of the Murim, and with these words she shocks Kan. However, after that she also adds that today Kan was certainly lucky, but he should not interfere in Murim's affairs anymore. Shocked by all these words, Kan tries to shout at Ginny to stop, but it's hard for him to even say anything. However, Ginny does not wait for his answer and simply silently rides off on her motorcycle in an unknown direction. A shocked Kan looks at all this and says that in his opinion this is all a rather wrong decision. However, he then also adds that, on the other hand, he doesn't even know how he could help in such a situation. However, after a few seconds, Kan stops in shock. He sees that a group of all those people on bikes are heading towards Ginny. However, at that moment they stop, turn around and head straight towards Kan, shocking him even more. And then it dawns on Kan that this is apparently happening because of him. Now he understands that he has a huge cloud of problems now, and he cannot escape so easily, but he begins to run away. Their captain, that creepy guy, stops everyone and asks them to stand and wait for him here. He has business. Following this, with a creepy face, he says that it is not certain, but it seemed to him that out of the corner of his eye he saw that monster. Kan is hiding right in the alley where this guy is standing. He covers his mouth with his hands trying to contain his fear. A very creepy guy with a chain in his nose starts walking back and forth through the alley, as if looking for Kan here. At this time, Kan restrains himself and barely even breathes, so as not to give the slightest sign that he is here. However, it doesn't help. As he passes behind the trash cans, the creepy guy lowers his head and sees Kan in front of him. Kan looks at him with tears in his eyes and begins to understand that it seems that this is the end for him now. However, their captain began to leave, saying that he must have imagined it. Kan was extremely shocked, but happy with this outcome. The captain returns to his men and says that it doesn't matter at all. Apparently they missed them. It's time to leave. Kang is still hiding behind the trash can, and the creepy guy and his men are discussing Ginny and the Sunu clan in general. The creepy guy and all his men leave the place. Kan starts to walk away from the tank and looks to see if they really left. Immediately after this, Kan starts scratching his face in confusion at what just happened. How is this possible? Kan clearly saw that the guy was looking at him straight, but he pretended not to see him, which was very strange. Following this, Kang heard that he had just loudly told his guys the location of Lee, as if he had done it specifically for Kang to hear. Kan decides to call the number that Ginny gave him in order to inform everyone at the top of the Sunu clan about this. However, Kanu begins to think that all of this could be a huge trap by these guys. It can't be that simple. Kan walks down the street and thinks about what he should do, and he realizes that that very place is right nearby. This building is not far from here. Kan walks near him and understands well that most likely now he is running into some kind of trouble again. Most likely. However, he is well aware that this matter concerns Lee himself, so it would be good to check the words of that creepy guy. Kan approaches the building and starts to pull the handle, and realizes that the building is closed, which also shocks him quite a bit. Following this, some man blinds Kan with a flashlight and looking at him asks, "Who is there?" It turns out to be a local security guard. He looks at Kan and asks what he is doing here and what he is doing with the door. Kan says that he is looking for one person, but the guard asks who Kan could be looking for at such a late hour. Kan doesn't say it directly, but he describes some of Lee's external features, which surprises the guard quite a bit. The guard immediately asks directly if Kang is looking for Lee Shun, which shocks Kang, and Kang doesn't understand how the guard knows. Then the guard adds that if that's the case, then Kanu should come here and starts to accompany him, which surprises Kanu even more. Kan starts to follow the guard, but a second later the guard throws Kan to the ground and starts strangling his neck. The guard starts asking Kan who he is, what he's doing here, and how he knows about Lee. Kan starts to try to ask why he's being choked, but the guard says that Kan knows better why this is happening. The guard pins Kan against the wall and asks him over and over again how Kan knew about this place. Kan can no longer breathe at all because he is being strangled so hard and decides to grab the guard by the hand that is strangling him. As soon as Kan slightly squeezed the guard's hand with his hands, the guard's hand broke into pieces. The guard began to scream wildly in pain because Kan had broken his arm bone several times, and Kan himself was wildly shocked by this. Kan starts asking the guard if he is okay, but he clearly doesn't help the guard with such questions. The guard starts yelling at Kan, insulting him, and saying that he is a bastard and not an ordinary person at all. This question surprises Kan very much. He understands that it turns out that this guard is also Muramen, and not an ordinary person. After this, Kan starts running away from the guard, surprising him, who is still sitting with a broken arm. Now Kan is absolutely sure that Lee is somewhere here, because there are so many guards, and that information, everything is starting to come together. Following this, Kang grabs his phone and decides that he needs to report to the entire Sunu clan immediately. It's important. However, the next moment, Kan's phone seems to explode. Something flies into it, and the phone splits into two. Kan is shocked and holds the phone in his hands, not understanding what is happening now, but he understands that he has lost his means of communication. Kan turns around and sees a man with metal objects, who says that the next one could be Kan's head. Shocked by all this, Kan does not know how to react and only asks the man who he is. However, the very next moment, the man appears behind Kan and asks who Kan is. After another moment, Kan's body seems to flip over and he finds himself upside down in the air. Kan falls face first into the concrete, causing part of his face to bleed, which is very painful, and he also gets hit in the legs. However, this man is surprised by this and asks Kan if he really doesn't even know how to fall properly. The two men discuss the fact that he may be a normal person, but remember how he broke the guard's arm. The man then adds that an ordinary person would have passed out long ago after such a blow, but Kan did not. Kan, with his face covered in blood, starts screaming, asking why they are doing this and who they are here anyway. However, in response, one of them simply presses his foot on Kan's face and begins to push, creating strong pressure. Then he begins to address Kan and say that if he wants to pretend to be an ordinary person, then he should at least hide his energy. Kan, covered in blood, begins to ask them what energy they are talking about and what they want from him. They start asking Kan again how he found this place, but he asks if Lee is here. Following this, with a pitiful face, Kang asks them if Lee is here. Then is everything okay with him and is he healthy? However, as expected, instead of an answer, Lee began to receive only blows to his face over and over again, harder and harder. One of the men continued to beat him, saying that he was asked to answer questions and not ask them here. They then grab Kan by the face and start slamming his face into the floor, breaking his face more and more. Kan no longer has the strength to endure all this. He shouts insults at them and is terribly angry about what is happening. However, someone quietly approaches these men from behind and sharply asks them to stop and stand still. This man turns out to be Lee himself. He comes up to him with an empty face as always and reports that Kang is with him. This turn of events surprises both Kan and the guards who smashed his face into the asphalt. Lee looks at Kang coolly and asks if he is okay and can move normally. However, Kang only sits with a broken face and looks at Lee, not answering, either from shock or surprise. Two men in black address Lee as Chief Sunwoo and ask why he is here when he should be at a meeting now. However, in response, Lee points to Kan and says that he would first like to know why his friend is in such a state. One of the men in black says that they were told that only the elder would be there. There was no word about this guy. However, Lee's response was to just get wildly angry, saying that they thought it was his fault that they just beat up his friend. Then Lee adds that, well, since he made a mistake, then no negotiations will take place. He then turns to Kan, who is sitting on the floor covered in blood, telling him to get up and suggests that he go from here. However, they are stopped by a guy in black. He says that this cannot be, because Lee himself made an appointment with the elder. He also adds in a shout that Lee himself called the elder here, and now he is going to just up and leave. However, in response to all his words, Lee only says that they are not afraid of the consequences for what they just did to his comrade. However, these guys in turn only say that Chief Sunwoo is very funny, holding back a smile. Next, one of the men says that he heard about Lee's toughness. However, at that moment, Kang hears a lot of footsteps getting closer and closer. Dozens of men in black appear from all sides, and he asks if Lee really considers himself equal to the elder. A terribly shocked Kan begins to question a terribly calm Lee about what is happening around them now. However, in turn, Lee, with a cold look, only says that nothing is impossible in this life. These guys start turning to Lee again and saying that enough is enough, asking him to return to the negotiating site right now. They threaten him that everything could end badly, but Lee says that he came here to negotiate and not to listen to threats addressed to him. Next, quite seriously and loudly, Lee says that if they run into a conflict, he will not shirk. Just as the fight was about to start, the elder of these guys appears from behind and walks towards them. An old, short, and bearded man, together with a tall and beautiful girl in glasses, are heading towards them. All these guys are shocked by what is happening. They start to cross their arms in a special sign and bow. And then everyone began to shout in one voice that they were greeting the elder and his majesty. Lee looks at all this, and the surprised Khan is covered in blood. He sees such a picture for the first time in his life. He then looks closely at the elder's face and realizes that this is the very man who was supposed to meet with Lee. In a rough voice, the elder addresses all these guys and asks them what all this means around them now. All the men in black began to talk as one, saying that the head of the Sunu clan, represented by Lee, began to talk about leaving the meeting. Khan is surprised by all this, because in appearance he is just an old, short uncle. What could be so dangerous about him? The elder then looks straight at Khan and asks his men who the guy next to Lee is. They say that Khan is his friend. However, the elder says that it is strange because Khan is emitting Muriman's energy, but it seems that he is a simple boy. Then the elder says that it is strange that the power of Muriman, which should be strictly guarded, has leaked to ordinary people. How did this happen? Lee is looking at all this and observing this. Khan is looking at Lee, but he doesn't understand at all what this old man is talking about. Then Khan thinks that the elder is saying this to Lee, and Khan thinks that he has put Lee in a very bad position, and then the elder turns to Khan. One of the elder's men in black approaches Kanu and tells him to follow them. They need to check something. However, a moment after this phrase, a huge blow is heard directly into the body of this man. The elder and his assistant notice this. The elder's face changes. He is very surprised by this blow. This blow was dealt by Lee, and then he dealt another blow, finishing off the man in black, causing a huge shock to everyone around. Khan and the entire crowd of men in black who were here were shocked to the point of horror by such actions on the part of Lee. Kang doesn't understand what Lee is doing, and the elder turns to Lee, asking what kind of tricks this is. The elder rudely yells at Lee, reminding him that he must remember who he is in front of now. The elder stops all his people, and he himself becomes extremely angry and asks Lee if he wanted to die by accident. Khan notices that he can't move from the spot, as if something is strongly constraining him from the inside now. All this silence and blows are interrupted by Lee himself. He turns sharply to the elder, which calms him down. Looking straight into the elder's eyes, Lee says that he came here at his request as a guest. Following this, Lee points to the man and asks if that is the case. Why did the elder's men beat up his friend? The elder says that this is strange and ridiculous nitpicking on Lee's part now. However, Lee adds that at the request of the elder, he came alone without his clan. But for some reason, the elder brought so many people here. Then Lee rudely and angrily asks if it was really the elder's plan to kidnap Lee here now. The elder's men began to shout in one voice that such words were outrageous and incorrect on Lee's part. However, the elder himself only remained silent, and Lee said that he saw that the elder had nothing to say to him this time. Lee begins to leave, saying that it looks like this time his expectations were not met at all, unfortunately. Lee passes by Khan and tells him very quietly that as soon as the fight starts, Khan needs to run away immediately. Lee tells Khan that he will try to get their attention, and Khan should run away and hide from them at that moment. Kang looks absent-mindedly into Lee's empty eyes, and in his mind he realizes that it seems like it's his fault for what's happening now. Kang turns around and sees a ton of people. Kang can't understand at all how Lee is going to face them all alone. All this is interrupted by the voice of the elder behind Lee. He laughs and says that, apparently, Lee has no small guts at all. The elder then turns to Lee, saying that there was a misunderstanding between them, and he offers forgiveness for it. The elder says that later he will ask his people about what happened, but now he leaves. His people are all shocked by such statements. His men try to stop him, but he in turn only shouts louder for everyone to leave here right now. As he was leaving, the elder told Lee to follow him. It was time for a frank conversation between them. However, Lee bows and says that he asks for forgiveness, but another time because today he will not be able to talk. However, in response, he hears from his assistant that the elder told him to follow him, so he needs to follow him. Lee looks at her. She then begins to raise a strange white aura around herself, and then adds that Lee needs to silently follow him. Turning around sharply, she deliberately creates a hole in the asphalt with her heel, as if demonstrating her strength. Such actions on her part greatly frighten Khan, but not Lee, although Khan does not understand what Lee is planning now. With a cold-blooded look and a creepy aura, Lee says what will happen if he suddenly refuses her words now. However, she does not decide to continue the dialogue, and with a sharp jump rushes upward, saying that then she will have to force Lee. The next moment, a huge attack from her leg comes towards Lee, but Lee somehow manages to stop this attack. Although Lee stopped the attack, the blast wave carried him away in horror straight into the building standing next to him. Kang is wildly frightened by all this. Only one assistant of the Elder, and such a blow even for Lee. How strong are these people? A battle ensues between Khan and this assistant in the air. They hit each other with blow after blow in midair. Khan watches all this with great surprise. He is shocked that this happens and is happening to him now in reality. Watching this fight, Khan notices that at that moment, his heart seemed to become excited by it and began to spread energy throughout his body. Khan's thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of an Elder who says that Lee is fighting well against a man of the Master's level. The Elder talks about some injuries of Lee, but then Kang remembers that he was asked to leave immediately in such a situation. However, as soon as Khan wanted to leave, he was stopped by an Elder who began to force Khan to extend his palm to him. The Elder begins to ask Khan to extend his palm to him, but Khan does not understand at all why this is necessary. Khan does so. The Elder says that something is bothering him and asks Khan what clan he is from. However, a surprised Khan replies that he doesn't have any clan. He doesn't understand at all what we're talking about now. The Elder, with a smile on his face, says that he knew it. His predictions were correct. He saw everything earlier. He stabs Khan in the stomach and says that if he does, he will have to destroy the energy inside Khan. As he punched harder and harder, Khan's body seemed to be on fire, all of his veins bulging and his temperature rising. Lee, who was fighting with the Elder's assistant at that moment, notices this, and it scares him terribly. Lee breaks away from the fight with the girl and heads towards the Elder, scaring him. Lee lands a rare and very vicious punch straight at Kanu, knocking him away from the old man. A very angry and excited Lee looks at the Elder and asks him what he suddenly decided to do with Khan. However, the girl appears from above and says that she wants to say the same words here and is going to hit Lee. Apparently, Lee notices this, and in that moment he is overcome by a wild power and anger that covers everything around him. Lee begins spinning wildly and launching cosmic strikes at everything he sees, as if destroying everything around him out of anger. The Elder is shocked to the point of horror by what he now sees in front of him. He watches Lee as if he were a monster who destroys everything. Just a moment later, Khan and the Elder watch as the Elder's assistant flies to the side from the blow at great speed. With a wild white aura and monster eyes, Lee tells the Elder to immediately take his hands off of Khan, just like everyone else here. However, the Elder only smiles and shouts that he seemed to know this, and asks Lee how he hid such power. Khan, shocked to the point of horror and not understanding anything, watches all this and their dialogues and loses contact with consciousness. The Elder points to Khan, saying that this child has powers that he should not have had from birth. Khan in turn begins to loudly shout at Lee not to come here, because the Elder is going to kill him here. A moment after Khan shouted those words, the Elder's hand grabbed his neck and began to strangle him with force. The Elder strangles Khan, saying that first he illegally acquired the powers of Murim, and now he still dares to spread such nonsense. However, Kang courageously ignores this and shouts that Lee should not be deceived. Kang heard what the Elder's people were saying. The Elder, dissatisfied with all this, begins to question Khan about what he might have heard there, but their dialogue is interrupted. More precisely, he is interrupted. It turns out to be Lee, who is already standing behind the Elder with a huge charge of energy in his fist. The Elder feels it. With his whole body, he feels the wild aura of Lee, who is standing right behind him at this moment. The Elder, sensing this, decides to strike first and sharply kicks back, thereby throwing Lee back. A shocked Khan stands and watches all this. He stands trying to say something, but it doesn't work. Khan tries his best to open his mouth and say at least a word, but it's all in vain. He can't say a word. Then he also notices that he cannot move either, as if his whole body is paralyzed by something very strong. Kanu can only watch all this with shock and blood, while the Elder makes fun of Lee. The Elder begins to laugh with Lee, saying that he couldn't even catch him off guard, let alone defeat him. However, at the moment, Lee is not worried about this at all. He only asks the Elder what he dared to do to Lee. The Elder says there is nothing to worry about. He just pressed the right points to calm down Khan a little. A shocked Khan listens to this and cannot understand what points they are talking about and what they did to him. Lee starts to head towards the Elder and ask why he shut Khan's mouth. But the Elder asks what Lee is unhappy about. The Elder asks Lee if he really believes the words of this boy, and thinks that the Elder is going to kill Lee. Lee says that at least he trusts Khan many times more than the Elder, that's why. However, the Elder only says that apparently after Lee gained more energy, His self-confidence also increased. The elder begins to address Lee and talk about whether he will be able to attack the elder now. Then the evil elder yells at Lee and says that he has enough strength to open Khan's point A back, since he is so strong. A shocked Kang looks at all this and cannot understand whether Lee is really going to fight this old man. Kang looks at the elder. He remembers that Lee is very strong, however. Could it be that the old man is stronger than Lee? Lee starts walking towards the old man, but some strange feeling of anxiety stops him at that moment and prevents him from going. Following Lee, even Khan, not just Lee, also experiences a strange feeling and some kind of speed. It turns out that it was not in vain, because with all his enormous speed, the elder flies straight into Lee and strikes. Somehow Lee manages to get into a defensive position with his hand and dodge a little, but he is very shocked by such a blow from the elder. The elder stops after striking and says that Lee has a good kigum, a sense of energy. However, Lee doesn't decide to stand and wait for his praise any longer. He picks up speed and flies straight towards the elder at a wild speed. Lee begins to strike blow after blow at the elder's face with great speed, as if starting a war with him. However, at that moment, the elder simply stops and says that this is really the same rainstorm that hits the wall of the Sunu clan? The moment after his phrase, the elder creates a stream of energy that sends Lee flying in the other direction. Somehow, but Lee even manages to stay on his feet after such a powerful energy attack from the elder himself. With a pompous and cool look, the elder looks at Lee and says that he really thinks that such tactics will work. However, Lee's attitude clearly makes it clear that he does not intend to stand and talk about all this. Having picked up speed, he attacks again. The energy flow from Lee's blows is so great that it dents and destroys all the cars parked nearby. Kan is terribly shocked by what is happening here now. He finds it hard to believe that all this could be because of him. Meanwhile, the elder continues to simply dodge Lee's attacks, but it is clear that the intensity of the attacks has increased. Kan is shocked beyond belief by everything that is happening now, and even more so by the fact that he still can't even move from his spot. The flow of energy and blows from Lee and the elder is so high that due to the aura of the blows, Kan can no longer even see what is happening. While Kong tries to understand what is going on, Lee continues his fight with the elder, landing blow after blow straight to his body. However, some strange feeling gives Khan the idea that his friend Lee attacks very well and directly. But this same feeling makes him feel how carefree the elder is in this battle and is not even straining himself yet. Kan gets the feeling that for the elder this is not a fight, but just some kind of joke now. Lee flies up. This Lee field was created by the elder's huge blow directly to Lee's body, causing him to fly into the air. Somehow Lee manages to land on his feet and stay standing after what just happened. But something surprises him. But there is no time to think about it, because another attack immediately flies into Lee, but this time from the assistant. Lee is very shocked by everything, because now he is facing two enemies at once, and they are both very strong. It is very difficult even for him. The old man's assistant asks Lee if he really wants to die, but he remains silent and only creates a white aura again. Lee begins to notice that the old man's assistant is very tense because Lee broke her glasses. Khan analyzes the situation and easily understands that the old man is already a strong opponent. But with her, it is even worse. However, the elder turns to his assistant and tells her that she should stop and stop attacking. The elder points at Lee and says that he still has a lot to learn. There is no need to kill him here so easily. The elder says to teach Lee everything gradually. However, Lee himself does not understand what he is talking about. Then the old man very arrogantly turns to Lee and asks him why he suddenly stopped. Won't he attack now? The old man begins to walk towards Lee little by little and create a strange aura under his feet, saying that this is really all. Lee feels a powerful aura from the old man and some kind of strong speed. It really scares him. Then the old man's assistant feels the same thing, and then the elder himself seems to jump up from his place in an instant. The very next second after this, the elder's huge and powerful fist was near Lee's face. However, the elder doesn't carry the blow. He stops right in front of Lee's face, as if trying to teach him a lesson in this way. The whole scene is still being watched by a shocked Khan, who still can't even move. With a wild and furious face and a rough voice, the old man turns to Lee and asks if he's really afraid now. And already shocked, Khan is even more surprised. He finds it hard to believe that the old man moved from place to place. Only the old man's assistant understands everything that is happening. She clearly sees that this is the technique of the ghost's steps. The assistant says that if someone sees such an elder's technique for the first time, they might think it is magic. The elder's fist was still right next to Lee's face, But he wasn't that surprised by all of this anymore. The elder looks into Lee's face and eyes, noticing that he is still indifferent to all of this. Then the old man laughs a little, turns to Lee and asks if he realized that his power is simply a mirage. The old man then turns to Lee again, saying that judging by his fight, he only uses Sunu clan techniques. Then the old man says that the techniques are really fast and incredible, thanks to Quan Jong-yu after his arrival. However, the old man then adds that the problem is that Lee's energy is created by the technique of black heaven and earth, and calmness is important there. The old man holds out his palm and says that such techniques look soft and slow, but inside there is none. Then the old man, pointing his palm to the side, creates a huge explosion of energy, which could demolish a building. The old man adds that such a powerful force is hidden inside such slow and soft attacks at first glance. The elder explains that the whole point of martial arts is that you need to accumulate energy and then release it. The elder continues to explain, saying that success is achieved by harmonizing many elements of the body in one attack. Looking at Lee, he explains that most clans study the synchronization of all elements, not just techniques. The paralyzed Khan sees and listens to all this, and is shocked by how strange, complicated, and incomprehensible it all is. Kang is surprised because the elder was going to kill Lee today. Why is he training him? The elder then turns to Lee, saying that if he is interested in all the techniques and true art, then he would be better off becoming the elder's disciple. This phrase completely infuriates Khan. He could never have imagined that such a turn of events would occur. Kang, shocked to the point of horror, looks at all this and does not understand what kind of student, how Lee can learn from this old man. Looking at the beautiful city, Lee says that he knows that his techniques are not at all compatible with the Sunu clan. With this statement, he surprises the elder, who asks if Lee knows everything. Then why does he continue to study them further? And then, Lee gives the old man some very shocking information, saying that he is the head of the Sunu clan, so that's why he does it. Looking at Elder Lee with a cold-blooded expression, he says that he cannot betray the techniques of his clan because he is his leader. However, the old man only closes his eyes and says that Lee is still a fool, to whom there is no point in explaining anything. Lee suddenly begins to lift his leg and talk about how he must thank the old man for his advice today. Such a sharp and enormous speed of Lee frightens and surprises the elder. He does not quite understand what Lee has planned. The elder's assistant, as well as he himself, noticed that in an instant, Lee simply disappeared from the place where he had just stood. Following this, a huge and powerful blow of energy flies towards Khan, directly into his torso with full force. Although Khan screams in pain, he notices that his body has returned to him and he can now move and speak. Lee appears next to Khan, who most likely gave him the ability to move. Lee thanks the old man for reminding him of the techniques. Both the old man and his assistant were shocked, and in his thoughts he couldn't understand whether Lee had really used the ghost step technique. The surprised elder only continues to silently look at Lee, as if trying to understand him from the inside. Kang tries to ask Lee how he did it, but Lee interrupts Kang, asking if he is okay. Lee tells Kang that if he is okay, then let him tell Lee what he wanted to tell him at the very beginning. Kang begins to speak loudly about how while Lee was away, the elder's subordinates broke into Lee's house and tried to kill Kang. Lee asks Khan how he knew that those people were subordinates of this elder. Khan says that Jinny said so. Then Khan asks if Lee knows a man named Mamungi, and he puts a machete to Jinny's throat. Lee listens carefully to everything that Khan told him and begins to demand an explanation from the elder for all of this. Lee asks the elder rudely but confidently if his friend is telling him the truth now, but the old man only remains intelligently silent. However, the elder only smiles, saying that it is funny, first a child with the power of Murim, and now such accusations from him. However, Khan starts shouting that the old man is talking nonsense, and the fact that he is an ordinary person does not matter. The old man looks rudely at Khan and says that one of the Murim rules is not to reveal your identity. What then? The old man turns to Kanu again, saying that he probably knows that breaking such a rule can result in losing one's life. The elder says that it is strange that an ordinary child scolds him for all this, and communicates with the elder in this way. Khan begins to look at Lee and realize that Lee has gone for something serious, but he didn't think it was that serious. Continuing to look at Lee, Kang wonders if it was for nothing that he got involved in all this. In front of a shocked Khan, the old man turns to Lee, telling him that he must answer how Khan even had energy. Lee just remains silent with a cold-blooded look, and this infuriates the old man. He asks why Lee is just silent now. The old man turns to Lee, saying that if it turns out that this is his doing, then not only he will suffer, but the entire Sunu clan. Kang realizes that Lee is in huge trouble and something needs to be done. Kang decides to shout out asking the elder to wait. From behind Lee, Kang comes out and shouts that he has a question, which shocks both Lee, the assistant, and the old man. Khan turns to the elder, calls him grandfather, and asks if the whole problem is that he is an ordinary person. The elder is shocked that Khan called him grandfather, but says, "Let's assume that it is, so what now?" Khan puts his hand on himself and says that if all the problems come from this, then can he just become Murim, and then there will be no problems. Such a sharp and very dangerous statement from Khan simply shocks Lee, who is standing next to him, to the point of horror. The elder, who clearly did not expect this, is no less surprised, but even more by this statement. Lee and Kang exchange glances, and Kang says that if that's the case, then what's the problem with him becoming part of Murim, so there won't be any problems. Kang continues to talk about it. He looks into Lee's eyes and says that isn't he right, but Lee is very surprised. However, his words are interrupted by an elder who shouts that enough of this absurdity has been said today. The elder starts yelling at Khan, saying that in his opinion, anyone can just go and become a Muriman. The elder now shocks Khan by saying that to become a Murin, one must either be born one or become one in early childhood. A very angry elder yells at Khan, saying that he really thinks that it is possible to become a Murin at such an age. However, their dialogue is interrupted by Lee, who shouts that this is possible because he himself became a Murin at his age. Lee says that this is why Khan might succeed, but the old man just gets furious, saying that this is complete nonsense. And then Lee gives everyone a shock by saying that Khan is now joining the Sunu clan. Lee says that now they themselves will figure out what is nonsense and what is not. But all this only really infuriates the old man, who shouts that enough is enough. However, Lee does not pay any attention to the old man's anger and says that now it is his turn to answer. Lee asks his subordinates if they ordered their subordinates to attack Khan. However, in response, Lee hears only silence from the old man and his assistant. He continues to look them in the eyes. However, the old man only lowered his head uncertainly and said that Lee himself knew that he would never give such orders. However, Lee stops the old man's words, saying that he personally saw his friend being beaten near this building. Lee continues to talk about how the elder's men attacked the man who came to meet them. Lee looks at the streets of the city, saying that he knows about their hatred towards the Sunu clan. But despite this, he still came alone. Lee then adds that he regrets that expecting a normal conversation from the old man and his people was a stupid decision. The elder, like a child, begins to stop Lee's words, trying to justify himself, saying that it was a misunderstanding. However, Lee simply clenches his fist, creates a strong charge of energy, and says that the old man really still wants to have a normal dialogue now. Lee creates a wild aura of power around himself and says that if they want to continue the dialogue, they will only continue with a corpse. The elder's attention is drawn to the assistant, who says that she tried to contact the Black Star, but there is no answer. The old man is surprised, and the assistants add that the people of the Sunu clan are combing the places where the Stream clan was. The assistant says that the situation is not going well, and the old man is just really furious about it all. Kan looks at the old man and sees a huge aura rising around him right now. Then Kan and the others noticed that the old man was very angry, and a wild aura of strength and power rose around him. Kan tells himself in his mind that he is scared, and he hopes that the old man won't start attacking him and Lee now. However, the next few centuries later, the old man simply exhales air and says only, The aura around the old man subsides. Everything calms down more or less. He no longer looks so frightening. The elder orders his assistant to contact the Red Star and ask him to accompany them, since the leader of the Sunu clan is here. The elder begins to walk straight towards Khan and Lee, and the assistant reports that she has contacted the Red Star. The elder turned his gaze to Kang and began to ask what his name was. Unsure and terribly scared, Kang replied that his name was Kang Hajai, and the old man was just looking at Kang. The old man then began to leave, and only said that he would be glad to see how long Khan managed to stay in Murim. Such words scare Khan to death. He understands that he is in deep trouble, and now he will clearly have a lot of problems. However, at the moment when the old man was leaving, he began to say something about some kind of eternal energy. He says that Kumun Ryong is chasing after eternal energy, and these words terribly frighten and surprise Lee. He loses his composure. Then, standing with his back to Lee, the elder says that Lee didn't come here to find out this today. The old man immediately says that most likely, after Lee saw the news that Kumun Ryong had taken action, he became curious about why. Following this, Lee began to shout that the elder was really involved in the fact that people from a special mission visited him. However, the old man only replies that all the major Murim clans have not moved from their place for more than several months. He also adds that he would have torn anyone apart here, but Lee just looks at the elder in surprise at that moment. The elder ends by saying that what he wanted to say, he unfortunately didn't say, but at least Lee is safe. However, Lee began to question the elder with shouts, saying what kind of eternal energy this was. The elder turns his head and says that wasn't it Lee who just recently refused to talk to him. Lee is so excited about what the elder just told him that he starts trying to follow him. The elder ends up asking Lee to surrender, as with his current skills, pursuing Kumun Ryong would be suicide. A moment after these words, the elder and his assistant simply disappeared into thin air like the wind. Kana is surprised every time they disappear like this, because it is the first time he sees this kind of technique and power. Kan wonders if they are some kind of demons, but then notices the depressed state of his friend Lee. Kang starts asking Lee if he's okay, and slowly approaches him and is about to put his hand on Lee's shoulder. However, Lee suddenly turns around, grabs Kang by the shirt and asks how he got there in the first place, which scares Kang. Kang tells half the whole story, but Lee doesn't understand why Kang went here. Kang says that Lee was worried about Kang earlier. And then with a surprised face, Khan adds that if that's the case, then why can't he worry about Lee? Lee lets Khan go and begins to speak rudely about how he only helped him out of a fleeting compassion for Khan. Lee says that his physical features used to be similar to those of Khan, but Khan himself does not understand what he is talking about. Lee says that with such features you are weak from birth, and no modern medicine can help here, except for Marima's medicine. However, Lee says he was stupid because he didn't know he would have so much energy after the treatment in Kana. However, Khan is only asking about something that he doesn't understand well. But didn't Lee originally intend to help Kan like this, and that's good. However, Listal yelled at Khan, saying that there was nothing good in this. He just yelled that he would become Murim under the elder. Then Lee adds, saying that now Khan won't be able to escape. His only option now is to become Murim. Lee blames himself, saying that he only wanted to correct Khan's physical properties, but not that Khan would now be connected to the world of Murim. However, Kang simply looks at Lee in surprise and says that if that's the only problem, then it doesn't matter what Lee is surprised about. Kang tells Lee that even if something happens to him, he himself will bear responsibility for it. Lee does not need to worry. Lee begins to explain to Khan how terrible the world of Murim is, but Khan assures him that he doesn't care, because he only survived thanks to Lee. Khan says that he stayed alive thanks to Lee, and he doesn't care if it's the Murins, the Shmurins, or anyone else. He wants to be in the same world as Lee. Following this, Lee's eyes became very thoughtful, and he himself began to experience strange feelings after Khan's words. Then Kan pointed his finger at Lee, saying that he called the world of Murin shitty, but that was just his opinion. Kan throws up his hands, saying that if this world really was shit, it would have fallen apart long ago. Looking at the city, Kan says that if the world of Murin has not fallen apart, but is only blooming, then it means that many people like it. These words and conclusions finally finish off Lee. He is in shock, as if in a trance after what he heard from Khan. Lee recalls a scene from his childhood, standing on the edge of a building, and a grown man telling him that he loves the world of Murin. He smiles, winks, and looks at little Lee, saying that he wishes that Lee would one day accept the world of Murin as his home. Lee's head lowers. He says that if you think about it, then those who like the world of Murin really did exist. Kang is surprised by what Lee says because it is obvious, and Kang also does not understand why Lee is so depressed. However, at that moment, Kang and Lee notice that there is a man sitting on the roof of a nearby building and looking at them. The man with the tattoo on his face sweats a little and says that thank God Lee is still alive, looking down at him. Khan notices this man, looks at him, and shouts at him with the phrase, "Ah, who is this here?" Lee says that it is a bit early and addresses this person, which scares Kang, who does not understand what is happening. Then this guy jumps down from the roof. He has several piercings, tattoos, and a long braid. He surprises Khan. This guy immediately shows himself as a very strong person, because with one jump he breaks the asphalt beneath him. As he descends, he immediately looks into Lee's eyes, as if trying to find out something from him. But Lee himself stands with an empty look. The guy turns to Lee with a strange question. How is it? It is not clear what it is about, but Lee replies that nothing. Shocked by all this, Kang decides to ask Lee if this guy is from the Sunu clan or where he is from anyway. The guy interrupts Kang, asking Lee who he is, pointing at Kang, and Kang himself answers that he wants to become part of Sun Woo. However, while they were standing there talking, Khan's sense of smell became sharper again, and he heard some cars heading towards them. Kang, Lee, and the guy turn around and indeed see a mass of black cars in front of them, stopping right in front of them. Following this, a group of guys runs out of the car, sees Lee, Kan, and that guy, and heads straight towards them. However, neither Lee nor this guy are worried. They just watch, and the guy even says that they are late. Lee then turns to Kang, saying that this will be his first actual greeting today, but Kang doesn't understand what's going on. All these people, as one, folded their hands in the right position and bowed, and began to greet the head of the Sunu clan together. Lee approaches Kang and tells him to meet the Sunwoo clan members and points them out, shocking Kang. Immediately after this, all the clan members began to crowd and approach Khan. Two grandfathers approached him and began to look at him. Kan tries to look at them all with a smile to create a good impression, but in his mind he is in a panic. Then Kang finally decides to speak and asks Lee who these people are, referring to the two old men. Lee points to two old uncles and says that these are the two elders of the clan, Min and Kim. Khan also notices a few other people who stand out, one of them with long white hair and glasses, as well as Jinny. Then one of the elders tells Lee that it is not worth standing outside and suggests that he go inside now. Then everyone starts going inside, and Khan himself goes at the end. He has a feeling that this does not look like a friendly atmosphere. Lee then approaches Jinny, asking if she could take Kan to the library and treat him there. However, Jinny is clearly not happy with such requests and yells at Lee that she shouldn't do this. Kan can see that he is not welcome. However, with a sweet face, Lee turns to Jinny, saying that he begs her very much because she cannot leave a guest alone. This makes Jinny very embarrassed. She even blushes, but she agrees, and this cheers Kana up a little. She turns around, yells rudely at Khan, and asks him to come with her now, telling him not to fall behind. The events of the story take us to that very library. Jinny applies some ointment to Kanu's face. It hurts. Jinny scolds Khan, saying that the wound has nothing to do with it, and that he should stop making faces and act normally. After Jinny finished smearing, Khan turned to her, asking if she also lived here with everyone. Then, without waiting for an answer from her, he asks what family Lee is from, because the house looks very rich and cool. However, in response, she only hits him, saying that he shouldn't pretend that they know each other well here. Jinny says that she doesn't understand what Lee is thinking at all. He is using the life pills he gave Kan unwisely. Khan asks Jinny if these pills were really that valuable. Jinny replies that Kan is listening to her with his backside, because she already said that. Then she comes closer to Khan and says that since she has healed him, she should tell him. But Khan does not understand what. She comes very close to him and asks him rather rudely how Khan managed to end up here with Lee now. Then Khan was very scared by Jinny's evil appearance, but decided to tell her and told her the whole story. Meanwhile, while Kan is talking to Jinny, Lee apologizes to the rest of the clan's tops for using the pills like that. Following this, Kan also tells them everything else, as well as about meeting with the ghostly elder doctor today. Then, in response, he receives criticism that he acted very frivolously, but in response, Lee only looks at them. One of the clan members stands up and starts talking about how Lee should have consulted them before such a meeting. However, without listening to the end, Lee asks if they would give the go-ahead in such a case, and with his words, he stops the flow of this man's speech. Lee says that while he was in the hospital bed, he repeatedly asked for a meeting, but was ignored. Then he says that while this was happening, rumors began to spread throughout Marim that he was disabled, and with his words, he shocks the elders. Then, with a rather powerful aura, he says that, in their opinion, he should have stayed away and just watched all this. The same guy with the tattoo is also watching this whole dialogue. He notices that Lee has changed and become more serious. They then begin to discuss the fact that Kumun Ryan has reappeared among the Murime, which could lead to internal conflicts within the clan. Then, Lee tells the elders, with a very creepy aura, whether they still doubt about visiting Kang to Kumun Ryong or not. However, Elder Ming began to fill Lee in that he did not doubt it at all. He simply decided to describe the current situation. However, here Lee's outburst of hatred is interrupted by another elder, who says that Lee gave the precious medicine to the schoolboy. Then he asked this schoolboy to accept him into the clan, and now he talks about Kumun Ren, although he does not have the strength to defeat him. Lee says that it was simply his personal desire to help a friend. He understands perfectly well the responsibility for his Sunu clan. Then Lee says that he therefore wants to know everyone's opinion. If they are vehemently against it, he will destroy Khan's energy and take the medicine back. Such harsh and cruel words shocked everyone in the hall and that guy with the tattoo, because it was very strong. However, the guy with the tattoo is shocked by what Lee just said. He knows that it is terrible. He experienced it himself. Everyone is silent. No one gives any reaction to such a sharp statement by the head. But the elder asks if Khan is waiting in the library. Meanwhile, events return us to Khan and Ginny, who is sitting in a chair and yawning, listening to Khan's stories. She says that she knew everything. Khan doesn't understand what about. She explains that the guy with the machetes helped them because he knows Lee. Khan is a little shocked by what Ginny just told him, but he doesn't understand how he didn't dodge the helmet back then. Ginny began to scold Khan, saying that he should have informed the clan immediately, but he said that he was afraid because suddenly it was a trap. Then Khan adds that Jimmy should think about what this whole circus is for if they told him everything so easily. Ginny says that the guy with the machetes is just the old man's servant, and he's afraid to cross his path, but otherwise he's a good guy. Khan wanted to discuss the old man with Jimmy, but she reports that their meeting there is over and tells Khan to come with her. Khan, Ginny head towards this room. They open the door. Ginny lowers her head a little and goes in, and Khan is in shock. In front of him is a room with a creepy aura, where Lee, the elders, and other top officials of the Sunu clan are sitting. He is scared. Then one of the people present in the room shouts at Kanu his name, calling his name, asking if it is true, which shocks Kanu. It turns out to be one of the elders. He approaches Khan. Khan replies that everything is correct. That is exactly his name. The elder extends his hand and palm to Khan and loudly says that he is glad to welcome him to the Sunu clan. Kang is shocked but shakes his hand, and the grandfather introduces himself as an elder named Min. Then the second elder stands up and says that that's enough for today and decides that it's time for them to go already. The clan escorts the elders to their cars. Lee wishes them a pleasant journey, and the elders leave for home to attend to their own concerns. On the way home, the two elders discuss how the Lee clan leader has changed, but they don't know in what direction. One of the elders, on the trip home, assures another that for the better, he is no longer so radical and has become understanding. Then they began to discuss Khan, saying that he had been given the pills needed for Lee, but everything turned out well. Next, they discussed that through the handshake, they learned that Khan has single yin, but Lee has triple yin. Min tells the second elder the details of these meanings, and he is amazed at what he is now hearing from Min. Looking at the road, Elder Min tells the second elder that the guy Kang is not at all simple. He says that Khan is, in fact, a whole jackpot for the clan. If he is developed well, then everything will be very good. Meanwhile, we are brought back to the rest of the Sunu clan. Ginny asks Khan to speed up and decides to give him a ride home. Khan wants to refuse and begins to thank Ginny for making such a generous offer for him. However, at that moment, the guy with the tattoo quickly and sharply grabs Khan by the neck and pulls him towards himself, starting to strangle him. And then he whispers to him that if he dares to stick to Ginny, he will simply kill him right here. Meanwhile, the elders are still discussing Kang and Lee on the way home. Min says that Kang has the energy level of Dr. Tong. Min says that normally it takes 10 years to reach such a level, but because of the pills and Lee's energy, Kang's body reached such a level in 2 weeks. Then the second elder asks the first one, if Lee managed to make Kanu to such a level, then what level is Lee himself then? Elder Ming remembers Lee and says that his energy level has now reached twice the level it was before. Meanwhile, in the house of the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, all the clan members began to disperse to their own affairs. However, Lee then called out the name Gyubam, which belonged to one of the members of the Tut clan, a blonde guy with a short haircut. He turns to the head of the Lee clan, who in turn says that he could please give Gyubam a moment of his attention. Gyubam, of course, agrees to this and tells the rest of the Sunwoo clan that they can now go to their places. The same guy with tattoos also starts to leave with another guy from the clan, but looks back at Lee. In his head, this guy remembers the dialogue between Lee and the others tonight about accepting Kan, and the events of the story show it to us. Recalling the dialogue, he remembers how Lee promised in the office that if his friend Khan did not find a place in Murim, he himself would destroy his energy. The elder then turns to Lee, saying that it would not be easy for an ordinary person to become a Merino, let alone a member of the Sunu clan. The elder then turned to Lee, saying that they were not against him, but if there was no place for him, then Lee would personally take care of his energy. Then, in the office, the elders agreed that if Lee promised them that he himself would get rid of him if necessary, then they would not be against accepting him into the clan. Then this shocked Lee terribly, because he was glad to take his friend Khan into the clan, but he was also afraid to deprive him of energy with his own hands if something happened. That evening in the office, Lee thanked them all for agreeing to receive his friend on such terms. The guy with the tattoo and the guy with the long white hair discuss whether Lee was serious about promising to take such measures against Kian if anything happened. The guy with long blonde hair says that in order to survive in Murim, you need to become stronger and tougher. Lee became like that. On their way home, they discuss that there is no point in thinking about it anymore. They will have enough thoughts when other clans start to hate them for it. Meanwhile, Lee and Gayub discuss various aspects of the clan, talking about some of the strange situations within the clan. Gyubum says that everything is still very calm, however. There is one thing that worries him. Then he starts talking about a certain Yang Kilnam, who is the chairman of Sunjai's company. When talking about him, Gyubum mentions that he is very eloquent and speaks at clan meetings, which is why everyone knows and respects him. In the courtyard of the house, Gyubum tells Lee that there is information that this man is in contact with the heads of another clan. Gyubum told Lee that if Yang succeeds in winning everyone over to his side, then everyone might simply leave and the clan will fall apart. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us an unknown location, where this John himself is located. Someone is distracting his attention. This man turns out to be Chairman Yang's assistant, and he informs him that the head of the Lee clan has arrived. Then Yan says that there will most likely be a meeting soon, since Lee has arrived, and thanks him for the information. Jan himself is sitting in the company of some men, and after what they told him, he attracts their attention to himself. He informs all the men sitting with him in the hall that the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, has arrived, and offers to congratulate him. However, these fat men are discussing among themselves that they had already given up on seeing Lee alive. And then there was such a surprise, and they are laughing. However, just as everyone was about to start drinking, Chairman Yang stood up and said that he urgently needed to take a quick leave of absence. Jan takes his cane and starts walking in an unknown direction, or rather towards the man sitting in the chair. He approaches the chair and tells the person sitting there that his visit puts Jan in an awkward position in front of everyone. The man in the chair turns out to be the same elder of another clan that Lee fought with. He says that he only came to sit and drink tea. The chairman sits down in the seat opposite Jan and says that he would like to talk about the head of the Sion clan. However, the old man from another clan immediately says that Lee is safe and sound, so much so that even his assistant is confused. Chairman Yang, who is sitting opposite the old man, is a little surprised by this and doesn't even dare to respond. Together they look at the view of the city, and John says that it is strange. Why then was it necessary to disappear from sight? Chairman Yang then asks the old man from another clan if he has any information on Lee, such as his weak points. However, the old man only replies by saying that John is cruel and is climbing such a mountain of wealth that he might fall from it. However, Jan says that there is nothing wrong with that, and it is also beneficial for the old man if the Sunu clan falls apart. Then the old man says that he doesn't like people like John because he doesn't understand what's going on in their heads all the time. However, John says that what a coincidence, he has a dislike for the old man for the same reason. Then the old man breaks a cup of tea and says that Jan should pay attention to the guy Khan, who is hanging around Lee now. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us that Ginny and Khan went home, and Ginny drops Kan off near his house. Kan gets off his motorcycle but stops Ginny, asking her what he should do from tomorrow now that he is in the clan. Ginny replies that Kan should not leave home. A person should come to him who will take over his training now. Kan thought that Lee would teach him personally, however. Ginny says that after his return, he already has a lot of tasks. He will not have time for Lee. Lee then asks if the Sunu clan is really in any big trouble right now, but Ginny just remains silent. But later, she added that Khan didn't need to know anything like that now, and advised him to watch himself, which shocked Khan. Ginny tells Kan that after the treatment, some of Lee's power remained in him, and if something happens, Kan can use this incredible charge. Lee then asks what the downsides are, and Ginny says that, for example, Kan's body might not be able to withstand such force. Looking at the city, she's about to leave, and asks Khan not to overdo it, so that this energy itself is not used. Khan comes home and jumps on his bed. He is tired and says that today was just a killer day. He begins to remember everything that happened to him today, and to talk about how in the morning he literally did not know about the existence of another world. Kan also has different moments in his head. He remembers how cool Lee fought, and Kan seemed to feel him at that moment. Kan almost falls asleep, and wonders if he too could become that strong if he learned the Sunu clan's techniques. The sun is shining through Kan's window. He wakes up and immediately says that he slept very well today. Walking through the kitchen, he stretches and immediately realizes that his body feels lighter and all the pain has already gone away. However, here Khan falls into shock and confusion because he remembers that he doesn't have a phone now. It was blown up back then. Khan's bell rings, he opens it. There are two people in black suits in front of him. These are people from the Sunu clan. Khan understands what is happening. Khan runs back to the apartment and asks these guys to wait a couple of minutes because now he will change his clothes and go with them. While riding in the car, Khan looks out the window and smiles, and the men who took him away cannot understand why he is so happy. Then they arrive at the place. It is a certain Angra. Khan asks them if they will really study here now. One of the men turns to Khan and rudely asks what Khan has decided to learn. But Khan says that he himself does not know what yet. Khan looks around the hangar thinking about future training, but one of the men says that he is here for interrogation, no training. Khan is wildly surprised by their words and asks these men if they really just kidnapped him. However, another new voice can be heard from the street, which says that they were not kidnapped, but invited. With a sly smile, the same man, Chairman Yang, who spoke with the old man from another clan yesterday, enters the hangar. He holds up his eagle cane and asks if Khan would mind having a little chat with him now. Khan is frightened by his appearance and immediately asks who he is and what he wants to talk to Khan about. He, in turn, just lowers his head and says with a smile that he is the one who invited Khan here now. His assistants give him a chair. He sits down and asks Khan if he will give him his hand now. However, Khan immediately hides his hand, saying that he knows all of this man's intentions. Khan is not that stupid. Chairman Yang says that there really is no point in just wasting time. He hands Khan a lot of money, which surprises Khan. Khan immediately starts asking him what it is and why he is giving it to Khan, but he only replies that it is just pocket money. Chairman Yang strokes his cane and says that this is a very impressive amount for a student. Chairman Yang then says that as a token of gratitude, Khan will tell Yang everything he knows about the leader. Then Yan adds that he wants to know everything about Khan and how he got into the Sunu clan. Khan in turn asks if Yan himself is in the clan. However, John says that this is not important at all. What is important is that such great opportunities are now open to John. However, in his thoughts, Yan understands that he has everything thanks to Lee, and not this dirty money from Yan. Without waiting for an answer from Khan, Yang begins to put moral pressure, saying that Lee is only temporarily acting as head. This scares Khan to death, he asks again. Jan only answers that Khan doesn't know at all what's going on in Murim. Looking up at the hangar, Chairman Yang says that Lee was only chosen to temporarily carry out missions. Yan begins to describe the enormous wealth of different clans, but there are very few key ones like Suin, and here the head of such a clan became 18-year-old Lee. Jan continues to put moral pressure on them, saying that such people will not be able to die a normal death. Then, with a creepy aura, this Yan puts moral pressure on Khan, talking about whether it is right to follow the false head of the clan. At this point, Khan lowered his head, put his hand on his neck and began to scratch it, saying that he now understood why Lee was so worried. However, Khan then turns around and with a sweet smile says that he is not very smart and does not really understand what they are talking about. Then Yan hands the money back to Yan and tells them to take it and just let Khan go back. However, at this moment, Chairman Yang only begins to smile and say that if that's the case, then that's good. He snaps his finger and says that since it is already like this, he will pose the question in a completely different way than he does now. Chairman Yan's man opens a huge case behind him with a lot of money. There are millions in it. Khan looks at this money and becomes embarrassed, and Yan puts moral pressure on him, saying that Khan's mother will probably be happy with it. Jan says that he knows that Khan's mother works very hard, drives a truck and tries to raise him alone. He continues to press John, saying that this way his mother will be able to get a better job instead of driving an old truck. However, at the moment, Khan apologizes and says that Li Yan was once on the threshold of life and death, which surprises Yan. Then Khan continues, saying that it was thanks to Li that he was able to remain on the threshold of this life and not death. He throws the money back into Jan's suitcase and says that he won't be able to repay such a debt with any amount of money. Then Khan starts to leave and rudely says that they should give up the idea of enticing him to their side. However, some dangerous feeling suddenly stops Khan, and Yan says that then they need to change the method of conversation again. Literally a second after this phrase, a huge aura flashes by, knocking Khan off his feet and sending him flying up. Then Khan falls to the ground, and Yang brings the cane to his neck and begins to threaten and laugh. However, Khan grabs and holds the cane that Yang was using to press on his neck and asks if this is the custom in Murim to speak like that. Odanko John just looks at John with an arrogant look and says that he is surprisingly very brave. Then Jan starts to press on the cane and say that it is necessary to check how brave Khan really is. However, how surprised Jan is when Khan has enough strength to throw the cane away from his neck. Khan falls to his side with a red face and begins to choke, trying to start taking in air normally again. Jan looks down at Khan's horrible expression and says that Khan has good internal energy. Then Jan says that if that's the case, then he will use his too, and the cane becomes covered in a yellow aura, which scares Khan. Khan notices that Jan has suddenly become somehow different, very strong, tense, and terribly angry. Khan notices that Jan hasn't even put his cane under him yet, but Khan is already having trouble breathing, as if he's suffocating. Then, with a simple face, John says that he is asking for the last time whether John will accept his proposal or not. However, Jan stands his ground. He starts shouting and saying that no, and he will stand his ground until the end. Chairman Yang calmly closes his eyes and says that it's okay. He will let Khan go as he himself asks. Khan doesn't even come close to believing it. He remains just as tense and lies on the floor in shock, preparing for the blow. Immediately after this, Khan rises up and looks back and forth in shock because Yanu's employees agreed. Khan starts to get up and immediately yells at Yang to wait. He doesn't understand what this all means, but Yang only offers Khan advice. Chairman Yang turns to Khan and says that his advice to Khan is to not get close to the leader if Khan wants to die a normal death. After some time, the two men bring Khan back home. But before leaving, they say that if the rumors spread, they will kill Khan themselves. Then, before leaving, they throw a wad of money to Khan and say that it is for Khan's pocket money from Chairman Yan. They start to drive away, but Khan runs after them in an attempt to stop the car and them from driving away. Khan takes this money and throws it down on the floor, saying that he didn't ask to give it to him for expenses. However, at the last moment, he does not dare to throw the money on the floor, under the pretext that they are not guilty of anything. Now alone, Khan can finally think things through, and he begins to wonder what problems Lee might have. However, the events of the story show us Lee asking Chairman Yang what he means now. Chairman Yang himself is at this moment standing directly in front of Khan and looking him in the eyes. Lee and his assistant, with whom they discussed Yan yesterday, are sitting here opposite Yan and talking about something. Yan, in turn, asks not to make a fool of him, and says that before coming to Lee, he met with Khan. Chairman Yang says he was impressed because Khan's energy was incredible. Chairman Yang suddenly looks straight at Lee and says that he wants to know his intentions. Lee says that it's all true. He gave Khan the medicine and allowed him to join the Sunu clan. However, immediately after his words, Lee rudely and coldly asks what happens now that he did this. Afterwards, Yan is silent for a while, but then looks at Lee and says that many in the clan are now expressing complaints. Jan says that many now remain loyal to the clan only because the elders are strong leaders. Then, with the most terrible aura and smile, Yan says that Lee is just a fake, and not the leader of such a powerful clan as Sunu. Assistant Lee is sweating and trying to stop Chairman Yang from thinking and saying such things, but he is interrupted by Lee himself, who says that Chairman Yang said everything correctly. Lee says that he will not stay in this place for long. Lee adds that he used to think that way, but then he learned that the previous elders thought much more highly of him, so he decided to stay. He remembers their faces in his head and says that it is for them that he remained in this position and will continue to do so. Then quite rudely, clearly, and coldly, he says that no matter what Yang's words, Lee's will is unshakable. Lee rudely says that he will not give up his responsibility for anything, even if he dies fighting for it. Chairman Lee creates his own creepy and wild aura around himself and asks Lee if he has the ability to speak his mind. However, Lee in turn also raises his powerful aura and says that they can check it out. However, the events of the story move us to Kanu, who is walking along some streets, but he walks as if he is looking for something. However, even walking along ordinary streets, Khan complains that he feels somehow uneasy here. Around one of the street turns, he notices a familiar car and realizes that this is really the same car. Then he notices people coming out of it. Khan knew it was Chairman Yang's people in their car. Khan doesn't have time to hide, but he manages to see Ginny, who is racing next to him on a motorcycle. Khan starts screaming her name for help. However, she doesn't hear him, and Yan's men grab Khan's hands. One of them starts to cover Kanu's mouth with his hand, showing his strength, but Yang bites his hand. And then she doesn't just bite, but grabs his hand with her hands, presses a little, and thereby breaks the man's hand. Kanu starts to run away, and the man stands near the car with his now broken wrist. Kanu begins running after Ginny's motorcycle, shouting her name over and over again, hoping she will hear him. Kanu is extremely lucky. Ginny heard him and stopped, and even paid attention to him running towards her. She starts scolding him, saying that he was asked not to wander anywhere, but Khan starts pointing his hand back and asking Ginny to look there. She looks there and shouts at Kan that there is nothing there. Kan himself turns around in bewilderment, seeing that there really is nothing there. Kan starts asking Ginny where they went, but she doesn't understand Kan and just asks him who he's talking about. Kan starts to say that he was kidnapped and asks if Lee is okay, but Ginny only asks why Kan is so nervous. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a huge sound of some kind of aura, followed by the sound of a broken window. Lee's body flies out of the window of a large house, breaking through the window and the decorations in the garden. Lee is thrown from something by a blow but manages to stay on his feet after such a strong charge. Before Lee could even stop completely, he heard Yan's voice behind him saying, "Isn't it too slow?" And later, Yang himself appears, grabs Lee by the leg and turns him upside down. Lee is shocked to the point of horror by what is happening now. It has been a long time since he was played with like a toy. However, he does not decide to give up and cry. He manages to grab the ground under his head with his hands and stop his body. The next moment, Lee is already behind Yan, and some kind of white aura is gathering in Lee's hands. However, Chairman Yang also jumps up and reiterates that it is still slow for Lee. The next moment, Yang strikes just like Lee, and from this strike, Lee is thrown up into the air, while Yang remains down on the ground. Yang, with a bloodthirsty smile, grabs his cane and shouts that this is the end for Lee. Following this, a powerful blast of blue energy flies out from Chairman Lee's cane and directly into Lee's body. However, Lee manages to withstand such an attack, and even hold back its surge of power and not fall. This is noticed by a shocked Chairman Lee, who did not expect Lee to have the strength to withstand such an attack. Chairman Yang starts to look at Lee's hand movements and wonders in his mind if he really has the double dragon chain dance technique. However, the fight is interrupted by the appearance of Ginny and Kan, who came from the backyard and began to observe everything. A frightened Kang immediately sees Chairman Yang and starts pointing his fingers at him, talking about him. Ginny breaks through Lee and Kan, and with a questioning face asks how Uncle Yang understands all this. However, Ian only responds with a question, asking what Ginny is doing here at all. She says that she heard about Ian's arrival. Lee doesn't let Ginny pass. He puts his hand up and says that he himself asked Ian to come here today. Here, Lee's assistant also appears, who says that everything is correct, and Yang himself agreed to compete with the head of Lee. Ginny starts screaming to ask why this needs to be done at home, but Ian interrupts and leaves, saying that the rest of the answer is at the meeting. Then, limping, John heads towards Khan and walks next to him, which greatly frightens Khan himself. He passes by Khan and quietly tells him again not to forget Chairman John's advice. Meanwhile, Lee looks at his hands and says that the Sunwoo clan's arts are incredible. Ginny also stands with him. Ginny turns and asks Lee sharply if he's okay. He says he is and asks her not to worry about him. Kang starts walking towards Lee and Ginny, and along the way asks Lee who that man was, referring to Ian. Lee asks if Kang hasn't met Yang before, but Kang replies that it was only this morning for the first time. Ginny is surprised and asks Khan if he really met Ian. Kang replies that yes, but he didn't understand who he was. Ginny tells Khan that Chairman Yang is responsible for a very important job in the clan, which surprises Khan. She then adds that it is strange that such a secret for Khan was revealed in just one day. Khan realizes that Yang is a big shot, and Ginny asks Lee why he came at all, but Lee replies that it was nothing. However, in the end, Lee adds that he simply asked to be given the position of head of the Sunwoo clan, which shocks Ginny and Khan. Meanwhile, somewhere in the car, Chairman Yang himself is talking to someone and saying the same thing. Men who communicate with him via video link say that this step is very abrupt and fast for John. However, Chairman Yang only smiles when he says that he would not have met with the head if he had not been sure. While driving in his car, he continues to talk on the video link, adding that Lee is still a teenager who cannot control his emotions. Chairman Yan continues to talk about this with a grin, adding that as soon as Yan's pride is hurt, he immediately attacks. After all this, Ginny tries to call Uncle Ian, but he, in turn, only ignores the calls. Khan is surprised by Ginny's persistent attempts to contact him. Khan asks if they know each other. Ginny says that he was also raised by his grandfather. However, the conversation is interrupted by Lee, who says that it's time for him to go to training and asks Ginny to take care of Khan, which doesn't make her very happy. However, Lee again makes a very beautiful and sweet face, asking Ginny to please do it for him. Ginny blushes deeply from this and remains silent. Can looks at all this. He also feels uneasy, but everyone remains silent. Ginny breaks down, says that it will be so, but this is the last time Lee thanks her. Can asks Ginny if she's serious about not being able to refuse Lee, but Ginny only gets mad at Can. Can says no, nothing like that, and Lee himself watches all this with a sweet face, standing nearby. Lee's assistant intervenes in the conversation. He asks if it is worth reporting everything to the elders. He confuses Lee. Lee says that he thinks it is not worth it, and with this answer he surprises his assistant. Looking at the chandelier, Lee says that Yang is only interested in him and not everyone else. There is no point in this. As he was leaving, Lee asked not to worry, and said that he would think about his decision some more. Lee leaves, and his assistant stands there sweating and wondering if everything will really be as good as Lee thinks. Lee goes into a lonely, dark, and empty room, sits in the lotus position and crosses his arms. Lee begins to meditate, closing his eyes and lowering his head as if thinking about something very important. After a couple of dozen seconds of such practice, a white aura began to emerge from Lee, right from his back. After a few moments, Lee himself was formed from this aura, Lee standing on his feet from the aura, next to the living Lee himself. The real Lee himself smiles and says in his thoughts that it is time to start the real fight. A couple of meters away from the sitting Lee and Lee, someone's leg appears from the aura. It also consists of white aura. Next to Lee is Chairman Yang, who is also made entirely of white aura, just like Lee. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Ginny. She says that Lee has locked himself in his room for several days. Behind her, Khan is actively training, and she says that Uncle Yang hasn't responded to her for several days. She approaches Khan and starts yelling that it's time for him to go to school and that he should stop coming here every day. Kan says that everything is fine, but Ginny is jealous of him because she is nervous now and worried about Lee. However, Kan asks Ginny if things are really that bad, and she says that the housekeepers don't respect Lee. Next, Ginny says that after her grandfather's death, everyone in the house seems to be trying to get rid of Lee. However, here Kan asks a strange question. He asks why then did Lee decide to help him. Kan looks down, scratches his head, and says that if he were in that situation, he wouldn't be able to help anyone else. However, here Ginny says that this is not the reason at all, which surprises Kana. Ginny hits the machine and says that the reason is not Kane at all. Lee always helps everyone except himself. Ginny then adds that it is because of this character trait that Lee has taken on so many problems. However, Kan happily asks if that is why Ginny likes Lee, much to her confusion. She turns around abruptly, starts pressing on Kan's head and asking who else likes whom here. Then Ginny says that if Kan is going to train, he needs to do it properly, and not the same thing over and over again. Ginny tells Kan that he should focus not on exercising, but on controlling his energy, which surprises Kan. She says that martial arts are energy, and if Kan can't control it, everything will be useless. Kan begins to explain the process of circulation and impact to Ginny, asking if it is correct, but he greatly surprises her. Ginny looks at him, and Kan says that he learned this from the old man Lee fought back then. Kan says that the old man was cool. He stretched out his hand, and something exploded. Then Kan does the same, showing how the old man did. Ginny squeezes Kan's head again, saying that that grandfather is our enemy. Kan agrees, but says that he is still strong. Then Ginny starts talking about how they also had a master who was among the top 10 strongest. She then looks at Kan and asks him if she should show him the abilities he had. Immediately after that, Ginny clenches her fist and gathers energy in it, putting her hand in a strong punching pose. She asks Kan to watch carefully, but he is already crazy about the sight. Sparks coming from Ginny's hand. Ginny then jumps and hits the training board straight on, breaking it into pieces. Kan is in complete shock. He is crazy about what Ginny just did. He finds it hard to believe in such power. Ginny not only destroyed the stand with one blow, but also left a mark and created a powerful charge of energy around it. A shocked Kan begins to ask how she managed to do this, but she says it was a complete failure. Ginny says that it was a pathetic parody that couldn't compare to Grandpa's punch, his thunderstrike technique. Kan says that how is that possible if the stand was destroyed, but Ginny says that with real technology, there wouldn't even be a sliver left of the stand. However, Kan runs up to the strong Jinna and starts asking if he can learn this and do it like she does now. However, Ginny stops Kan, telling him to work on energy circulation and learn basic techniques and concepts. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee talking to someone and saying that he will wait at the meeting. An assistant approaches Yang and asks if it was the elders. Lee replies that yes, they learned everything from Yang. The assistant asks Lee if he is sure that everything will be okay, since he even rejected the help of the elders. Lee says that he can't be sure until the end because Yan is very strong as it turns out, the results are unknown. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Chairman Yan himself, who is being told something. He sits at a table with some men and tells them that the head of the Lee clan has just refused the help of the elders. Everyone in the hall at the table began to discuss the head of the Sunu clan and laugh at how stupid he had become. With a smile on his face, Chairman Yang places his glass on the table and says that everything is going perfectly according to plan. Chairman Yang looks into his glass and says that at this rate, the point over Lee can be put to rest at the next meeting. Meanwhile, the events of the story return us to Kanu, who is lying on the floor near the dumbbells, tired. Barely. But Khan manages to stand up and sit up. Ginny gives him water so that he can rest. She also drinks, and says that Khan finally managed to get the gist of the training. Ginny looks at the sky and tells Khan that it's late. It's time for him to go home. They say goodbye. However, right before leaving, Khan begins asking Ginny to teach him the thunderstrike technique, much to her shock. Ginny is shocked, laughs, hits Khan and says he's crazy, looking at the building nearby with a smile. A little time passes. Our hero Khan somehow makes his way home, very tired, and says that he is going to die now. However, a car passes by, the window of which begins to open, and from there a question is heard as to whether Khan is going home. It turns out that Chairman Yang is asking this question, which shocks Khan wildly again today. He says that he heard that Khan is training with Ginny, and it looks like they're done for the day. Khan is shocked by this. Yang and Kang discuss training for a bit, and then Yang asks if Kang has thought about his offer. However, Khan only calls Yan very persistent and says that he has already responded to him several times. Yang asks Kang if he knows about the Sunu clan meeting today. Kang says he heard it out of the corner of his ear. Then Jan shows Khan to the seat and asks him to sit down, under the pretext of giving him a lift to the meeting. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some apartments where many people are drinking. They are informed that the leader has arrived, and Lee and several members of the Sunu clan emerge from the elevator. Everyone as one began to bow and say that they welcome the head of the Sunu clan here. Lee also bows, thanks, and says he is glad to meet him. And the clan members look at everyone who is here. The guy with the tattoo next to Lee turns his attention to the group of fat men who are grinning slyly at all of this. The guy with the tattoo notices that they are standing away from everyone, and the atmosphere there is somehow strange, which is not very good. Lee's assistant asks him to come to the table, but Lee's attention is distracted by something and he turns around. Lee watches Yan walking to a meeting, and Yan himself says that he apologizes. He was a little late for the meeting. Then, with a strange and sarcastic look, Yan looks straight into Lee's eyes, who in turn also looks at Yan. However, Ginny's attentiveness allows her to see a familiar face among Ian's people in the crowd. It turns out to be Khan, who clearly stands out with his clothes, and Ginny is shocked to see him among Ian's men. Ginny points her finger at him, screaming at him about what he even dared to do here, especially with Ian. Khan says that he found out about the meeting, but Ginny replies that only important members of the Sunwoo clan should be at the meeting. Kang tries to ask Yang what this means, but Yang grabs Kang by the shoulder and loudly says that Kang is a new member of the Sunu clan. In front of the entire audience, Yang says that until recently, Kang was just a schoolboy, but now he is part of Sunwoo. Yan looks into Lee's eyes and in front of everyone says that the leader can answer how the student became part of Sunu. These words frighten and confuse Khan greatly, and he asks Chairman Yang what he is doing now. Khan starts yelling at Ian, saying that they really kidnapped him again, but Ian just laughs in response to Khan. Jan puts his hand on Khan's shoulder and asks what he is talking about, since Khan himself came here at Jan's invitation. However, Khan is extremely angry. He suddenly and energetically removes Jan's hand with his own and shouts at him not to do that again. Khan gathers all his strength into a fist and begins to ask Yan who he suddenly takes him for. However, Chairman Yang's men simply grab Khan by the neck and hold him down with their hands. One of Jan's men tells Khan to shut up before he breaks his neck for his broken wrist. Ginny starts yelling at Ian's men, saying what they dared to do to Khan now. Yan starts talking loudly about how Lee is a terrible leader. He gave the clan's treasure to a schoolboy, and his assistants hand Yan the papers. Yang takes out and shows everyone an envelope with papers, saying that he and several other people are demanding that Lee be removed from his post as head. He also says that if the document is not accepted, he will leave the Sunu clan. Everyone in the hall is shocked. Ginny looks around. Ginny starts screaming at Ian about how this can even be understood. One of the fat guys from his group starts asking Ginny to shut up and not get involved, being so rude. He calls Ginny simply a small piece of trash. as well as the head of the clan, asking her to shut her mouth and not open it again. Then a guy with tattoos appears and shouts that if anyone didn't like what Ginny said, they should come forward and show themselves. Then the guy with the tattoo shouts that he will demonstratively break all of this man's bones right here. Such harsh words and statements frighten a group of fat uncles, but then a harsh voice and words are heard. Enough. It turns out to be one of the elders, he says. Don't you all see him and Elder Ming here? Then Elder Kim raises a wild aura around himself and asks if anyone here really wants to see his wrath on themselves. Kang looks at Elder Kim's energy and aura and is amazed at how powerful he is. Kang didn't think that even old men were so strong. Chairman Yang leans down, saying that he is asking for forgiveness. He does not want to show his rudeness in front of Elder Chin. Jan says that he gained such courage because many of the clan's top people signed this document with him. Elder Ming goes to Yang, holds out his hand and asks him to show him how many people signed this document. However, Chairman Yang states that he will not show the document to Elder Min, which greatly surprises him. Chairman Yang says that the document he filled out can only be seen by the head of the Sunu clan. Yang, looking at Lee, says that only Lee can see him, but only after he leaves his position, which surprises Lee. Elder Min will lose his beard, saying that this is an anonymous agreement and a document against the leader. Elder Ming says that it is very interesting. He asks Lee to leave to see the document, but there can only be Yan's name there. However, John states that no one can know this. Suddenly, there are signatures of the majority of the clan's tops. Ginny intervenes in the conversation. She starts asking Ian to stop talking this nonsense, and Ian says that he doesn't care what the decision is. In front of Ginny, Ian calmly states that he is simply giving the leader a choice now. He looks at Lee, who is simply silent, and says that either he makes a decision or remains alone in the clan, because everyone will leave him. Chairman Yang stood and simply watched what was happening, watching everyone in the room whispering. After some time, Lee takes the floor and asks Chairman Yang if he has finished speaking yet. After Lee didn't hear an answer, he says that it's time to get to the point and goes to Yan. Chairman Yang looks at Lee with a smirk and asks him what he means by getting to the point. Lee continues to walk towards him, creating a huge aura behind her, and with just that aura, she turns the table next to her upside down. Ginny, Lee's assistant, Kang, Yang, and his men, Lee's men are all surprised by what is starting to happen. Yan silently begins to walk further towards Chairman Yan, demolishing everything in his path with his eerie aura. Kan watches this as Yang gets closer and closer to him. He is shocked by his friend's actions. Then even the elders get scared. Lee says the dragon chain technique, and even Yang is surprised. Lee looks Chairman Yang in the eye and says that shouldn't they, the Murans, handle matters as they are supposed to. Everyone starts discussing Lee's power, but Yang quietly asks if Lee has decided to challenge him to a duel. Lee in turn turns his head, looks at the elders and addresses them as gentlemen elders. Lee tells them that he can call them as witnesses to the battle, and if he wins, he will decide the matter with the document and Yan himself. Elder Kim begins to ask Elder Min whether it is worth allowing such a fight, since the opponent is Chairman Yang himself. Elder Ming says that it is already late. Lee announced the battle in front of everyone, therefore it should happen. Chairman Min says that if this is the head's verdict, then they clearly will not argue with him. Yan says that he agrees to the duel. With the permission of the elders, he will not retreat at such a moment. Then Yan hands the document over to his assistant and heads off to meet with Lee. Yan promises that everyone will regret this, but Khan is even a little happy, seeing that he will see such a powerful fight from Lee again. Out of the corner of his ear, Kang hears the fat men say that everything is going according to plan, and Lee has jumped into this trap. This all shocks Khan because these uncles speak as if everything has already happened. Lee lost to Yang. However, before Khan could finish listening to them, he heard the sounds of explosions. This was the beginning of a fight between Yan and Lee. Lee lands the first punch and Yang nearly kills him. Lee steps back a little. However, Yan immediately appears near Lee's face after this and says that he knew it. It's too slow. Yang picks up his cane midair and begins swinging it at Lee with all his might. However, by the time he was supposed to strike, there was no one left to hit, as Lee easily dodged the attack. And then, when Yan turned around, he already saw Lee attacking him in front of him, and somehow he managed to hold back Lee's attack. Chairman Yang looks at his cane and begins to notice that it is even a little broken. Yang is shocked by Lee's blows. Next, Chairman Yang hears Lee's voice, saying that Yang should keep his eyes peeled now. With a wild aura rising behind him, Lee says that he is going to fight seriously. Yan should be more careful. Meanwhile, Lee's arms, legs, and body begin to boil with energy and seem to be covered with it from above. However, Ian puts one foot back and says that this is great. A blue aura comes from his eyes. This whole process is a wild shock to Khan, who is still being held by the throat by Yan's men. Then Chairman Yang squeezes his cane as if covering it with an aura, and says that then, in some century, he too will warm up for himself. After Li and Chairman Yang raised their powerful forces, everyone became very tense again and looked at them. Even the fat uncles, who had recently been confident of John's victory, became tense. Li begins to notice something, but he continues to silently look into Ian's eyes, as if thinking about something. Some strange feeling also came over Khan. He began to watch how Yan seemed to change inside. Then Khan looks at Li and thinks that a serious fight will probably begin between them now. All this is also observed by Li's assistant, who remembers that as a child, everyone thought that Yang would surpass everyone in the clan in strength. The assistant recalls how he recently told Li about Yang's techniques and how he lost his leg a long time ago, but was very strong. Then, a couple of days ago, during training, Li and his assistants were discussing Yan's strength, remembering that he has a prosthetic leg, which is very fast. The events of the story take us back to the battle. Chairman Yang moves at a wild speed around the hall. Li recalls the words of his assistant. Yang begins to strike Li with his cane, and Li also remembers his assistant's words about the danger of this cane in combat. The fight is on. Jan moves around the room at a wild speed. His prosthesis is very controllable, and his cane is very powerful. Next, Yang strikes with his technique, which he made for his cane, and Li can only dodge constantly. Blow after blow, Li simply dodges. As soon as he wants to attack, Chairman Li's cane immediately stops him. While Li was still pondering his actions, fighting Yan became much more difficult than before. Next, Li recalls the words of his assistant, who revealed to Li all the features and strength of Yang's cane and leg. Li remembers very well everything his assistant said, and is now thinking about how he can do this in battle. However, for Khan, who doesn't know or understand anything yet, this is all very surprising, because just recently John was limping. Then Khan also notices that those same fat uncles are still laughing and discussing Yan's imminent victory in this battle. Khan understands that all these fat men are starting to irritate him. He doesn't understand why they are so confident in Yan's victory. Meanwhile, while Khan was looking at them, Li delivered a crushing blow to Yang, who could barely stop him. This makes Khan very happy. He watches as Li flies up and heads straight towards Yang. Li doesn't decide to wait long and give Yang a chance to attack, and immediately delivers several more salvo attacks directly at him. Then in his thoughts, Li realizes that he managed to find a combination of attacks in order to strike directly at Yang. Then Yang notices that Li's foot, charged with energy, is already near his face. He understands that Li wants to finish the fight with one attack. Yan says that Li has good tricks for his age, but it's still not enough and stops his attack with a cane. With his cane, Yang throws Li straight up and says that Li is not as simple an opponent as he seems. Li does not dare to retreat. He runs towards Yan again along the walls of the room, however. At that moment, something distracts his attention. It turns out to be Chairman Yang's cane, which is already near Li's face. Chairman Yang himself is also already right in front of Li's face. Li himself did not even remotely expect such speed. Chairman Yang then shouts that he and Chief Li should end the fight here and strikes. Ginny screams Li's name, and everyone in the hall starts running in different directions as parts of the building start falling down onto the floor. The fat men began to rejoice and praise Yan, because the victory was now obvious to everyone. However, this does not happen. With a deft move, Li escapes right from the trap that Yang has set for him. Ian pretends it's no big deal to him, but everyone is surprised. Ian starts jumping right after Li. Evil Yang yells at Li about whether he will be able to escape again now, and points his cane at him again. However, Li acts unusually. He jumps back. Instead of running away, he grabs Yan's cane in midair. Yan himself sees this. He is shocked by such actions on the part of Li, because he was preparing to attack the fleeing man. Li grabs Yang's cane, thus depriving him of his source of weapons, and swings his leg upward to strike. Somehow, Chairman Yang manages to dodge this attack. However, Yang's cane remains in Li's hands. Kong is wildly shocked by Li's skill, while Yang and Li stand on the floor on two different sides of each other. With a calm face, Li holds Yang's cane and says that he let his guard down, which is pretty bad for him. After which, with a very powerful attack, Li takes Yang's cane and directs it straight towards the floor, breaking through it. Everyone in the room is in complete shock because many were told that Jan would win right away, and now everything is changing. With a cold face, Li looks at Chairman Yang and says that the precious weapon can no longer be used. Ian keeps his cool, saying that it was a good idea to restrain Ian and take the weapon, Lee coldly approaches Chairman Yang and asks him if he wishes to continue the fight. However, there was no response from Yan at all. He only stood and grinned sarcastically into Lee's eyes. A moment after his smile, Yang appeared at Lee's side and launched a blast of energy straight into Lee's body. Kan looks at this. His mouth opens in surprise, because he didn't expect that Yang would continue to attack after all this. Yang decides to take action further. He strikes again, sending Lee lying in the rocks. Following this, Chairman Yang charges his prosthetic with energy. It glows, and he flies straight into Lee's face with his knee. However, he doesn't manage to fly straight into the face, because Lee managed to dodge his attack, and is very scared by this. Ginny watches all this with shock the whole time. She is very scared because she sees that Ian is seriously trying to kill Lee. The elders are discussing the same issue among themselves. They find it hard to believe that Yang is trying to kill Lee here. After Lee dodges, Yang addresses him, saying that his cane is not really a weapon, and then Jan removes the energy and stone fragments from his prosthesis, showing it to everyone. He slams his prosthetic on the floor and talks about how the cane is a kind of limiter for his iron thunderleg technique. Chairman Yang looks at Lee with a smile and says that he tried to restrain himself, but now everything will be different. Our main character, Kan, continues to watch all this in shock, believing that Yan is some kind of cyborg. Ginny and the guy with the tattoos are also watching the fight, and Ian asks if Lee wants to continue fighting him now. Shocked by all this, Ginny tries to hesitantly shout, "No," but her words are interrupted, and Lee interrupts her with a soft smile on his face, saying that he can't wait for this. The fight continues, but now it is gaining new momentum because both opponents will be acting at their limits. Chairman Yang only stamps his foot for a moment, but immediately disappears from sight, shocking Lee. In an instant after that, Yan's body flies past L at great speed, but Lee dodges. Kan sees this and opens his mouth in shock, but he doesn't understand why Yang didn't strike Lee back then. However, Lee understands that the blow was one of the most powerful techniques of the Sunu clan. The technique, illusion of afterimage. And here comes the blow itself. A huge surge of blue energy from Chairman Yang reaches Lee. The technique works like an illusion. Sweat is pouring down Kan's body. He can no longer hold back his scream because attack after attack, Yang shocks everyone in the hall with his strength. Kan sees that some huge energy is pressing on Lee over and over again, but it is difficult for him to even see what is happening. A group of fat men begin to doubt Yan. They discuss the fact that Yan had to use such a technique against Lee. They say that this way Yan will reveal all his cards while Lee continues to evade attacks. They look at a rather tired Jan and discuss a possible defeat. One of them says that it's all nonsense and that Yang is no less skilled than some kid, although the others say that Lee is still fighting. They begin to argue about how Lee was able to stand firm when the chairman had already revealed all his cards. Next, they discuss that if Chairman Yang is defeated, the document that his assistant has will end up in Lee's hands. However, one of these uncles says that this will never happen, which shocks everyone else in the group. He says that he gave the chairman the same envelope, but with an empty piece of paper inside. Then he adds, saying that while they are busy with the fight, they can simply replace the envelopes. Next, one of the men asks how they can do this, but the other man remains silent and only shows a like with his hand. That same assistant notices such a signal from the man and shows him the same like. This amazes all the men in the group. They are delighted with how thoughtful and savvy their partner is. However, everything is not as simple and easy as it seems at first. Kan notices that something is wrong in the group of these men. And then Kan watches as one of them approaches him and does something behind his back, as if something was happening to me. Kan takes a closer look and sees that the man is hiding one of the envelopes that Yang showed him at the beginning in his bag. Then Kan notices that after changing the envelopes, this guy with the bag simply started leaving. Kan starts shouting for everyone to wait and saying that something happened there while looking at him. Kan starts shouting that they just switched the envelope, but the guard tries to shut Kan up. Here, Ginny and the guy with the tattoo were distracted from the fight by Kan, and Ginny began to shout with requests to let Kan go quickly. However, they responded to Ginny by telling her that if she came, they would break Kan's arms, but at that moment, Kan decided to run away. Yan's guards noticed this and restrained Kan, pressing him with their bodies. However, Kan does not decide to tolerate this. He breaks away from them with a charge of energy and screams to be let go. Ginny and the guy with the tattoo are shocked by how radical Kan is acting, but also shocked that he was being held down this whole time. Kan goes to that fat bastard and asks him to urgently look at Kan, which attracts attention to himself. Meanwhile, Jan's men come to their senses and realize that they have let their guard down again with this guy. However, at the moment when they realize this, the same guy with the tattoo appeared behind them. He squeezes their necks and says that the head of the clan is currently in a fight. Why the hell did they dare to clownish around here? Khan starts walking towards that same fat man and tries to shout, "Show me your briefcase!" However, in response, he only gets his hand slapped with great force by the largest of them, asking how Khan dares to touch their things. However, Khan does not give up. He loudly shouts to everyone that he and Yan are on the same page. He was watching them. Then Khan gets into a fighting stance, raising his fists. He asks them to step aside, otherwise he will not be responsible for himself. However, the largest of them only laughs at Khan and distorts him, suggesting that he attack and show his strength. Khan begins to clench all his strength into his fist and talk about how they won't regret it later. Khan strikes, shouting the technique of thunderous skies, which shocks everyone, but the big guy, although scared, stopped the strike. However, after the blow, he shamefully starts yelling at Khan, saying that there wasn't even any other equipment here. What a ripoff. However, Khan himself only turns away and begins to shout Ginny's name, begging her to help him. And literally the next moment, after Khan called Ginny to help, she appeared with that very technique. She applied this technique directly to the body of a huge, healthy man, which greatly delighted everyone, and threw him aside. Everyone around them opened their mouths in shock. They can't believe that Ginny just used a heaven-shaking strike. Even after the blow, they don't believe that this is Elder Kwan's technique, and that Ginny's skills are already so high for such techniques. However, even after such a powerful blow, Ginny blows into her fist and says that unfortunately she failed again. Meanwhile, Khan immediately runs up and grabs the briefcase that was standing next to the man. However, the attention of Khan with the briefcase and Ginny is interrupted by sharp screams behind them, as if in pain. Turning around, they see Chairman Yang once again launch a stream of energy straight at Lee, thereby throwing him back. The chairman shouts that it is time to end everything that is happening here. Lee is shocked by all of this. Immediately after this, another attack comes to Lee, which makes a lot of wounds on his body. Lee sees that Yan's attacks have increased several times. Immediately after this attack, Lee notices that Chairman Yang is about to attack again and picks up speed under his foot. The next moment after this, the chairman's foot lands right in front of Lee's face, who looks on in shock. Lee is in such a wild shock for the first time. He understands that it is simply almost impossible to contain the chairman's attacks. After this attack, the chairman returns to his seat, and Lee's body is thrown far into the air by a huge wave. Everyone is in complete shock from this, both the people from the clan and Khan and Ginny, who are very worried about Lee. The elders also look and understand that this could be the end already because the attack was very strong. Chairman Yang turns his head and looks up with a sly smile, saying that he warned that it would be very dangerous. However, here Lee appears. He is standing on the wall of the building. There is fire under his feet, and there are traces of blood in many places on his body. Chairman Yang looks at all this with surprise and even fear, having never imagined that such a thing would happen. Behind the monster's eyes, as if in berserker mode, Lee looks at Chairman Yang in a wild rage and prepares to attack. Lee shouts that he will now be feared, and with great speed, he breaks away from the spot, heading to Chairman Yang's place. Chairman Yang stands alone like a cornered dog and sees Lee flying towards him from above with wild energy. At the moment, it is not even close to known how this will end, because Lee, in a wild rage, continues to fight for his clan. Yan starts shaking just from the aura. He understands that it is too late for him to dodge, and he cannot back down. Following this, the chairman also begins to cover his body with aura, realizing that he only has time to take the blow. With wild speed in the air, Lee and Yan's fists collided in a blow, two strong energies against each other. The outcome would be powerful. Everyone around was shocked by the wild aura they had spread around, because this aura had created a whole powerful dome. Everyone around began to be amazed by the effects of their collision, so much so that people could not see anything except their hands next to them. Everyone is shocked by this. They look around trying to understand what happened, but the attack is over. Both sides retreat to their positions. A pleased Ian shouts that this is a mistake for the leader. He puts his hand behind him in a punching stance, and then he takes off from the spot at great speed, carrying himself and his blow towards the head of Lee. Surprised, Lee looks at Yan, however. He is surprised, not scared. He noticed something strange. And this strange thing is in John's prosthesis because it sparkles as if it is about to explode. Jan himself, and everyone in the hall, including our hero Khan, notices this with fear. Lee decides not to act for now and steps back with a sharp movement of his leg to give Yang time. Chairman Yang just walks, but his prosthesis starts to creak and later even starts to smoke. Even a group of men pay attention to this. They are shocked to realize that most likely he broke down. And then Lee turns to Yan, saying that the information that the Thunder Leg cannot be used for a long time turned out to be true. After which, rudely and persistently, Lee turns to Chairman Yang, asking if he is ready to continue the fight. Lee says that he is personally ready. Everyone in the hall began to discuss this shortcoming of John and his technique. They say that they also do not remember John having very long fights. However, Chairman Yang himself is silent, looking at Lee with empty eyes, his face covered in blood. The male accomplices also look at their accomplice John with fear, as if they are afraid to hear the cherished words from him. Jan lowers his head, looks down with empty eyes, and says that this is enough for this fight already. Yang says that Lee used the true Thunder Fist from the previous chapter, and no leg can withstand it. Lee throws down his cane. And then, closing his eyes, he says that he has lost and admits defeat to the leader. A group of men who were really looking forward to Jan's victory immediately started shouting that this was really the case, calling for Chairman John. Elder Ming asks Chairman Yang if he is sure he will admit defeat, since Lee will then decide what to do with him. However, just by lowering his head and smiling a little, John says that he understands everything perfectly well himself. The elder then announces that the document must now be handed over to Lee, and this attracts Khan's attention. Kang shouts to the entire room to get attention. He holds up the envelope in his hands and tells Lee to look at this one too. Khan puts him down and states that he took him and Ginny from that group of men when they tried to replace him. Ginny says she doesn't know which one is real, but if you compare them, I think it will become clear. In the hands of the beaten Lee, there are two documents at once. He holds them as if looking into the future, which will decide everything. Lee approaches Chairman Yang asking if he will accept any decision Lee makes. Yang says yes. Without looking at the documents, Lee approaches Yan, offering him to become an elder and help Lee with everything in the future. Everyone in the hall began to discuss Lee's words and check whether they had misheard what the head of the Lee clan had just said. Chairman Yang looks at Lee in shock and asks again if he really heard Lee's words. However, Lee doesn't answer. He just silently starts tearing the envelopes with paper in half. This decision shocks Khan, Chairman Yang, and everyone else in the room. Kang tries to ask Lee what he is doing, but Lee only calls his assistant to come to him. Then, the bloody Lee hands these papers into the hands of his assistant and asks him to go and burn them right now. Lee addresses everyone and says that he promised that he would sort out the documents and everything as he decides necessary in case of victory. Lee then asks if anyone has any questions about his decision. Everyone starts talking, and a shocked Kang and Yang just look at Lee. Ginny starts yelling at Lee, telling him what he's doing, because he's burning the list of traitors to the Sunu clan. However, Lee tells Ginny that there are no traitors in the Sunwoo clan, which shocks her to the point that she simply falls silent. Lee speaks loudly and to the entire room about how conflicts happen everywhere, but everyone here is family. Lee continues speaking and says that Ian is right. Lee is only temporarily taking over as the clan leader, which shocks Ginny even more. Next, Lee says that he knows that many people are unhappy with him and his decisions, and that this is just his mistake. He says that he lacks experience, his age is still young. Yan is shocked and looks at Lee. He says that, however, he still holds this post precisely because the members of the Sunu clan believe in him. Then he says that it is quite possible that he will disappoint the members of the Sunu clan more than once, however. At this point, Lee bows and asks Elder Yang to guide him and help him to prevent this from happening, surprising Yang. And not only Yana, but almost everyone in this room was surprised by Lee's wise and powerful word. Only Ginny intervenes in the dialogue again. She tries to say that he doesn't want much from the traitor Ian. However, her words are interrupted by the loud clapping of the Sunu clan members, who stand and rejoice at having a leader like Lee. Elders Min and Kim are also surprised by Lee's words, but are happy because Lee is already quite successful in managing the clan alone and without them. However, despite all this, the elder says that this is still only the beginning of the journey. However, the events of the story show us some strange man in the crowd. He takes out a strange device from his jacket. It turns out to be a small hidden camera, with the help of which he begins to take pictures of what is happening. After which, the events of the story also show a room in which a certain man sits and watches the situation in the hall through cameras. Afterwards, they show the man again sitting in a chair. He smiles bloodthirstily and laughs. He looks at Lee through the camera, raises his glass and says he's glad to see the Dragon Slayers return. And then, while sipping whiskey, he says that soon the news about the return of the head of the Sunu clan will spread throughout all of Marimu. The events of the story take us back, showing one of the group of men who supported Ian. He says that it is a fiasco, adding that not only did John's plan fail at the last moment, but they were also caught when they were about to leave. They discuss among themselves everything that happened, trying to find the culprit among each other. One of them says that no matter what, he doesn't understand Master Jan's loss because he is so strong. They discuss the possibility that John lost on purpose, since his fortune is 3 times greater than theirs combined. They discuss what Chairman Yang can do to them now. One of them asks to shut up, because he is already all on edge. One of them began to offer to meet with the head of the clan in a quiet environment in order to find a way to save them. A little time passes, Lee goes somewhere, and later says, "Did Elder Yang really want to see him?" And so it happens. Elder Yang stands in front of him, who says that he has become curious about what is on Lee's mind now. Yang asks what the sudden decision was to appoint him as an elder, but Lee says it wasn't sudden. He had been choosing for months. Lee shocks Yang by saying that Elders Min and Kim recommended him. Yang wants to say something against it. However, Lee interrupts him and asks if everything is okay with his Iron Thunder leg. Chairman Yang replies that everything is generally fine and wants to switch to another topic of conversation. But Lee interrupts him. Lee lands a sharp and sudden powerful punch straight at Lee, saying that he thought so. Jan doesn't understand anything, because just now they were peacefully discussing the clan's affairs, and then there was such a sharp blow to him. Elder Yang turns to Lee and tries to ask him how he should now understand all of this. Lee stops and says that Chairman Yang lied to him that his leg was broken during the fight. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us our hero Khan, who is turning his head back and forth in confusion. Lee asks Ginny where Lee went from here. She replies that he went to meet with the new Elder Yang. Then Kan starts asking Ginny what the meeting is for. However, she herself does not know. Lee said that it was a personal conversation. The guy with the tattoo approaches Kan, asking if he likes Ian. Kan replies that of course not, he's a nasty guy. Kan talks about how he just fought Lee in case there is an emotional clash, but Ginny interrupts Kan, saying that they are not children. Then the events of the story return us to the dialogue between Yang and Lee again strikes at Elder Yang. Immediately after the next blow, Lee activates a berserker mode. His eyes and mouth are white, and he rushes towards Yan. Ian notices that this is a fatal blow technique and activates another very powerful technique with his energy. Their hands cross in battle again, just like then, but now much stronger, and neither of them gains the upper hand again. After such a large amount of energy comes into contact, an explosion is expected to occur, which throws them both aside. The surprised Elder Yang shouts at Chief Lee, asking what he suddenly decided to do. Lee says that he knew it. Yang repelled such an attack. But then in the fight there is no. Yang asks if Lee really strikes such a blow to test Yang's strength. However, as it turns out, no. Lee admits that this is the technique of the Yanwan clan and not his or Sun Wu's. Lee looks at his hand and says that he couldn't use it in battle because he would have had to use the Sunu clan's techniques. With a sweet and harmless face, Lee says what he thought. If he tells about it, Yang will understand that Lee is not hiding anything. Yang asks how Lee knew he was hiding techniques. Lee explains that he saw it with his spiritual abilities. Lee explains that his spiritual abilities allowed him to create all of Yang's attacks in his head, thereby learning them. Afterwards, Lee studied all of this and came to the conclusion that Yang's abilities were almost at the level of Elder Quan. And then Lee realized in battle that a man like Yang, with such techniques, could not lose to Lee in battle. However, Yan only denies this, saying that Lee overestimates him and that he has nothing to be so proud of. Then Lee tells Yan that he really had nothing to be proud of in that duel, where he could have lost everything at once. Lee then goes to Yang, saying that in his opinion, Yang was just trying to figure out the traitors of the Sunu clan. Lee also adds that Yan's ultimate idea was to publicly announce their names at the meeting. However, Yang only smiles, saying that the world is not as romantic as Lee sees it for himself. Yan talks about how there is a lot of money in the Sunu clan's house, and why shouldn't he reach out for it like many others? However, Lee only responds to Yang by saying that from the other 2 elders, he learned something valuable about Yang. Lee says that he knows that Yang grew up in the house of Old Man Quan, and that he was like a father to Yang. Then Lee adds, saying that it is impossible for such a person to betray the Sunu clan because of some money. Elder Yang stops making excuses and asks Lee why he tore up and burned the papers back then. Lee says that it is not reasonable to announce such things. It is impossible to get by with simply replacing people in such a large clan. Lee says that it is also worth considering the time and effort spent on all this, which also costs a lot. Lee said that making quick decisions would show Sunu as a weak clan. Yang says there is logic in the words, but there is one point. Ian says that they can't just turn a blind eye to this. Lee agrees, and says that this is what Ian is for because he has become close to them during this time. With a sweet face and sincere hope, Lee says that he trusts these people to Yan and asks for help in solving the clan's problems. Such words, speculations, and decisions were even able to touch Elder Yan, because he did not expect that it would turn out like this. After all this, Yan asks Lee if he really came up with all this himself, or if someone is helping him with this. Lee admits honestly that he has an advisor, but then Yang tenses up and says that everything is clear. Yan says that it is obvious that the advisor is Kana Sera from the Milyan clan, who Lee has been communicating with. Yan starts yelling at Lee, saying that what already exists cannot be changed, but talking about this with another clan is wrong. However, Lee sweetly replies to Elder Yan in the wind that Yan should not forget that Lee himself is an outsider in the clan. Elder Yang grabs Lee and starts yelling at him not to say that again. The master trusted him with his life. Then, very tensely, Elder Yang says that no one would consider a person like Lee a stranger. Lee is surprised at first, but then crosses his sweet smile and thanks Yan for all of this. Lee then adds, complimenting Ian, that he has very dexterous hands, which surprises Ian. Lee says that if Yang had attacked, Lee wouldn't have been able to dodge, but Yang apologizes. Immediately after this, Yang crosses his arms and asks to introduce himself to Lee as Elder Yang. Lee also bows and says that he relies on Elder Yang with all his heart. However, their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of Jinny and Khan, who ask if they really fought here again. The clan leader Lee, as well as Elder Yang, are surprised by their appearance. Lee asks what they are doing here. Jinny starts yelling at Lee and Ian, asking what's wrong with both of them, if they decided to play kindergarten here. Lee responds by saying that they were just having a conversation. Ian adds that Jinny has no reason to worry about it. The events of the story take us to Elder Yan's car, his people asking if he's okay. However, Elder Yang replies that he is fine. Although he is mistaken, he is even very happy now. Then he adds that he wanted to check the person, but in the end they checked him, which surprises his people. Looking out the window, Elder Yang says that he now understands for sure what the leader saw in Lee. The driver turns to Elder Yang and asks what he means, and he replies that they just need to wait. Elder Yang says that as long as they are alive, the Sunu clan may undergo the greatest change in its history. However, their dialogue is interrupted by the opening of the door. Kan gets into their car and closes the door behind him. He starts talking about how since they kidnapped him this morning, they should take him home now. One of Chairman Yang's men turns around and is rude to Kan, asking him to leave, but Elder Yang asks him to stop. John stops them, saying that they, like Kan, can consider this just a night trip around the city. That's exactly what's happening. Elder Yan's car is now driving away right through the city. Meanwhile, a tense Kang sits in the car and stares eternally at Elder Yan. Yan notices that Kan is very tense and asks him if he has anything he wants to tell Yan. Yang hears these words and loudly asks Elder Yang what he and Lee talked about today. Next, Yang turns to Kan and asks if he really wants to know what Chief Lee is interested in. Such a sharp and direct question surprises Kan. He asks what it is. John answers that everyone knows it. The events of the story show us an unknown location where explosions are taking place and many dead soldiers are lying around. Among all these soldiers, there is a man in a black jacket, covered in blood and with a sword, who most likely killed them. This man turns out to be the same Kumun Ryong, whom Lee has been chasing for a long time. The events of the story show us the elder of another clan, the ghost of the grandfather. He is shown footage of Kumun Ren. Next, the old man's assistant says that Kumun Ren has a lot of clients all over the world. He moves around without stopping. Next, the old man asks his men if Kumun Ren left any clues, and his assistants say that there is nothing. However, they say that the Shadow Warriors group he is in already has a significant international force. The old man's assistants say that he already has international agreements, and it is difficult to investigate something like that. The old man looks up and doesn't even know how to react, because it's very difficult to fight against someone like that. The assistants say that the Murims must intervene, or the barrier between them and the ordinary world will be destroyed. However, the old man puts down his tea and says that there is no need to worry, because there is a union for that. Now the old man is talking to that same manager. He asks if the old man is by any chance connected to the Sunu clan. The manager says that the Sunu clan has been very aggressive lately and may not form an alliance with everyone. However, the old man says that there is no need to worry. He knows Chief Lee well and Elder Yan even more so. Meanwhile, the events of the story return us to Elder Yan, who talks about the clan's profit for the year. Lee asks in front of all the elders why the Heijun Company's profit is so low, even compared to last year. Elder Yang says that Lee missed the point about overseas investment, which is also very important. Lee and Elder Yang continue to discuss economics, but then a voice interrupts them, asking for forgiveness, and they pay attention. This is Elder Ming. He says that 2 hours have already passed. Lee says that everything is correct. It's time to finish. Lee thanks everyone and says that they will see each other again in 2 days because there is a lot to discuss. Together with his assistant, the head of the Lee clan began to leave, and the elders looked after him. Yang tells the other elders that he is surprised that Lee was familiar with everything, even the numbers. However, Elder Ming says that the leader is simply in a hopeless situation, which surprises Yan. Elder Min says that previously all the affairs were on them, and the leader tried to return to normal life. Then Min adds that, however, now the head has taken over everything, and now everything is much more difficult. He studies until night. This explains a lot to John. It was unexpected for him that such a young guy understands everything so well. Next, Min says that after studying, Chief Lee devotes himself to practicing martial arts and endurance until night. Afterwards, a very surprised Yan asks when he already sleeps. But Min replies that according to his assistant, he hardly sleeps. Elder Ming says that he spoke with Chief Lee and his assistant, but he doesn't want to listen at all. Elder Ming adds that he thinks the leader is working very hard, which gives Yan a lot to think about. Meanwhile, our main character Kang lies tired on the floor, saying that he wishes he were Kumun Ren. Ginny says that Kan has completely lost his mind. It's a shame that she felt sorry for him today during training. She shouldn't have done that. Kang says that he meant that he just wanted to see Lee, but he is only interested in this Kumun Ren. However, Ginny only hits Kan and tells him not to do that, because Kumun Ren is the enemy of Lee and the entire Sunu clan. Kan says that they haven't seen Lee for a long time. Since Ginny isn't interested in what's wrong with him, she says no. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a rough male voice, which says that he is now interested in this. It turns out to be Elder Yang, who says that he heard that Ginny and Kang train hard every day. Although this makes them both happy, Kang asks with a little apprehension what Elder Yang is doing here. However, he says with a smile that he would simply like to reward them for such great efforts. This makes both Kana and Ginny very happy, but it also surprises them quite a bit, because this is the first time this has happened. Some time passes, we are shown the head of the Sunu clan. Lee, he is distracted by his assistant. The assistant distracts Lee by saying that he has guests, and that it is Elder Yang who has come. Lee is surprised. The door opens, and Elder Yang stands there, along with Kan and Ginny, who are very pleased to see Lee. Lee is quite surprised to see Yan and such guests, and even together, and asks what is going on. Jan reports that he received a call informing him that the reconstruction of a certain villa had been completed. Yan tells Lee that they can relax there for a couple of days, along with Kan and Ginny, who are very happy about it. Lee looks at Ian and the satisfied Kan and Ginny with a devastated look, but simply remains silent. Kan looks with very childish eyes. He is happy and blushes, hoping that Lee will now agree to go with them on vacation. However, Lee turns away and says that he apologizes, but he has no time for entertainment at all. Kang is shocked by Lee's answer and begins to try to dissuade him, saying that there will be nothing wrong with the vacation. However, Lee turns his head and rudely asks why Kang isn't at school right now. This shocks both Kan and Ginny, with Ginny standing up for Kan, saying that he just wanted to see Lee and that's all. However, Lee says that all of this concerns Ginny too, which surprises her even more now. He speaks rudely to Ginny, talking about when she's going to finish her grandfather's training already. Lee starts to leave and says that if they have time to pester him, then maybe they can spend it better training. This all shocks Ginny and Kan wildly, but only Ian, who expected such an outcome of events, is not shocked. The events of the story take us back to some sunny location, and it is clearly visible that Ginny and Kan are discussing Lee. Ginny says what the hell is going on. They just wanted to get him, and then they made such comments. Then Ginny adds that she doesn't understand at all why the hell her grandfather's techniques concern Lee at all. Kan sees that Ginny is not herself at all. He asks her if she is okay, but she stands as she was. However, she then grabs Kan, saying that today will be a hell-level training, and Yang is just thinking about something. Ian stands and thinks about what needs to be done, because he understands that Lee is clearly overdoing it in his training. Then, Ian stops Ginny and turns to Kan and asks what surprises him so much. Elder Yang asks Kang if it is true that he has not gone to school for a long time, which surprises Kang. Elder Yang looks outside and says that there is nothing to hide. He knows everything about Lee and Kang's acquaintance. Elder Yang calls Kang over and asks if he is still afraid of a guy named Kim. Unsure, Kan replies that no, he is not afraid but wants to add something. But Yang interrupts him, saying that they need to return to school. He shocks Kan with these words, but Yang adds that isn't it time for Kan to take revenge for everything. Jan says that you pay a benefactor twice as much and an enemy 10 times as much. He surprises Kan with such new phrases. Kan has no idea what Elder Yang is talking about, and Yang himself places his hand on Kan's shoulder. With an interesting smile, John looks at Kan and says that this should be very interesting. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who is training with huge car tires at home. The events of the story show us Kan's thoughts. He remembers some girl next to the guy, and he himself continues to beat the tires. Some thoughts are bothering Lee greatly. He strikes blow after blow, remembering different moments of life in his head. He remembers the elders of the Lee clan, where besides Kim and Min, there are 2 more elders who are already old. He also remembers how one of these old men taught him as a child and was with him when he trained. He remembered some battles, his grandfather who was worried about him. And while he was remembering, he beat the tires without stopping. He also remembers a certain man with an aura coming from his mouth. His silhouette is very similar to Kumun Ren. He also remembers his grandfather protecting him from someone while covered in blood and hugging Lee. This brings Lee to the end in reality, his pupils narrowing as he delivers blow after blow. He remembers how this grandfather, who hugged him, fought with someone, was covered in blood, but stood his ground until the end. He remembers a man with a cigarette who approached him and asked him not to get sick in his shirt. This man approached Lee, saying that he should worry because Lee was his student. This man resembled Kumun Ren. However, remembering this, in reality, Lee hits the stands with the strongest attacks, shouting that it's all a lie, and a lie. They train until they are exhausted and bleeding, without stopping shouting that all this is a lie and a lie. It cannot be. Some time passes and we are shown Kana, who now has a short haircut standing with a backpack on his back. Lee looks at his school and says that he doesn't have much desire to go there and see all of them. He enters school and sees his classmates walking around as if nothing had happened and preparing for lessons. He enters the classroom and is immediately noticed by the class monitor who pays attention to him. Besides her, everyone else also starts looking at Kan and his new appearance, which is not normal as before. They start discussing the fact that this is apparently a new guy, and Kan himself says to himself that he feels terribly awkward here. Classmates begin to suspect that it is Kan, and he in turn greets the class leader, but very uncertainly. Then Kim and his friends appear, who are also surprised to see Kan's progress, saying that he has clearly become bigger and stronger. A few seconds later, Kim walked close to Kan and stood face to face with him. A second later, Kim takes over and punches Kan right in the face with all his might. Classmates nearby are shocked. They thought that Kan had changed and become stronger, but he missed the blow again. Kim looks at Kang with a sinister and bloodthirsty face and says that he is the same idiot as he was before. However, just a second after Kim said this, his face suddenly became surprised. He was in shock. From his blow, only Kan's cheek turned red. There was no longer even a wound, blood or bruise on Kan's face as there was before. Next, Kim swings back to deliver another punch, thinking that he had hit Kan weakly. He starts hitting Kan, shouting that he missed him a lot during this time. All his classmates look at this in shock. Kim landed dozens of blows, and then he sees that Kang is still on his feet. There are no significant wounds either. Kim is in shock. Kim says that it's okay. Now Kim will only have more fun beating up Kang and his friends, but Kang just laughs in his face. Kan smiles, feels the place of the blow, and says that he was really afraid to go to school day after day because of such trifles. Kim turns around, looks at Kang in surprise, and asks him again what he just told him. Then Kang raises his energy, charges for a blow, and says, was he really afraid of such a worthless person like Kim? Kim sees this, shouting at Kang that he really wanted to die, and grabs a chair, swinging it at Kang. However, before Kim can even land a blow, Kang sends Kim flying into his friends in the chair with a powerful charge of his blow. The impact was so strong that Kim's fall turned the chairs and desk into splinters from how strong he was. Kim's friends are shocked by what is happening. They see for the first time that their friend was treated like this, and Kang did the same. Everyone around looks at this in shock, but Kang only yells at Kim, calling her a scumbag and asking her to stand up right now. Kang charges up more energy and shouts that now Kim will receive tens of times more than Kang did then. A little time passes. We are shown some girl. She screams that Kang is just a monster. She points at Kang and yells at the school principal that her son Kim now has 4 weeks to recover because of him. Kang sits and looks at everything sadly, knowing that this is how it will be, however. He is glad that he was able to teach Kim a lesson after everything Kim did to him. However, Khan remembers in his thoughts how he was sitting in Yan's car, and Yan offered him to go fight. Then in the car, Khan said that Murim shouldn't hit ordinary people. Yan said that everything was right. One wrong blow, and that's it, it's all over. However, back in the car, Elder Yang told Khan that this ban only applied to masters. Yan then said that if Khan did all this, then it would be okay. No one would understand or notice anything. Now Khan sits at school and understands that, of course, trusting John was not a very good decision once again. Here, Kang hears that Kim's mother is asking the principal to expel Kang or transfer him to another school immediately. Here, Kang intervened in the dialogue, saying that he had not even been heard yet. But Kim's mother said that she was not obliged to listen to Kang. The director is afraid and asks Kim's mother to calm down, but she threatens to pass everything on to the media and make it public for everyone. The director asks Kim's mother to calm down. He called a certain guardian Kang here, but Kim's mother does not understand what kind of guardian he is. Kang lives with his mother. The door to the classroom opens. A rough male voice asks for forgiveness, and the face of the principal and Kim's mother is very surprised. Yang appears in the office with his security. He turns to Kim's mother and asks if she is his mother. Kim's mother, very surprised and uncertain, asks him who he is, and the director adjusts his glasses in shock. Elder Yang declares that he is Kang's guardian, surprising the director and Kim's mother, as well as Kang himself. The director starts to double-check the data, and Kim's mother starts shouting that if she understood correctly, then Yang is the father of this child, meaning Kang. Kim's mother says that because of Kang, her son is in a terrible state, but Yang interrupts him and says that her son always beat Kang up before. She starts yelling at John, saying that she is the injured party here, but John interrupts her, asking the secretary to give her the documents. Yang shows Kim's mother documents from the hospital where Kang was seen more than once after her son beat him. She starts screaming that she's being taken for a fool. Where is the evidence that this is her son? But John again simply calls his secretary. The secretary shows her old videos of Kim and her friends beating up Kang behind the school every day. Jan begins to talk about how the injuries that day were so serious that Khan could have been fatal. Yang provides further evidence by saying that Kim also used a bladed weapon against Kang. However, in response, Kim's mother only screams that Yang really wants to say that Kang is right and Kim is to blame for everything. However, immediately after her words, she began to point her fingers at Jan, asking if he knew who her husband was. Jan says that she knows more than anything because her husband is a lawyer in Jan's company, so he knows everything well. These words of Elder Yan frighten Kim's mother to death. She doesn't know what to say and only asks again. Young forgot that he forgot to introduce himself. He says his name and says that he is the head of Sungjae's company. The shocked director immediately began to suck up to Yan, and Kim's mother stands in shock at what is happening now. All this also shocks Khan, because the director says that he saw John on the covers of a magazine. Khan did not know that John was really a businessman. Yan puts his hand on Khan's shoulder and says loudly in front of everyone that he and Khan are one family. Ian continues by saying that when he found out about everything that was happening, he decided to personally visit the school and resolve everything. Then Yang says that their first demand is an apology from Kim himself to Kang. Such words of Yang shock Kang. Then Yan says that their second demand is to transfer Kim to another school, because Khan might not be happy to be in the same class with him. Then John finishes by saying that if the situation is still not clear, it would be better for her to discuss it with her husband at home. Jan says that he is confident that her husband will not want to lose the business because of this incident. She shuddered at this. A little time passes. Khan and Yang are standing in the schoolyard. Khan says that he didn't think that the problem would be solved so easily. However, Kana and Yana are stopped by the school principal, who calls them out, addressing both of them. The director goes outside and announces that the school's general director wants to meet with Chairman Jan. Chairman Yang and Kang went up to the CEO's office, where Kana Sarah stood before them. Shocked, Khan doesn't know what to say. He didn't know that the real principal of the school was Khan Sarah. Ian immediately addresses her, saying that she apparently knew that Ian would come to school today. She says that she only assumed it after seeing the news about the incident between Kang and Kim. John says that it was a good idea for her to discuss the affairs in Marim here, so as not to attract the attention of other clans. Here, Khan realizes that John was using him again, even though he actually helped him. Kanasera addresses Yang, saying that it is obvious to her that Yang is here because of the head of the Sunu clan, Li. Yan says that you can't bring the head to the grave. That's right. With his words, he shocks Khan. Here, Khan is very shocked because he did not expect to hear this. What kind of grave are we talking about? The events of the story show us Li, who is training very hard at this moment because he is very angry about something. Meanwhile, near Li's villa, his assistant and some guy with long white hair are walking. Assistant Li tells this guy that he is always welcome here. Maybe he has already decided to join the Sunu clan. However, he says that he is more comfortable alone. The assistant points him to the house where Li trains. He thanks him for this. When he entered, he saw that Li was there, who was actively training, and the guy immediately greeted him. This guy immediately started waving his hand at Li and calling him by name, which indicates that they already knew each other. Li also greets him, calling him Zhigong. He wants to say something but suddenly falls silent. Without finishing his sentence, he looks at Li and realizes that something has changed. He's surprised by Li's new appearance. The guy turns to Li, asking why he invited him and to such a very large mansion. He doesn't give direct answers to the guy's questions, and only says that the sword and uniform are in the next room, which surprises him. The guy yells at Li, saying that he was only hoping to hang out with Li and that red-haired girl, meaning Ginny. Li smiles and asks him to be his friend and help Li as he is currently practicing a new technique. This surprises this guy very much. He did not expect that Li would have such requests for him. He turns to Li, saying that so be it, he will help, but he will not spare, and immediately warns Li about this. Meanwhile, we are taken back to Khan and the situation at school. Khan is still in shock from what Yang just said. With his shock, he interrupted Yan, who made a remark, saying that now he was talking with Kanasera, and Kana was interrupting them. Elder Yang asks Khan to be careful because in Marim this could cause great anger among many. However, Kanasera says that she also doesn't really understand what Elder Yang means now. Kanasera looks at her office and says that she rarely sees Li lately, and only calls him. However, Elder Yang says that Li trains to the point of exhaustion, and then does paperwork. Next, Li says that recently he has been practicing the Yvonne clan's soul source technique for days on end. Jan says that Kanasera has learned this herself, and knows how much energy it takes for the body. He turns to Kana, looking at her, and says that what kind of body can withstand such training when he hardly even sleeps. Yan says that Chief Yan is not okay, and if he continues this kind of training, then we can prepare for the worst. Kanasera says that in this case, Li will either die or make his body disabled. Her words scare Kan to death. He didn't know about this at all, and about how hard Li was trying. Sitting in the office, Jan says that everything is correct, which is why he decided to contact Kanasera for this. Li turns to Kanasera, saying that he knows she was the one who helped Li with his treatment from the doctor and learning the technique. Then, looking at her, Elder Yang says that she won't be able to convince the head of such training then. She looks into her coffee and says she would be glad if that could be done and Li wouldn't be so serious. Meanwhile, Li and his partner are in a tough fight. They clash in a training fight. Li's friend understands in his head that he was actually joking about not showing mercy. But Li has become so strong. Li's friend sees that Li seems to be losing touch with reality. His attacks are getting stronger and stronger. He is simply shocked by this. Meanwhile, in Kanasera's office, Ian asks her if she doesn't know what they should do too. However, Kanasera says that this technique is of course very powerful, but it does not need to take so much energy. Kana continues and says that if it makes sense for him to exhaust himself like that, perhaps it's not all for the sake of some technique. Jan asks Kanasera if she really means that this technique does not require such efforts. She says that it does. However, she still says that no matter what, Li became very attached to this technique. As the events of the story show us Li and his friends fight, Kanasera asks if Yang has any thoughts. Meanwhile, during the fight with Li, his friend asks him to take it easy or something will happen. However, Li's friend notices that after another blow, everything was only covered in an aura, and Li himself was not visible. The next take of the story shows us the eyes of Li's friend, who is very surprised. Meanwhile, we are shown Kanasera, who says that perhaps Li is not interested in technology at all. Meanwhile, Li himself is also shown, almost completely covered in a dark aura. However, Elder Yang does not understand what exactly Kanasera means and asks her about it. She says that perhaps Li is trying to become the strong one he knows and remembers very well. Ian is shocked to the point of horror by what Kanasera just said, because everything came together in his thoughts. Sweating profusely with a terrible face, Yan looks at Kanasera and says that apparently Chief Lee has made up his mind. As they speak, the fight between Lee and his friend continues, with Lee throwing his friend back blow after blow. His friend no longer knows what to do, because Lee attacks him with great speed. Then, remembering the wild Lee, Yan asks if he really decided to become Kumun Ren. Then Lee's friend notices that Lee's eyes began to change, and blood began to flow from his eyes, and Lee himself began to sweat profusely. Lee's friend began to try to stop him, saying that he needed to stop, that this was just training, not a fight. Lee's friend asks if Lee has decided to kill him, and with his words, he brings Lee back to reality, because he is very strong. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Kanasera and Ian continues. She says that Lee is still trying to pull everything off by himself. Kana talks about how he tortures himself because of his sense of responsibility, which Kang points out. Elder Yang says that everything is much more critical than he thought, and that things cannot be left like this. However, their dialogue is interrupted by Khan. He asks for forgiveness and says that he has one question. Kang asks Kanasera and Yan that if the problems are so serious, why not tell Lee's parents? However, this question partially surprises Yan and Kanusera, because they just look at Kanu and remain silent. Khan notices that their reaction is somehow very strange and incomprehensible. He asks, "What's wrong?" With a very serious and cold face, Yang turns to Khan and asks if he didn't know about something. However, in the meantime, the events of the story show us Lee's friend, who after the fight decided to drink an energy drink. He finishes drinking it, sweating, and says that he finally feels alive now. Then he offers Lee an energy drink and starts asking him what kind of terrible technique Lee had during the fight. However, Lee says that it was nothing like that. He just got carried away during such a powerful workout. Immediately after this, Lee's friend asks him if he is feeling better, which greatly frightens Lee. Following in the wind, Lee's friend says that he is very sorry for what happened to Lee's mother. Lee heartlessly holds the leaf, twists it, and listens to his friend. And the events of the story tell us that Lee's mother recently died. Meanwhile, Kanu is told about this in Kanusera's office, which leaves him in shock. Next, Kanasera says that Kang hardly knows that she died because of Kumun Ren. Kanasera reveals that his men attacked Lee's mother in order to provoke Lee himself. Kanasera says that she died in the hospital. Kang yells at John because he told him something completely different. Kang started yelling at Yan, saying that he had lied to him because he had said that Kumun Ren was Lee's teacher. Chairman Yang says that he did not lie to Khan at the time. However, he left out one point. Yan says that Kumun Ren is the enemy of everyone in the clan, and in general the person who can create the collapse of Morimin. Yang also says that in addition to Lee's mother, he killed Jinny's grandfather, Old Man Quan, which completely shocks Kang and horrifies him. And then Kang remembers Jinny's angry reaction when he said that he wanted to be Kumun Ren. Yan addresses Khan, saying that he follows the leader so well, but didn't even know about his worst enemies. Yan says that Khan knows about Lee only from a few words from other people. These words infuriate Khan, but he understands everything. And then Khan realizes that he really never thought about Lee's feelings, but simply wanted to be there as a sign of gratitude. Then Yan says that by standing like this, Khan is interfering with the conversation between Kanasera and Yan and can think everything over in the corridor. This, of course, really irritates Khan. He tries to answer, but doesn't dare to do so. Yang turns to him again, asking if Khan really wants to tell them anything else. However, Khan only stated that no, he understood everything and would not say anything. Kang leaves. Yang watches this, but he is distracted by Kanasera, who says that it is clear that Yang is very worried about the head. Elder Yang says that he has very high hopes for Chief Lee, which is why he is so worried. Next, Yan explains that Khan was the first person Lee attracted to the clan. Therefore, Yan cares about him too. Khan walks down the hallway and realizes that now that he knows everything, he feels very ashamed in front of Jinny for his words. Looking out the window, he thinks that this is of course not so important. What is much more important is how Lee is doing now. Meanwhile, Lee and his friend are discussing on a bench about some work abroad, where Lee's close childhood friend is now. Lee's friend notices that Lee himself is depressed and asks him if he is worried that something will happen to her there. Lee's friend asks him how she is now, but Lee says he doesn't know. She has other contacts that he doesn't know. He then asks Lee if he doesn't plan to meet her, but Lee says that he does someday. Lee then states that he will meet with her only after he destroys Kumun Ren. Next, Lee states that they have passed this topic and asks his friend if he found out what Lee asked for. Meanwhile, we are shown a dialogue between John and Kanasera. John says that he realized what state the leader is in now, drinking tea, However, he still had one final question. Why did Kanasara start helping them all, including Lee? He turns to Kanasara, looking into her eyes, and asks what her motivation is. Has she really fallen in love with Lee? Jan looks at her and understands that she is smart and calculating, while she just looks at Jan. Looking at Ian, she says that his jokes are strange and then declares that she and Lee have the same aspirations. Yang asks if she means revenge on Kumun Ren, but she says that their common goal is to protect this world, shocking Yang. She looks silently at Jan, who is very perplexed by what he just heard, and looks silently at her. Ian starts to smile, look at Kana and say that he is very surprised by such an answer from her. Kanasara replies that after Kumun Ren's last attack, his number of allies has certainly increased several times. She says that in unions there is also talk about finances, influences, and connections. John asks her how true this information is. It tells about a certain group of Murin masters who are constantly communicating with each other on various news topics. Then Jan says that if the information is accurate, then shouldn't it be reported to the Federation? Kanasara says that it has already been reported. She then adds that after the leader of the Federation found out about this, he resigned and then went missing. She tells a tense Jan that the new head didn't even listen, but simply asked him not to spread crazy rumors. Ian says that he has a feeling that the new leader is connected to this shadow group. Then Kanasara says that she herself does not know the truth. But if the shadows are already taking control over Murim, the border between them and people will soon disappear. Then, looking at the city, she says that if this happens, tragedies like Lee's mother's will become commonplace for everyone. She tells Ian that she and Lee are going to work together to maintain peace in Murim. Then John says that if you find out everything from the previous leader of the Federation, everything will become known. He asks where he is now. The events of the story take us back to Lee, and his friend Lee speaks of a kind of hell of continuous torment. Then Lee's friend says that everything is correct. One person saw Kumun Ren there. Lee asks his friend where this hell is then, but Lee's friend says that he himself would like to know. His friend says that this place was built a long time ago by the Sunu clan, at the request of the Federation, which surprises Lee. Meanwhile, Ian leaves school and thanks Kanasara for her time and says that they will see each other again. Together with the school director, she bows to John on his way and kindly sees him off, wishing him a pleasant journey. After the car leaves, Kanasara suddenly breathes a sigh of relief, surprising the director. Kana walks up the steps back to school. The principal says that she must be very tired already. Kanasara says that it is very difficult to deal with Ian, and also to find out his intentions without revealing yours to him. Then she says that she's happy with the fact that Elder Yang is protecting the Sunu clan. She can definitely breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Meanwhile, Kang, Elder Yang are riding with his guards in a car in a tense situation. Yan addresses Khan, saying that he is a brave guy with a good character, but his facial expression always gives away his intentions. Yang says that he believes that Kang would not have been able to communicate normally with the leader that day if he had known about Kumun Ren. Surprised, Kang asks if that is why Yang did not tell Kang the whole truth about Lee that day. Yang doesn't answer. He says that Lee has mixed feelings for Khan. Their relationship is similar to the relationship with Kumun Ren. Then Jan says that if you weigh the pros and cons, it would be better if Kan didn't need to know about all this. Kan tries to act smart, turns to Jan and asks if he is really trying to mess with his head again. However, Yan only laughingly asks Khan why he suddenly started thinking that way about Elder Yan. Elder Yang approaches Khan, saying that he has one advantage, which surprises Khan. John tells Khan that the association still doesn't know about him, and usually the higher-ups immediately find out about all new Muramans. Khan tries to object, but holds back, and Yang says that he would like to ask Khan for one request. Then Yan says that in exchange for this request, he is ready to teach Khan martial arts, as he has long wanted. Elder Yang looks at Kang with a sincere smile and says that he has a hidden talent that can be revealed. Elder Yang tells Khan that he will be able to quickly reveal this talent as Khan looks at such an offer for him. Then Khan asks if Yang is really asking him to become his disciple, but Khan says that it is not that simple. It is not that easy to become a disciple. Yan says that he will become something like a tutor. Khan already agrees to this, and they ride together in the car. Next, Khan turns to Yang, saying that the matter is about finding one necessary person. Jan talks about finding a very important person for the head and shows a photo of some beautiful girl. Some time passes, Khan goes to school and looks at the photo of this girl. He does not understand who she is. Next, Khan concludes that from yesterday's conversation with Lee, it can be said that something is clearly wrong with him. Outside the school, Kana is met by the principal, who says that Kana is early today and greets him. The director comes close to Kana and asks him to give him an autograph on behalf of Jan, and notices Kana's phone with a photo of the girl. The director, seeing the photo of the girl on Khan's phone that Jan gave him yesterday, says that she is their school nurse. Khan lets the director look at the photograph much closer and in more detail, and later asks the director if they are familiar with it. The director says that of course they know each other. This is their nurse. But where did Khan get her photo from? Khan begins to loudly and excitedly ask the director to urgently connect him with this girl, to give him at least her number. Khan continues to beg the director about it without stopping, saying that it is very important, she has a very important meeting to have. Meanwhile, the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, is sitting in the training hall and again practicing the same technique with soul energy. As Lee practices, he remembers a conversation he had yesterday with a friend who asked him for something, even though he knows it's not very good. Lee further recalls their conversation yesterday. Lee checked with his friend several times whether this person was really in that place. Lee's friend said that he also had doubts at first, but the latest news dispelled them. Next, he told Lee about a certain master song, who, despite everything, revived the tradition of martial arts tournaments in Murim. He also said that after this act, all the elders of Murima began to hate him. He then went on to say that when the man realized this, he left his high post. And then, after some time, this post was taken by Wanju Vetra, the same old man with whom Lee had fought long ago. His friend also told how Lee himself already knows. After all this, the topic of opening the tournament came up. And then Lee put together the facts in his head that there could be a strong person like Kuman Ren in this tournament. Lee's memories from yesterday end, and the events of the story show us Lee's assistant drinking coffee and sitting on his phone. However, his good rest is suddenly interrupted by Lee, who calls him to him. The assistant went to Lee and immediately began asking whether Lee had not slept all night again. However, without answering this question, Lee surprises the assistant by asking if he knows where the hell of continuous torment is. The assistant begins to ask if Lee really wants to say that he will go there. Lee interrupts his assistant, saying that they should look for Master Soma there. Meanwhile, we are shown the events of the story, where Khan talks to Jan on the phone and says that it is too much to find a person from a photo. However, Khan reports that he did it anyway and gives Ian all the information about what she is, who she is, and where she is. Khan begins to criticize Jan again, saying that he knew everything about her, so he sent Khan to look for her at school. On the phone, Khan asks Jan if he simply didn't want to ask the director because Jan has too high a reputation. Immediately after their words, Khan received a text file from Jan on his phone, which contained the basics of martial arts. Jan tells Khan on the phone that these are the basics he should learn first, an introductory course. Khan scolds Jan, saying that they could have at least given a video clip instead of text, but Jan already ends the conversation, shocked by these young people. Meanwhile, Yang arrives at the meeting with Lee and the other elders, asking for forgiveness for being late. They called Yan because Elder Ming said there was an urgent matter. Yan was wondering what happened. The elders inform Yan that Lee is inquiring about the Sunu clan's hell of continuous torment. Lee confirms this, saying that he asked his assistant, but he said that it was classified information and that he needed to contact the elders. Elder Yang apparently understands what is going on. He looks wisely at Lee and the others and simply remains silent for now. Yang then asks if Lee really wants to know about this place since Master Song is imprisoned there, which surprises Lee. This surprises even Elder Min, who asks how this is possible. Yang says that he learned this from Kanasera by accident. Jan reports that Kanasera said that the Federation has allied itself with the Shadows, which poses a great danger. Yang tells everything he knows about this place. Lee reacts strangely. He asks if the Shin Hyup clan is involved here. Yan says that perhaps other clans or shadows are trying to find out information about the hell of continuous torment. This needs to be stopped. Elder Yang says that this place is teeming with monsters and criminals who can break chains with their bare hands. John tells the story of a man who nearly lost his life there, fighting the local monsters to the death. After all the stories, Lee gets upset, because such a dangerous place is not the best choice for him now. Then Lee says why they should all do this. Why not just ask the Sunu clan for strength directly? Elder Ming turns to Lee, saying that he really wants the Sunu clan to go to hell. Lee says that this is possible for the survival of the Murim world, for the sake of Master Song, but Lee's words are interrupted. Elder Kim says that hell now belongs to the Federation. You can't just break into it, it will be a war. The elders begin to say that they don't even know for sure whether Master Song is there. Lee tries to contradict him. Elder Yang is watching all of this. He just remains silent and analyzes the situation around him. However then, shocking everyone, Yan says that it's not that the Sunu clan has no chance at all. He sits down on a chair and says that if the leader decides to go there, he is ready to help. The two elders, especially Kim, did not understand why Yang made such a decision because it was very dangerous and risky. However, Yan ignores them and only adds that Lee must leave his post as the head of the clan and all responsibilities. Yan turns to Lee, who is looking at him, and says that this should only be his personal ambition and not that of the entire clan. Yang presents a scheme where Lee is replaced and Lee himself is declared missing. Yang asks Lee what he thinks about it. Yan says that if Lee makes such a decision, then Yan will agree to help and find a way to get to hell. The elders go home, the meeting is over. They discuss the fact that the leader has made a decision and Jan's idea. Elder Kim notes the fact that this way Lee will at least get away from the stress of being the head of the clan and rest. However, their sweet conversations are interrupted by Ian himself, who says that this should not be taken so lightly. He looks out the window and says that lately Lee's soul and body seem strange to him. Elder Young says that Lee will continue to train, and at this rate, he will bring himself to the grave. Elders Min and Kim ask Yang what he came up with, and Yang says that it is their common promise. Elder Ming asks if Yang really decided to send him there. Yang says that he is always serious. Jan says that the leader is now at the top and in euphoria, and in order to talk to him soberly, he needs to be brought back to full reality. Yang suggests bringing back one personality that will help, and then Min says that now he likes Yang's idea. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Ian's friend, who talks to him on the phone and asks if Lee is in his right mind. Lee invites his friend to go with him to that hell, but his friend says that Lee has completely gone off the rails. Lee looks at the ceiling and says that he doesn't have much information yet, but can he think about his friend? Lee finished the conversation with his friend. His friend is still in shock. He finds it hard to believe what Lee offered him. Meanwhile, Lee himself is lying on the couch and thinking about whether he did the right thing by doing this. Lee continues to lie there, doubts plaguing him, and the feeling of anxiety just can't leave his body. Lee rests, thinks, and looks at the ceiling and the setting sky, and then a strange feeling comes over him. Lee falls asleep. He says that when there are no things to do or tasks to do, he is visited by a strange feeling that he has not had for a long time. He is calm. However, as soon as he tries to fall asleep, an ominous image appears in his head, releasing a white aura from its mouth. The moment after Lee saw him, his eyes opened and a shudder ran through his entire body. A shocked Lee wakes up in a sweat and doesn't understand what just happened to him. Lee immediately starts to gnaw at himself, saying that time is passing, and he is just resting. He should do something. Lee immediately runs to train, however. He is distracted by someone's voice calling him. It turned out to be Lee's assistant. He came up from behind and informed Lee that guests had come to see him. The assistant introduced the man as Mr. Unshakable Wall. He had long gray hair and wore black glasses. He sat down in the hall opposite Lee and began to talk about how from that day on he would be busy preparing Lee for his departure to hell. This shocks Lee. He didn't expect that in order to be sent to such a place he would need to undergo some more training. They are silent for a while. Then the gentleman apologizes, saying that he has no talent for making beautiful speeches. He starts to leave, saying that their conversation would obviously go better in practice. Already at sunset, this gentleman together with Lee come to the training hall. He asks Lee to try to attack him. He stands in front of Lee and says that only after he sees the blow and Lee's abilities will he be able to decide what to do. Lee says that he did not think at all that this gentleman would offer him a duel first. Before all this started, the master asks Lee if he is going to go there because of Kumun Ren. Then he tells everything that John did, as if he himself had been present at the meeting. Then the gentleman adds that Lee really thinks that in this way, he will get information about Kumun Ren. Lee wants to start talking, but the gentleman interrupts him, saying that he doesn't care what goal Lee is pursuing. He talks about how he received an order not to let unknown individuals into hell, and this is what the check is based on. Looking at the gym, he says that if Lee can defeat him here and now, then he will go to hell without any problems. And then he adds that otherwise Lee will face a boring educational process. Lee is silent at first, and then says that it is good that he understood the words of this gentleman. A second after that, Lee releases an aura and takes off. He attacks the master, but he overtakes him. Lee sees that he managed to repel all of Lee's attacks at once, and he didn't even dodge them once. He looks at his back and thinks about whether this man is really as impenetrable as he looks. Lee says that since things are already like this, then he just needs to be stronger, and decides to strike. However, Lee's tactics do not last long. In just a few moments, this gentleman throws Lee into the air with a direct blow. Lee was terribly shocked by what just happened. He didn't expect such an outcome at all. Lee flips in the air and lands on his feet. At least he manages to do that without any problems. Lee looks at him and realizes that he was wrong, that because of his large frame, he would be slow, but no. Lee begins to understand very well that if he continues to fight like this, nothing will come of it. The master turns to Lee, saying that with such attacks he would not be able to defeat even the most ordinary prisoner, let alone Ku Moon Ren. Their gazes meet again, and Lee realizes that he needs to take action seriously. Lee raises a huge and powerful aura behind him and says that since this is the case, he will be more serious in battle. Meanwhile, someone tells Elder Yang about everything that is happening and about the fight between the master and Lee. It turns out to be Lee's assistant. He tells Yan that there is nothing funny about this. Yan says that it is a pity that he will not see this fight with his own eyes. The assistant stands on the street and informs Jan on the phone that the sounds of impacts have become more and more powerful. Elder Yang is going to some meeting, and at the same time he is communicating with his assistant, finding out the situation. Yang turns to Lee's assistant and tells him not to worry. Lee will not lose, just like Mr. Steele. Meanwhile, they are still fighting. Mr. Steele says that the stronger the attack, the more acute the despair from it. Lee is shocked during the entire fight. Not a single attack of his has yet passed through the Lord of Steel. It's just shock. Lee looks at him and says that he really is a real wall of steel that repels everything in its path. Next, Lee looks at his feet, realizing that during their entire fight, he hadn't even moved a foot. He was standing where he had been standing the whole time. Lee recalls his words. He said that Lee would not be able to defeat even the weakest prisoner with such strength. Lee decides to use his level much higher, because the previous one does not give him any result. Mr. Steele himself notices this. He sees that Lee is starting to do something unusual. At that moment, Lee begins to suck in air, sucking it in and pulling it out into himself, as if he were becoming stronger. Immediately after this, he takes his stance and begins to prepare to attack. Lee begins to move like a shadow, or even a spirit, and the Master of Steel uses his techniques again. However, Lee ends up behind the Lord of Steel, and in his thoughts he says that he will finish the fight with his most powerful technique. Here Mr. Steele tenses up for the first time. He says that it will be a little dangerous for him, and smiles slightly. Meanwhile, behind him, Lee appears normally, with a huge aura of white energy around him. And immediately after his appearance, he directs this aura of energy straight towards the Lord of Steel, thereby attacking him. He pronounces the name of the technique, Destructive Strike of the Raging Heavens, and then everything around is covered in a white aura. Lee rushes straight at the Steel Lord with this wild attack. He turns around and uses his defense technique again. However, at the moment of the attack, Lee notices that something is wrong, as if something began to pull him into his own attack more strongly. And so it happens. Some dark robe begins to absorb Lee's hand, which struck the Steel Lord. This scares Lee to the point of horror. Not only was his attack stopped, but his hand was also being absorbed. However, at that moment, someone's hands appear from this dark aura and restrain Lee's technique. This shocks Lee even more as he looks at the face of his opponent, the Lord of Steel. The aura effects disappear, and Lee then realizes that it was the hands of the Lord of Steel who stopped an attack of that level from Lee. When Lee realizes that it's final, his attack has been blocked without the slightest damage. He goes into wild shock. However, Lee then begins to notice that many places in the training hall have begun to explode on the sides of him. Here Mr. Steele exhales, he lets go of Lee's hands and says that he has a very good and strong fist. However, Mr. Steele then adds that this fist still doesn't come close to meeting his standards. He turns away from Lee and says that it would be better for him to forget for a while about the hell of continuous torment. Mr. Steele starts to leave, but Lee stops him and asks what technique he just used. Mr. Steele says that this is just a modified technique of the Sunu clan and nothing more. Lee is shocked. He doesn't believe it. But Mr. Steele says that the Sunu clan's specialty is speed and lightness. Mr. Steele explains to Lee the technique and what exactly he changed in it to make it what it is now. Next, he turns to Lee, saying that if he wants, he can teach him this technique. Mr. Steele assures that there is nothing special about it, but Lee says that such techniques are prized in Murim, as he knows. Mr. Steele says that all the techniques of the Sunu clan belong to its leader, and then Lee says that he wants to learn right now. However, the Steel gentleman shocks Lee because he says that the first thing he needs to do is go wash up and sleep. Looking at the dumbbells in the gym, Lee says how he can go to sleep when they are training now. However, Mr. Steele says that he is tired and anxious, and that training cannot be carried out in such a state. Then the Steele gentleman says that the first step for Lee will be a regular shower and sleep. Meanwhile, we are shown our main character, Kana, reading about the energy points of the body on a bench. However, suddenly Kana Sarah appears here, passing by and asking what Kang is doing at such a late hour. Kana Sarah tells Kang to just head home. It's already late. We can talk tomorrow. However, Kang turns to her and tells her that she needs to look at the person who is close to Lee. Khan tells Kana Sarah that he himself knows little about her and shows a photo of the girl, which shocks Kana Sarah. She remains silent at first, and then tells Kan that it was obviously Yang who gave him information about her, which surprised Kan. She turns to Khan and tells him that she congratulates him on his position as the Sunu clan elder's puppet. Then Khan turns to her and says that they have an exchange with Yan, and he will teach him in exchange for this. Here Khan shouts that he just really wants to help Lee. To do this, he needs to become stronger, and Yang can help here. Then he says that he doesn't want to make excuses and will just leave when he finds out more than he brings to Kana Sarah's attention. She just looks at him, turns around and exhales, saying that Khan hasn't figured it all out yet. She turns to Kan, saying that this task is for her and not Kan, shocking him. Looking at the building nearby, she says that Yan is thus giving hints to her through Khan. After a while, she turns to Khan, saying that if he received an answer to his question, then he can go. However, he runs to her and says that there is one more thing and a question for her. She speaks rudely to Khan, saying that they are not close enough to exchange information. He shows her the text of the technique and says that he doesn't understand anything about it, and Kana froze in shock when she saw it. A shocked Kana Sarah addresses Kana, saying that this is the Sunwoo clan's book, and if she reads it, she will become an enemy of the clan. Kan says that he will then ask the most interesting question, and tells Kanya about the technique, which surprises her. She again looks at Khan silently and strangely, and he asks if he really said something wrong again. She asks if Khan knows about special points on the body. He says no. She asks him to follow her. They arrive at the building, and Kana Sarah gives Kana a bunch of books about Murim and a basic base on energy. Then she says that she gives Kanu a week to study, and then he needs to come to her. She will check his knowledge. Kan says he wanted to know a couple of things, but she says it's the basis for everyone. He needs to know it. However, here she asks Khan if he wants to help Lee, which greatly surprises him. She then looks into Khan's eyes and tells him that if he wants to help Lee, he must prove it sincerely. Kan stops arguing, but still asks if there is an audio format, but this irritates Kan Sarah. On his way home, Khan is upset because he just wanted to ask for advice, but received a wastepaper base. Although Khan also thinks that even though Kan Sarah was angry with him, she still helped him. Maybe she is kind. Meanwhile, Lee is standing in the shower, washing away the sweat and thinking about something to himself. In his thoughts, he says that he is very tired. The fight with the spirit and the fight in practice are very different things for him. Lee realizes that the technique that Mr. Steele used is simply incredible and very powerful. Lee still can't understand how he managed to reflect his Black Heaven Strike technique, because it is one of Lee's strongest. While pouring water on himself, Lee wonders if he will be able to use this technique in the battle with Kumun Ren. However, here Lee again breaks down. He begins to get out of the shower, saying that he urgently needs to do meditation. Meanwhile, Ian is talking to someone on the phone and thanks them for being able to dissuade Lee from his strange ideas. However, Mr. Steele turns to Yan and says that he failed a little. The leader went to meditate again. However, Elder Yang says that this is already good, because it will definitely not be possible to change completely at once. Then Elder Yang tells Mr. Steele to keep trying, and he says that he understands everything. Lee's assistant looks at the house and says that he remembers how after Yang's last visit, Lee immediately learned his technique and was able to repeat it. Assistant Lee says that perhaps he is worrying in vain, but if this happens again, and with the master's equipment, it will become a disaster. Then the assistant adds, looking at Mr. Steele, that if Lee copies his technique, then even Steele won't be able to stop him. Mr. Steele looks at his hand and says that it is possible that Assistant Lee is right. He looks at his wounded palm and says that today he was already at his limit. Meanwhile, Lee is talking about something with an old man from another clan and his assistant. Among themselves, Elder Yang and that ghost old man discuss the rumors about Master Song being imprisoned in hell. The old man says that it would never have occurred to him to go and save Master Sun, as everyone else is saying. But Yan simply remains silent. Jan also talks to the old man about the group of news from the new Murim, but the old man only says that it is a group of blockheads. Putting down his tea, the old man says that there are many problems in the Union, and the shadows have become active. Murima is terribly unstable. Elder Yang tells the old man that he can't ignore any rumors now, as these teenagers are the future of Murima. Looking at the old man, John suggests sending several young Murim to this hell, which shocks the old man to the point of horror. Jan says that this way they themselves will understand that their theories about Sun's whereabouts there may be a lie. The old man loudly hits the chair with his hand, saying that hell is like some kind of museum for John, because they can destroy his power. However, Jan tells the old man that their clan, like no one else, knows the importance of this place, because they built it. Looking at the old man, Yang says that the current hell is built on the sacrifices of the Sunu clan, as if hinting to the old man about their strength. However, the old man only looks at John, saying that he must have had to quarrel, since he is stirring up the past so much. Ian stands up and starts to leave, saying that he generally understood the position of the old man and his clan. Leaning on his cane, Jan leaves, thanking the old man for spending so much time with him. As soon as Jan leaves, the old man's assistant asks him if Jan was able to guess something. The old man does not answer, but only stands up, asking if there was any more news from the hell of continuous torment. The old man's assistant assures him that there has been no news or strange movements from hell lately. The old man stands by the window, looking at the city. He scratches his beard and seems to be thinking about something very important for the clan. The assistant suggests sending a few more people to hell to suffer if the old man is so worried. But he says that is not the issue. Looking at the city, the old man says that if someone suspects something, then they will clearly be able to start acting. The assistant says that there are already rumors, but the old man says that she shouldn't worry so much about it. The old man remembers in his head some guy tied up in chains and says that he can't get out of there. Jan drives somewhere and talks to someone on the phone, saying that he didn't find out much, but that checking was clearly not unnecessary. Jan talks to Elder Ming, who says that the old man is quite a sly one and that he shouldn't forget about it. Driving through the city, Yang and Min decide that it is better not to let the leader into that hell for now, because it is very dangerous for him. With a smile on his face, Yang tells Elder Ming that he doesn't have to worry about this at all. Yan says that Mr. Steele is now with the head, and they in turn are training. Although it is not easy to call it training, because Lee created his spirit with the help of energy and fought with it. Lee looks out the window and realizes that there is no need to rush, because from today on, Mr. Steele will train him. Lee goes downstairs and meets an assistant who shouts at him that nothing will work. Lee tells him how this won't work. The assistant replies that it's because Lee again ignored the advice and didn't sleep all night. The assistant reports that Mr. Steele said to rest for a few more days, but Lee shouts that he is perfectly fine. However, as Lee was saying this, he noticed that his nose was starting to bleed, which scared him. Lee goes to the mirror. He doesn't understand what happened to him. He's a little tired, of course. But this has never happened before. Lee's assistant comes into the bathroom and asks Lee if he is okay now. Lee says everything is fine, but the assistant argues, saying that a master like Lee should not have health problems. Lee tells his assistant that he cannot sleep, because he immediately remembers Ku Mun Ren and wakes up. In addition to this, Lee realizes that there has been a lot of news about him lately, and he himself has become much stronger. Lee remembers some fragment in his head and says that he wants to become stronger so that it doesn't happen again. And he remembers his fight with Ku Mun Ren when Lee easily lost to him, and Ku Mun Ren dropped him headfirst to the floor. Lee says that this should never happen again, that he needs to become stronger, and the assistant listens to him attentively. Looking at the dawn from the window, the assistant says that he understands everything, but Lee is in too much of a hurry. This can't be done. He turns to Lee, looking at him and saying that his desire to learn could cost him his sanity. The assistant yells at Lee, telling him that he needs to give himself a chance to rest immediately. Lee goes to his room, lies down on his bed, and tells himself that he understands everything perfectly well and knows the risks of such training. His thoughts are distracted by a message on his phone. He pays attention to it and starts reading. It was Khan. He was telling Lee everything, saying what he was doing now and sending Lee photos. However, Lee stopped at one of the photographs and was very shocked when he saw it. He began to look closely and saw a book that was very familiar to him under Khan's elbow. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a meeting of some people where Kana Sarah is sitting. She sits and listens attentively to what is said, and the people around her compliment her among themselves. The guys in the hall are discussing among themselves how beautiful and good Kana Sarah is, but it's a pity she's emotionless. They discuss how she is eerily calm as a stone, but a sharp sound catches her attention. It turns out to be a telephone, and she looks at it with great surprise, like a child at a toy. Seeing the screen of her phone, She blushes a little, as if something very important had happened to her. She gets up from the table, telling everyone that they need to take a short break, and on her phone, it shows that Lee is calling her. The guys in the room immediately started talking about the fact that she immediately smiled after this man called her. Sarah picks up the phone, and on the other side, you can see Lee. It is indeed a call from him. Lee asks Sarah if he is distracting her. She states that she just happened to have a free minute. Looking at her school, she asks what Lee is calling about. He asks if his friend Kang is studying there. Lee tells Sarah that he saw in Kana's photo the same textbook she used to teach him. Lee says that when he saw this, he remembered how she taught him and told him stories about Murim, and so he decided to call her. She says that it is clear and quietly adds that apparently Kan is useful, but Lee has not heard this yet. She asks Lee how he is he still training? Lee replies that yes, he is as busy as always. She says that she understands Lee's haste perfectly well, which surprises him, as if she knows the reasons for the training. However, she then adds kindly and with a smile that Lee should not forget about people like Kang and the others who are worried about him. These words greatly delight and please Lee. He thanks Sarah for once again helping him as always. However, she only says with a simple face that this is all nonsense. There is nothing special here. She then adds that she would like to meet when it is convenient for Lee, saying that there is much to discuss, which surprises Lee. Quite quickly and abruptly, Lee says that she likes the idea of meeting right now then. Sarah is shocked. She didn't expect this and turned red from shock and such a proposal from Lee. Some time passes, and Lee actually comes to Kana, greeting her sweetly and with a smile. Kana goes to meet him, saying that he really came here as he promised. He says everything is fine, and then asks if he interrupted Sarah from her work, surprising her to the point of blushing. She turns away a little and says hesitantly that no, she just got free. Kana's assistant says that she has a meeting soon. He annoys her with this. Realizing this, he offers to reschedule. Lee says that Kana's assistant is a very capable man, but she says that he has no intelligence at all. Some time passes. Lee sits with Kana. Lee says that she wanted to tell him something then. Kana says that in truth, she has received information about the infinite energy that Kumun Ren is looking for. A shocked Lee turns to Kana, asking why she didn't contact him right away. Sarah says that this is not the kind of information that should be conveyed so urgently to Lee. Sarah tells Lee about the story of the villainous mortal demon lord who was very popular in Murim, describing him. She tells us that at that time, the inhabitants of all of Murima tried to catch him together with all their might. However, despite their efforts and a lot of strong people, all their attempts were very unsuccessful. Kana explains that he was called the immortal demon due to his immense regeneration and great strength. Lee says that he remembered well who we were talking about after Sarah's words. Lee asks how this is related to energy. Kana says that he immediately remembered his story when he heard about it. She has studied all the information about him and shows Kanu an excerpt from some of his books. Lee reads this with horror and sees that it speaks of infinite power and energy in the records of this demon. Sarah says that, judging by the records, he never got tired of battles, and all his fatal wounds healed immediately. Lee asks if the energy Kumun Ren is looking for belongs to this demon. Kana says she is not exactly sure. Looking at the interior of the cafe, Kana says that initially such energy was just legends that reflected people's dreams. She says that the Murims were no exception, and their dream has always been the endless energy that is being discussed. A very surprised Lee began to ask Sarah what had happened to this demon, whether he was still alive. Lee's attention is sharply drawn to Kana, who says that the book described the last moments of their lives. Sarah said that the followers escaped, and he, covering them, died in a trap from other Murim. Lee asks if there are any more books left of him. Sarah says that all books related to him or other demons were destroyed in Murim. She talks about how the materials she managed to obtain were miraculously preserved by someone. Lee is surprised, he asks, but why was it necessary to destroy all the valuable materials then? Kana explains to Lee that they carried great power and many wanted to get it, so they got rid of them, which upsets Lee a little. At the end, Sarah says that she is afraid that her stories will increase Lee's anxiety. Lee says that this will not happen. Lee thanks Seru because he now knows that the eternal energy that he thought was a fantasy actually existed. However, an upset Kana says that if this is all true, then the information could fall into the hands of Kumun Ren. Lee adds that then, an already very strong enemy will become a completely unkillable monster with infinite power. Kana admits that this is true. In the worst-case scenario, everything will turn out something like this. Lee imagines Kumun Ren in his head and the fire behind him, realizing that the world will be in the hands of the demon then. The events of the story show us Kumun-ren himself. He turns to someone and asks if he knows him. A fat old man comes out, shouting that he is glad that Kumun-ren has arrived and stands with a weapon looking at him. Kumun-ren turns to the old man and asks that everything is true. But why did this fat cook drag him here? This fat old man began to smile and talk about what was, of course, in order to kill here. The old man simply looks at Kumun-ren, and he looks at him with a rather empty look, not really understanding everything. Then the fat old man began to jump from wall to wall along the burning building, going behind Kumun-ren. Finally, after about 10 seconds of jumping, the fat old man lands powerfully next to Kumun-ren. The fat old man points a weapon at Kumun-ren and shouts that he has nowhere to run from here. However, he does not frighten or surprise Kumun-ren at all, who stands with a cigarette and looks soullessly at the fat old man. The fat old man starts yelling wildly at Kumun-ren, telling him to attack or go to hell right now. However, the old man is distracted by something, namely a voice that calls him grandfather and talks about eternal energy. The old man looks at some guy, and he in turn tells the surprised old man something about killing the boss. The guy starts asking the old man to put down those huge knives, but before he can finish, they are aimed at him. The old man deals a huge blow with his weapon, knocking down everything in his path and screaming, turning everything into ruins. However, the guy just calmly jumped up and turned over, calling the fat old man very strange. The fat old man starts yelling at him, calling him a brat and saying that he is still trying to fool the old man. Then the old man shouts at Kumun-ren, saying that he really thought that the old man would not find out about their intrigues. The old man says that Kumun-ren knows very well that they have been looking for the eternal energy of the cult leader for a long time, but for some reason, he decided to intervene. The old man says that this is why they asked the shadows for help and money, but they only decided to remove them in the end. Isn't he right? However, in response to all the old man's words, Kumun-ren only remains silent, and the old man says that he knew it and begins to threaten him with death. However, in the next moment, Kumun-ren appeared behind the old man and said one simple thing: "Shut up." The shocked fat old man with the gun just started shaking and asking, When? Meanwhile, dozens of cuts appeared on his stomach, as well as on his arms and other parts of his body. Kumun-ren just smoked a cigarette watching this, and the old man's blood rushed up behind his back. However, the whole process and Kumun-ren's enjoyment was interrupted by other people. They began to call him boss. It was a guy and some girl. They both asked Kumun-ren why he killed that old man right away. The girl began to scream, saying that 60 years had passed. There were almost no followers of the demon left, and Kumun-ren was killing them like this. The girl's name was Sophia. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a cute girl who is sitting at home in the city and doing something on her laptop. She transmits information to Kumun-ren via earpiece about where there are other followers. There are 3 of them in Korea. Kumun-ren asks to organize a vacation for them all for the next week. Sophia asks if they are really going to Korea again. Kumun-ren answers that yes. Evil Kumun-ren says that there are 3 people there. 1 or 2 can be finished off. Meanwhile, we are shown Lee and his assistant. His assistant says that dating is good for Lee, but Lee says it's just a meeting. The assistant then asks Lee what interesting thing they talked about for so long, which surprises Lee. At first, Lee simply remains silent. But in his thoughts, he remembers Kanu-sera and their entire dialogue today. Without waiting for anything, Lee asks his assistant where he thinks the demon's followers might have gone. This question terribly surprises the assistant, because he does not understand what kind of demon is being discussed. Lee tells the assistant about the demon, but the assistant says that it is difficult to even imagine. Such people have a different way of thinking. The assistant's words greatly surprise Lee, and in his head, he plays the word criminals, because that's what his assistant called them. He recalls the words of the Master of Steel that all the main criminals of Muramin are gathered in that hell. The story moves forward, and we are shown Lee telling his friend that he is indeed going to hell. Lee's friend asks him what he expects to find there, but their conversation is interrupted by a man. It turns out to be some girl with something in her hands and glasses. She looks at Lee with a smile and red cheeks. Lee's friend approaches her and thanks her for the coffee with a smile, which takes her attention away from Lee. And then, winking at her, he says that she could leave him and Lee alone here to talk. She confuses Lee and his friend, and says that she has completely lost her mind. And of course, she will hurry to go and leave them to communicate. Lee's friend tells him that people like her are rarely lucky enough to see people like Lee, so she is shocked. Lee's friend looks around the room and says that he should have given notice before he came, and Lee apologizes for not doing so. Then Lee's friend suggests returning to the conversation and says that Lee said that he was going to find something in hell. Lee says that he is going to find information about the demon, and Lee's friend even choked on his coffee from shock when he heard this. Lee's friend says that he had a stroke from what Lee had just told him, and he didn't even try to hide it. Everyone around started looking at Lee in shock. Lee's friend said that some topics in Murim should be raised very carefully. Lee tells everything he knows about hell and the demon, and Lee's friend even clutches his head in surprise at such information. Friend Lee says that ordinary Murim are taught from childhood that it is forbidden to even ask about this demon. Lee's friend explains that everyone in Murimia has experienced dozens of deaths in their families because of this demon. It has become a taboo subject. Lee's friend says that Lee brought up this topic so easily now and surprised everyone with it. And then Lee realized what the problem was. Then, Lee asks in surprise if his friend's relatives know anything about the demon. He says no. Behind Lee's friend, the girl appears again, saying that there are people in the world who feel fascinated by forbidden topics. Lee's friend is shocked by what his girlfriend is saying and starts asking her what she is talking about. She forwards some file to Lee's friend's phone and asks him to forward the file to Lee himself so that he can take a look. She says that there is all the information she has about this demon lord, which surprises Lee and his friend. The events of the story show us the building where this happens, and this girl says that the truth is that there is little special in the information, just rumors. Lee's friend reads the information, and there is even information about his moles. He says that it is not very useful, but the girl says that it is sexy. Lee asks how they managed to get so much information. She says it's just healthy fanaticism, nothing more. She then goes on to say that there are a lot of people in Murim who drool over information like this. Then she says that Kumun Ren even has his own fan club. Lee's friend tries to stop her, and this information interests Lee. This girl notices that this topic about Kumun Ren is too upsetting for Lee, and she says that she didn't think about it at all. However, Lee says that everything is fine, but he's interested in some lines in this large text file. Lee asks about some technique that is mentioned there. Lee's friend says that it is probably the general circulation technique and laughs. This girl with glasses also says that you shouldn't take all the information seriously because it's just a collection of rumors. All this information only upsets Lee because either it is all untrue or the owner of infinite energy is very, very strong. Some time passes, Lee and his friend say goodbye. Lee thanks him for the information, and his friend apologizes for that girl. Lee's friend asks him a question that surprises him greatly, asking if the Sunu clan will really help Lee with hell. Lee is surprised. They walk up the stairs, and Lee's friend asks him if the Sunu clan is really ready to face the Federation one-on-one. Lee tells his friend not to worry, even though the Sunu clan promised to help. But first Lee will undergo training with the Lord of Steel. Hearing the name of the Master of Steel, Lee's friend is shocked and opens his mouth, asking the name again. Lee asks if he knows him. Lee's friend sweated heavily, did not answer the question, and told Lee that he probably needed to abandon the idea of going to this hell. Lee is also very shocked by this. He thinks that his friend really knows something and asks him what he is talking about. Friend Lee says that he is the strongest of the young men in Sunu. Although all the glory is around the Red Star, he is also strong. Lee's friend says that passing his test is the same as saying that Lee will never go to hell. The events of the story then show us Elder Yun asking someone on the phone why they are talking like that. This is Lee scolding the elder because of his Steel Master and test, Lee can't go to hell now. However, Elder Yang does not give a clear answer, saying that it would be better for Lee to talk to the steel itself. But Lee does not listen to the end and hangs up. One of Jan's men in the car turns to him and asks what happened. Jan says with a smile that there is nothing bad. Apparently, Mr. Steele is doing his job well. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who returned home and immediately jumped onto his bed. Lee lies on the bed and realizes that his friend is right. Lee was lying when they spoke in riddles about all this. Lee closes his eyes, lies there, and thinks that once again everyone has deceived him, and that everywhere there is a simple, continuous deception. Lee recalls that Mr. Steele was supposed to teach him techniques, but they turned out to be defensive. His test is to break down his defenses, but Lee now realizes that this is simply impossible. Lee is extremely upset. He doesn't understand how this is happening. His attacks and training are now seemingly useless. Lee lies down on his side and takes the phone in his hands, starting to watch something. He thinks about what techniques the demon used to become so strong. In that moment, while looking at his phone, it seems like a revelation has occurred to Lee, and he looks at something in shock. And right after he looked, he jumped up from the bed, sat up and began to look at the phone in shock. Excitedly, with sweat on his face, he began to read something on his phone and talk about how maybe he should try it. Meanwhile, Mr. Steele walks through the yard and asks someone if the boss is still not sleeping at night. It turns out to be Lee's assistant. He says that even after the arrival of Steele, he has not slept for several days. Meanwhile, Lee himself sits in the lotus position, concentrating his energy in the training room at home. However, at one point, his concentration is interrupted, and Lee hears the sound of the door to the hall opening. It turns out to be Mr. Steele, who came with his assistant. Lee asks what brought them. They say that it was anxiety. Mr. Steele immediately began to scold the surprised Lee, saying that he had not slept for several days. Would his body thank him for that? Lee's assistant starts saying the same thing. He wants to ask Lee to rest, but Lee himself interrupts him. Lee starts walking towards them and telling them that he is fine and that they shouldn't worry about him. He knows himself better. However, their conversation is interrupted by Mr. Steele, who tells Lee that he deceived him, which greatly surprises Lee. Mr. Steele says that the chief informed him of his readiness, but when he arrived here, he found out that the chief was not sleeping again. He was disappointed by this. Lee gets angry. Steele starts to leave and talk about letting him know when Lee will stop cheating and will be ready to do everything. However, here Lee says that he did not say that he would always be ready to learn techniques, which surprises Mr. Steele. Lee declares that he has no time to wait. He is going to go to hell right now. Assistant Lee is shocked to the point of horror. He begins to ask what the boss is talking about. Has he really made up his mind? Lee then declares that he is ready. He is ready to pass the test of the Master of Steel and go to hell. Assistant Lee begins to tell him what is wrong with him, since he has already seen Mr. Steele's skills in practice. Lee reiterates that he knows better and claims that they are stopping him on purpose, claiming that he is weak. Assistant Lee began to talk about whether Chief Lee was really not joking now and was speaking seriously about everything now. However, Mr. Steele says that if Lee says so, then he is ready to fight right now, which shocks his assistant. Lee starts screaming that his abilities are enough to set foot in hell. The time is approaching for the fight. The assistant in his head cannot understand how Lee will not understand that it is not worth it. Here the assistant recalls his theory that Lee could have mastered the steel technique like he once did with Yang's technique, which is scary. Looking at Lee, the assistant understands that even if this is all true, there is one important thing, however. His thoughts are interrupted by Mr. Steele, who says that if this is the case, then nothing can be done, and begins to walk towards Lee. The assistant tells Steele that the head is not in the best shape now, but Steele states that he knows and sees this. With straight and powerful steps, Mr. Steele headed towards Lee. Their gazes converged, about to start a fight. Lee acts radically. He raises a huge aura behind him. His eye also glows with aura, and Lee charges a blow from behind him. Assistant Lee begins to look into the eyes of Chief Lee and sees that he is going to fight with all his might from the very beginning. Mr. Steele also clearly sees the state Lee is in now. He understands that something needs to be done. By this time, Lee lands his first punch with great power straight into the steel, which again uses his technique. Mr. Steele sweated profusely. He felt something familiar. He began to suspect Lee of one technique. It turns out to be the soul split fist technique. Steele is surprised, but knows that Lee is aware that such a technique will not work on him. Lee doesn't stop there. He decides to strike again, but it's already clear from his face that he's in bad shape. Meanwhile, Mr. Steele also acts very powerfully. He covers his palms with a strong aura, preparing for damage from Lee. Meanwhile, the evil Lee understands in his head that he has already managed to check every move of the Lord of Steel with the technique of the Phantom Mind. Lee recalls that before it seemed to him that Mr. Steele was simply taking such powerful attacks from him. But now Lee realizes that he is simply reducing the impulses in the attack. And after Lee begins to deliver a huge and powerful blow to the steel again. That's why Sunu and Uncle Kwan's techniques didn't go through the Lord of Steel, because he simply smashed them to the sides. Hitting him one blow after another, Lee realizes that something is strange. No matter how much he hits, all the attacks do not have much effect. Lee's frightened assistant watches all this silently, and Lee himself has a not very good feeling. A very angry Lee realizes that mere speed or strength is not enough to break through the Lord of Steel's defense. Lee then decides that he will combine all of his techniques into one in order to accurately deliver a powerful blow and pierce through Mr. Steele. Lee's assistant notices with horror what Lee himself is doing, and his mouth drops in shock as he is using a lot of energy. From this attack, the gentleman's glasses began to crack and wounds began to appear on his body. He was shocked by Lee's strength. The shocked Mr. Steele does not understand how he is being penetrated. And in the meantime, Lee covered everything with an aura of energy so that nothing around can be seen. Lee's assistant is very worried about him and starts yelling at Lee to stop immediately. He looks at it all, the effects of explosions, impacts, and blood, and asks Lee to stop. It's too dangerous for him. Lee is already at the limit of his strength and reminds himself in his head that there is still not much left. He looks at Mr. Steele, whom he has almost defeated, and reminds himself that there is still a little left to win. A white aura comes from Lee's mouth like Kumun Ren's, his eyes glow with power, and his aura covers everything around him. The gentleman's glasses are broken and he watches in shock as what happens, looking at Lee as if he were a monster. Meanwhile, Lee's white aura becomes blacker, and his aura becomes redder. His state of mind is restless. These changes intensify. Lee will already have lost consciousness, but is still going to attack. On the brink of life and death, he looks ahead and reminds himself time and time again that he can still win. However, in an instant, all of this disappears, and Lee is hit by a powerful attack from the Lord of Steel, which deals enormous damage. Lee is sweating. He has wounds. He doesn't understand what just happened, and he looks at it all in shock. Lee is shocked that Mr. Steele attacked him because all this time he was defending himself, and now such an attack. However, Lee shouts that he doesn't care about all this anymore. He has caught the rhythm he needs and decides to attack further. Then another blow hits Khan, cutting part of his neck and a stream of blood flows upward. This turns out to be an attack from behind by Lee's assistant, who apologizes for himself and looks at Lee, and Lee looks at him. Lee begins to lose consciousness. He does not understand why his assistant did this to him, and closes his eyes. Some time passes. Lee wakes up in an unknown place. He does not understand what happened to him. He wakes up and sees Jimmy sleeping next to the bed, who is apparently sitting next to him. Ginny suddenly jumps up from her seat and starts shouting about who is here. Have the enemies really arrived already? However, she then only notices Lee next to her, who looks straight at her in surprise. She immediately rushes at Lee, screaming that he has finally come to his senses. She grabs his face and asks if everything is okay with him. Lee is extremely confused by what is happening. He says that everything is fine and asks Ginny what and how is it. Ginny doesn't answer. She just shouts that Lee has come to his senses. Everyone comes here urgently and calls everyone. However, Lee turns to her and says that why shout like that? He did not rise from the dead, but simply woke up. Next, Ginny points her finger directly at Lee, telling him that he was out for 3 days, which shocks him. Then Ginny tells Lee that he, in a weak and exhausted state, staged a very strong duel in which he almost died. Next, Ginny says that she also learned of Lee's decision to go to hell, and says that she hopes Lee is joking. However, Lee says that he still wants to, because there may be clues to find Kumon Ren, which shocks Ginny. Ginny starts yelling at Lee, saying why he needs to look for Kumun Ren. Lee tells Ginny that he is already fine. She can go. She grabs Lee by the jacket and starts yelling at him that he doesn't need to go anywhere and doesn't need to fight with anyone. He could die. Ginny screams that if Lee meets Kumun Ren now, he will simply kill Lee. But Lee states that he knows better, shocking Ginny. Lee turns away from Ginny and says that he imagines himself fighting him several times a day. And every time this fight, in Lee's mind, ends with him losing, which infuriates him even more than the fight itself. Evil Lee says that he understands perfectly well the whole essence of his actions, and understands even more how weak he is now. Hearing this, Ginny yells at him even more, saying that if he knows everything so well, why does he continue to act like a stubborn ram? However, there was no response to Ginny's words. Lee only lowered his gaze and directed it downwards. He had nothing to say. Ginny is sad. With sadness and redness on her cheeks, she looks at Lee, realizing that everything is very bad for him. However, Ginny then covers her face and eyes with Lee's t-shirt and begins to talk about how she is afraid that Lee will die like her grandfather. Ginny is simply crying. She says that there is no need to rush. You can't just wait and become stronger. She is very sad. Lee sees all this. He is also very sad, but he restrains himself and remains silent, just looking at all this happening. Lee explains to Ginny that Kumun Ren will return soon, and that he doesn't have much of a chance to win anymore. Lee looks at Ginny with disappointment, saying that if Kumun Ren takes action, even the Sunu clan won't stand against it. Ginny stops crying. She looks at Lee mysteriously, as if she realized something, but in fact she just remains silent. Then Ginny steps away and is very surprised. She asks if Lee really means a certain Sosul. Lee lowers her head and looks down and says that she means it. Now, Kumun Ren is helping her with the treatment, Lee says that Kumun Ren would not help her just like that, and the events of the story show us a little girl with steel hair. Lee says that if Kumun Ren's plan succeeds, then the Sun Clan will have nothing to compare it to. But Ginny starts to give the example of her grandfather. However, Lee responds to Ginny by saying that reality, unfortunately, is not what everyone wants to see. Lee says that supporters of Kumun Ren have already begun to appear in the clan, referring to those same fat men who were in cahoots. Lee says that they are all here watching Lee, waiting for him to make a wrong move, which is very good for Kumun Ren. Lee and Ginny start discussing what happened to Lee recently. Lee insists that everyone around him is deliberately preventing him from going to hell. However, at that moment, the door opens and Mr. Steele himself enters, asking for forgiveness and entering the room. Lee immediately sees this. He is not very happy to see Steele because he considers him an opponent of his idea. Steele asks if Lee is okay. Lee lowers his head and tells him that he is okay, while Ginny just stands there in silence. Ginny wants to ask something, but Mr. Steele interrupts, saying that he accidentally overheard their conversation while standing outside the door. Mr. Steele tells Lee that he has it all wrong and begins to explain why his assistant got involved in their fight. Steele begins to explain to Lee that he mixed the techniques of the Sunu and Quan clans in battle. And this is impossible. Steele's words frightened Ginny. Ginny started yelling at Lee, asking if this was true and saying that it was wrong and simply impossible. Lee starts to say that everything is fine and he did it. But Steele says that it was during meditation, which surprises Lee. Steele says that reality and meditation are completely different, and this can happen in meditation, but not in battle. Steele then tells Lee that merging the two techniques is impossible, which is why Lee's assistant stopped him during the fight. Lee began to understand why Mr. Steele had been on the defensive the entire fight, and after this merger, he had suddenly attacked Lee. Ginny started pointing at Lee and saying that she didn't know everything, but Mr. Steele was completely right in his words. However, Lee says that he heard that the same demon with infinite energy did this. Ginny ran up to Lee and started yelling at him and poking him, saying that she would also tell him the truth, that it was all fiction. Then Mr. Steele says that since everything is okay with them all, then he will probably leave here. However, before leaving, Steele says that when Lee comes to his senses, let him tell about the plan to go to hell, which surprises Ginny and Lee himself. Lee, terribly surprised, began shouting after Mr. Steele about what he should do with the dough he gave him. As he leaves, Mr. Steele says that Lee passed the test, because to pass it, he had to make Steele go on the offensive. Lee is shocked by this, and Steele adds that despite the whole incident, he still struck Lee, which means the test is passed. Steele leaves the office and closes the door, but it is clear that Mr. Steele still doubts his decision. Assistant Lee sees this and asks the Lord of Steel if he is sure that the leader is now ready to go to hell. However, Mr. Steele asks Assistant Lee if Lady Susul orders to help Kumun Ren for the sake of Chief Lee. What will he do? The assistant is shocked. Mr. Steele starts to leave, and the assistant says that he is talking nonsense because why should Mrs. Susul do this at all? Mr. Steele interrupts him and says that apparently the assistant did not even consider such an outcome of events. Mr. Steele says that he doesn't think about what will happen next. Now it's important for him to help the leader, and then we'll find out what will happen. Mr. Steele says that this will be a sign of respect for Elder Quan, since it was he who recognized Chief Lee at the time. Some time passes. The events of the story show us Elder Ming, who clarifies whether the Steele agreed to take Lee to hell. Elder Kim confirms this. Yang says that he is also not surprised at all by such a decision on the part of the Master of Steel. Elder Yang began to apologize to the other elders, saying that he did not expect Lee to succeed in all this. Altogether, the elders began to look for a way to get to hell, because now it is in the hands of the Federation and nothing will work out that easily. Elder Kim turns to Yang, saying that if he is not mistaken, Yang was looking for someone to lead. However, Jan says that he is not at all pleased with the skills of his friend, to whom he entrusted this matter, and looks at his phone. The events of the story then show us Khan talking to someone on the phone, saying that his words are hurting Khan. Sarah talks to him on the phone. Khan complains to her that he has no time at all and is busy with everything. She says that it is his choice to help Lee. The event of the story shows us some beautiful apartments, and Sarah tells Kana on the phone that he must find a certain elder. The task that Sarah gave to Kanu was to find out information about a certain elder and not to reveal himself as Murim. Sarah asks Kana 100 times to be more careful. He says that he understood everything and already understood and will do everything. Sarah ends the conversation with Kang. She is simply shocked at how annoying Kang is. If it weren't for Lee, she wouldn't work with him. Khan has the same opinion about her. She repeats everything to him as if he were a child. She takes him for an ordinary little boy. A girl from his school, the class president, comes up to Khan and asks him sweetly who Khan was just talking to. Khan asks what the matter is. She says that Khan was asked to help with the garden, actually. Khan goes with the headman. She says that the people here consider Khan weak and think that he can only cope with the vegetable garden. The headman tells Khan that she is looking at him and remembers Khan before, and it is as if there are two different people in front of her now, surprising Khan. She asks how Khan managed to improve himself and his body so quickly, and in general he became a different person. Khan is pleased to hear this. Then the elder asks Khan how he even found out that there were volunteers here. He said that it all happened by chance. However, at that moment their dialogue is interrupted. Khan feels something approaching him from above. It is a vase with a flower falling. Seeing this, Khan suddenly grabs the headman and starts pulling her towards himself, which frightens her greatly. The next moment, the flower falls and breaks, and the headman and Khan himself are shocked by all this. Khan starts asking her if she is okay and if everything is all right. She tells Khan that she is fine, although she is scared. Khan looks up, saying that this is really unexpected, and tries to figure out where it fell from in the first place. Khan suddenly stops looking. He notices a strange man ahead with a wild aura of power around him. This is shown by Ku Moon Ren, who passes by smoking his cigarette. The evil aura of power around him is immediately visible. Lee is in wild shock when he sees him, although he doesn't know who it is. But a wild aura of power covers everything around. However, Ku Moon Ren, in turn, apparently immediately understands that Khan is from Murima because he pays attention to him. The headman doesn't understand at all what's happening, but Khan can't even move from his place due to surprise and strength. A calm Ku Moon Ren with a cigarette in his mouth passes by and continues walking, thinking about something in his head, and Kang says that he can't breathe. At that moment, Ku Moon Ren stops next to Khan and looks straight at him, which scares Khan to the point of horror. Shocked, Khan doesn't know what to do or how to react. He even has trouble breathing. He's all sweaty. Ku Moon Ren's gaze fell on Khan's clothes, and he noticed a school badge that reads, Ku Ren. Ku Moon Ren starts to speak, causing Khan to flinch in shock. He asks Khan, Ku Ren's school? However, without waiting for any reaction or response from Khan and Strosta, Ku Moon Ren simply goes further along his path. Khan looks after him. The feeling of shock and fear does not leave him. It is difficult for him to understand who it was at all. Khan continues to watch him closely and think about what this strange feeling was, because it was not only fear that visited Khan. The headman began to ask Khan if he knew this man, but Khan said no. Everything was fine. On the way, Khan discusses the garden with the headman. Khan remembers that he cannot reveal the fact that he belongs to Murin. Time passes. The events of the story show us a tired Khan, who is digging a vegetable garden in some old man's yard. Khan asks his grandfather why they are digging this hole at all, and his grandfather replies that it's simple, for fertilizer. While Khan was digging, he discovered something inside the hole, and his grandfather asked him to take it out and check what was there. While Khan was getting it out, his grandfather asked him where he was from. Khan replied that he was from the Ku Ren school. Then the grandfather asks if this is really the school that the clan runs. Without thinking, Khan answers that it seems to be as he was told. Immediately, Khan notices that some hand is flying towards him. It is the hand of this grandfather. It is approaching at high speed. Grandfather became much stronger and bigger, and with a huge, powerful blow sent Khan's head into the ground, pinning him with the earth. Khan started screaming about what was going on and trying to cough up his throat after taking such a strong blow to his body. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw how this grandfather's large cane was already approaching his face at great speed. Grandfather began to tell Khan that he was already convinced that he was Muriman and asked what Khan was doing here in such a remote place. Khan immediately asks his grandfather if he really did throw that pot on his head when he was standing with the headman. Grandfather smiles and says that Khan is very smart. This irritates Khan to the point of dread. He is very angry about all this. Khan starts screaming that it is very dangerous, because the pot could have fallen right on their heads and killed them. However, Khan's dialogue is interrupted by the fact that he sees an old broken skull in the ground to the side of him, which frightens him greatly. Khan tearfully screams that, oh no, there are human remains here, and starts jerking back and forth non-stop. However, in response, the grandfather only hits Khan on the head with his cane and asks him to shut up immediately, calling him a bastard. Grandfather presses down on Khan with a shovel and says that it is enough to build a Najinka and asks him to urgently tell who he is. Grandfather says that he knows that those guys from Milyan followed Khan, and they are not from Milyan at all. There are no such professionals there. Khan is surprised. Khan doesn't really understand what his grandfather is talking about, but he thinks he means that strange man with a cigarette. Khan starts yelling at his grandfather that he shouldn't be killed and starts telling him why, but here Khan realizes that he shouldn't tell this grandfather everything, because this is clearly not the first time he's done this. Khan looks at the skull next to him and understands that even if he told the truth, there is no guarantee that this grandfather will not finish him off here. Looking at the cane above his head, Khan understands perfectly well that he will now have to get out of this on his own. Khan begins to ask himself to think faster with his brain and think things through, since Jinny taught him many forms of combat. While Khan was thinking, his grandfather decided to ask him himself, saying, "You are from the Shadow Warrior clan," which shocked Khan to the point of horror. Without waiting for an answer from Khan, the grandfather says that he knew it. That is why Khan did not want to reveal himself, the grandfather says. Grandfather talks about how his comrades stopped communicating when they contacted the shadows. He assumed that they would come for him too. Grandfather begins to lean towards Kanu and talk about how he will find with the shadows what they came for, because it is in the demon's grave. Our hero Khan does not understand at all what is being discussed. What kind of grave of the immortal Lord of Demons is this? He also does not understand. Grandfather points the shovel at Khan, saying that since he has learned such valuable information, the price for it will be Khan's life. Khan notices that the shovel is heading straight for Khan's neck at high speed, and something needs to be done immediately or he will die. However, some sharp sound interrupts this whole process on the field, and the old man stops upon hearing it. He turns around and sees a girl in front of him. It's Sophia, one of Kumun-Ren's people. He looks at her and she looks at him. Sophia looks at the old man and compares him to the photo on her phone, saying that all Asian old men look the same. However, the old man does not dare to wait. He immediately strikes Sophia with a shovel, but she easily dodges it. She continues to compare him to the photo on her phone, and the old man continues to try to attack her, jumping over and over again. Another attack, this time with a cane, and again this attack misses Sophia. She easily dodges it and kicks it away. She picks up the phone, calls someone, and says in English that she finally caught him, with a smile on her face. However, in an instant, the grandfather turns his cane into a sword, removing the second part from it, and his eye is covered in an aura. He delivers a sharp and serious blow to Sophia, which surprises her greatly, but she again dodges it. Following this blow, they begin to fight. So far, Sophia is only fighting off this old man and his blows. Meanwhile, our hero Khan crawls out of his potential grave and watches what is happening outside. Sophia understands that the old man is not as simple as she thought, and she will have to sweat a little in order to defeat him. The old man powerfully takes off from the ground and jumps into the air, collecting a charge of enormous energy within himself. Meanwhile, Sophia begins to run, gaining speed and momentum in order to also counterattack the old man. At that moment, Sophia notices that the old man's attack is becoming very powerful. It could simply kill her. The old man's aura destroys everything around him. Sophia understands that there is practically no chance of winning her back. She is too close. She then notices that several people have attacked her grandfather and blocked all of his attacks and even launched new ones. The grandfather is shocked. He understands that the attack not only failed, but he was attacked. He jumps to the side. Here comes the guy who fought the fat old man with Kumun-Ren back then. He tells Sophia that it looks like she's in trouble. Sophia is quite angry at this guy, but grateful. She starts to justify herself and says that she was just distracted. Sophia, this guy, and a few more days surrounded the old man in a circle and began to say that they also did not want to kill. The old man's attention shifted to Khan, who at that moment began to climb out of the pit and leave. A shocked Khan starts to run, because he realized that he was distracted by the fight again, and here are the problems. However, the grandfather sees everything. He jumps towards Kanu, grabs him and puts the sword to his face, saying that he will kill Kanu. He begins to threaten to kill Sophia and the guys next to her, but they do not understand what the threats actually are. Meanwhile, Khan is very worried. Besides this old man, he is now surrounded by other Murim. It's just a shock. In his thoughts, Khan remembers Jinny, who taught him different techniques for different situations and ways to escape. Meanwhile, the grandfather shouts to everyone, asking if they have gone deaf, and Khan prepares to make a surprise attack on the grandfather. And it's not in vain that he prepares, because the very next moment the grandfather gets punched in the face, and then Kan throws him over his shoulder. The shadow fighters around Sophia notice this and are surprised because it was done by Kan, who looks like a schoolboy. Kan starts screaming that they really think he will allow himself to be beaten. You can see the energy in his eyes. The guy in glasses is a little surprised by this. He asks Sophia where this guy came from. She screams that how could she even know this? And first, we need to grab the old man already, to hell with the schoolboy. Sophia, along with the others, heads towards her grandfather, and he says something about some kind of hide and seek, that he should stop hiding. An old man with blood on his face and strange eyes says that they saw what they are going to find here. However, Sophia and the others do not understand what he is saying at all, because they communicate in English, and the grandfather in Korean. Then the grandfather shouts that now he will show everything so that they can see it before they set off on their final journey. A powerful energy began to flow from the grandfather. It was of different colors and strangely spread everywhere. Grandfather began to glow and say that the power of the demon lord is eternal, and he himself is immortal. Grandfather began to grow muscles and strange wounds all over his body, and his eyes turned purple. Sophia's group of guys, like Kan, stand in shock watching all this. They cannot understand what is happening to their grandfather. One of them shouts that standing still is clearly not an option and jumps on the old man, saying that he urgently needs to be tied up. By this point, the old man seemed to have turned into a strong zombie, and with one swing of his bare hand, he throws the guy away. The old man looks at everyone else with a bloodthirsty smile and says that the first one has already gone. One of the guys also runs towards the old man and strikes him in the head with his hand. However, the old man dodges it. After the guy realized that he missed, he takes a defensive pose. And even though he is such a big guy, he is scared to death of the old man. The old man says that the second one is gone, and Sophia and the others understand that this is already dangerous and jump back immediately. The guy with the glasses takes action. He releases an attack from the chains straight at the old man, hoping to hit him. Here the old man simply grabs with his hands all the chains that the guy threw at him, and simply breaks these chains with his hands at once. Sophia immediately realizes that things are very bad because this guy is the strongest among them here, and his attacks did not work at all. The old man then delivers a blow with his hand that knocks down a tree, and several more guys right behind him in one fell swoop. Sophia immediately understands that she needs to act. She dodges and begins to run forward from the old man. However, the old man is faster. He grabs Sophia by the leg and holds it in his hand. Sophia understands that everything is very bad. She is in shock and does not understand what is the best thing for her to do now. Grandfather says that finally a bitch has appeared among them all, and meanwhile Kan is watching all this, not knowing what to do better. Kan looks at this and does not understand how the old man created so much power with just words. Is this really a spell, and is he some kind of magician? Here, Kan notices that some person is talking about how there is some kind of chaos here. Kan is immediately surprised by this. Here Kan notices that this is the same man, and we know that this is our Kumun Ren, who is walking straight here. This is noticed by the old man, who turns his head and sees Kumun Ren standing behind him and looking at him. Kumun Ren says that he sent his group to catch one old man. Can't they do that already? The guy with glasses smiles and rejoices, saying that the boss has finally arrived, looking at Kumun Ren. The old man and Kan see Kumun Ren and look at him just silently, and he doesn't try very hard to speak. The old man turns to Kumun Ren, saying that he has finally arrived, and the old man throws Sophia right at him. However, she doesn't fly far because Kumun Ren easily grabs Sophia and stops her possible blow. Then Kang notices that the old man is flying straight at Kumun Ren with a huge blow. Kang shouts about it. Kumun Ren is strong. He immediately jumps up and does not allow the old man to hit him directly, and takes Sophia with him. During his jump, he also managed to kick the old man directly, sending him to rest upside down. Although the old man received a strong blow directly to himself and began to retreat back, it is surprising that he got to his feet at all. Kumun Ren then lands and calmly tells his grandfather to follow him and that he won't repeat it twice. Then grandfather swings his hand and wants to attack Kumun Ren, saying that he became arrogant from one blow. Then the grandfather looks at Kumun Ren and says that if he had already fought at full strength, then Kumun Ren would not have had a chance. Then Kumun Ren just stretches out his hand and releases a bunch of energy at his grandfather, scaring him with it. Kumun Ren doesn't wait for anything. He takes one step and simply ends up on the other side, behind his grandfather, and strikes him in the head. Kang looks at this in shock. He doesn't understand how this is even possible and looks at Kumun Ren and his grandfather. Meanwhile, the old man jumps up and runs across the floor straight towards Kumon Ren, saying that he has already predicted all of his actions. The old man puts his hand forward and says that the time has finally come to show all his power, and then smiles. However, without waiting for what the old man would do, Kumon Ren jumps on his head with his foot and crushes his head. The next moment, Kumon Ren hits the old man in the head, smashing him right into the asphalt with his foot. Kumon Ren just looks at him blankly, saying that even here the old people don't shut their mouths at all. The old man lies unconscious, he does not move, and Kumon Ren orders his assistants to take him away immediately. They carry out the order. Kang looks at all this with wild shock. He cannot understand how Kumon Ren knocked him into the ground with such force with one blow. Kang watches as Kumon Ren and his men take their grandfather and try to recover from the blows they were dealt. Khan still can't get over the shock. He thought that after seeing Lee's fights, he saw the full potential of Murima. But this Kumon Ren surprised him. Kang watches this with shock, playing it all over in his head. Just from Kumon Ren's aura, he already feels sick. Meanwhile, Kumon Ren's people turn to him, saying that it seems like his grandfather has begun to regain consciousness. The grandfather began to talk about how he remembered the times when he fought with the demon, and the whole world was under his feet. However, everything that grandfather says now does not surprise Kumon Ren, but it definitely touches his attention. Grandfather continues to talk about remembering his old times, recalling them further in his head. However, at that moment, Kumon Ren begins to feel something. It surprises him wildly. He looks at the old man. Meanwhile, the old man himself began to rise from his feet, scream, and everything around began to be immersed in his powerful aura. Kumon Ren shouts at his boys to get away from their grandfather immediately and urgently. The old man raises a huge aura around himself. His body seems to be burning, taking everything around him with it. He screams wildly. This scares Kana to tears. He runs away and screams that this is really a real fire. And the old man screams wildly alive. Kumon Ren's people began to run towards him and ask him what was happening and ask why there was a fire burning around him. Sophia asks Kumon Rek if this is really the influence of the eternal energy being reflected, since even his reincarnation was strange. Together with Kumon Ren, they talk about how he is the last of the 3 survivors in Korea, and he is also dying now. Then Sophia looks at Khan, remembering that he was also here all this time. Meanwhile, Khan also looks at her, realizing that he has once again failed and now does not know what to do. Sophia, looking at Kumon Ren, points at Khan with her gaze, saying that he was here with that old man. Kumon Ren starts looking at Khan. It is not clear what is in Kumon Ren's head now, but his look is clearly not kind. Khan sees this, and Kumon Ren's huge aura. He is wildly scared and does not know what he has to do now. Meanwhile, the events of the story move us to Lee, who is conducting training together with Mr. Steele. It is very difficult for Lee to train with him because his overpunches are too strong for him, but Mr. Steele praises Lee for his efforts. Lee thanks Mr. Steele for the praise, and then asks him how he should deal with opponents using defensive techniques. However, Mr. Steele replies that he is showing a technique not for defeating the enemy, but for survival, which surprises Lee. Mr. Steele explains to Lee that in hell he will become just food for many, so the first thing he needs to do is defend himself. Lee is upset. Mr. Steele says that if Lee has fights there, his main goal is not to win, but to survive. This is important to remember. Lee says he understands this, but their conversation is interrupted by Lee's assistant, who says it's time to go to a meeting. Arriving at the conference hall, Lee communicates via video link with 3 elders, who say they have wonderful news. They proudly inform Lee that in the near future he will be able to enter the hell of continuous torment. They shock Lee by saying that they have visited over 20 Federation clans and have managed to change their positions. Lee says that they don't like the Sunwoo clan, but Yang replies that's why they used Lee's name and the Shinhyup clan. Yang says that through the Federation's good treatment of the Shinhyup clan, they were able to change their minds. Lee says, won't they find out about it? Driving somewhere in the forest, Jan says that he tried to resolve all such misunderstandings on their part. Jan says that although the head of the Federation is stubborn, one of the advisors says that the issue can be considered resolved already. Jan's dialogue with Lee and other elders is interrupted by his assistant, who says that Jan is receiving a call. Jan informs Lee that the Murim Special Forces just contacted them and offered to meet anonymously. Although Lee is very surprised by this, Jan says that Lee should not worry because it is unlikely that there will be anything serious there. After some time, the events of the story show us Jan and the people from this squad, who criticize Lee's decisions to go to hell because things are not calm as they are. John tells them that he didn't expect to hear the teachings of Murim from people who came out of the government, which surprises one of them. John turns to him, saying that they have forgotten that Murim and the government do not touch each other. The second member of this squad says that this is obviously true, but the hell of continuous torment is a completely different matter. Looking at the interior of the bar where they met, he says that if all the criminals get out of there, wild chaos will begin in the world. While stirring his cocktail, he adds that the Sunu clan is currently reaching for a huge bomb, and they don't approve of it. However, at one point someone interrupts him, saying that it is they who should stop in this situation, which surprises them both. It turns out that it was Lee who came here. He says that they only listened to the Federation's side, so they accepted it, and there is also the Sunu clan. The people from the squad are shocked by Lee's appearance. Yan is also surprised, but bows and greets the head of the Sunu clan, Lee. One of the squad says that Jan likes to make noise. They offered to meet together, and he called the leader. However, Lee replies that he came here because he had to, which surprises the man from the squad. Lee pushes back his chair, begins to sit down, and says that all of Yang's activities lately have been connected with his orders. Lee is quite aggressive in stating that if they have anything to say about the hell of torture, then let them say it to Lee. However, such a scene does not surprise the second of the squad at all. He simply remains silent and looks at Lee with disappointment. However, then he smiles and says that Chief Lee has changed a lot over all this time. However, events move forward, and we are shown an old man who hits the table with his hand hard and shouts about how this is possible. This is the same old ghost from another clan. He is shouting to someone on the phone about how this is even possible. It turns out that these are the same people from the detachment who are going home somewhere. They say that they decided that this would be the right thing to do. He tells the old man that he has learned a lot of new things, and that his clan always neglects many things, which surprises the old man. This man tells the old man that much of it was thought out by Lee and Yan themselves, and it is hard to fight against them. The old man tries to convince the man from the squad that all of John's words are nonsense, but he only replies that how can they know what is nonsense and what is not. The old man is very angry, and the man from the squad says that they have no desire to interfere in the conflict between the people in Murim. Yan and Lee also discuss their successes, saying that the head of the Federation has already used everything he could use. Lee and Yang discuss whether the head of the Federation could do anything else to hinder them. Ian assures him that everything will be fine and asks Lee to just go and rest, which he basically does, leaving the place. Here comes Assistant John, who says whether they have finished visiting the clans yet. Jan tells his assistant that he should wait. Doesn't he understand that this is just the beginning now? As he leaves, John says that they are dealing with the Federation, and no matter how prepared they are, they can be attacked. Jan's assistant approaches him, saying that in his opinion, Jan has been overexerting himself lately. Jan just smiles, laughs, and says that he is fine, as is the annoying young man. However, here John remembers that there has been no news from him for several days, and begins to check his messages on his phone. Meanwhile, Kana Sarah and some man are walking around the place where Kumun Ren fought against that grandfather. This man tells Kana Sarah that Kan disappeared from this place a couple of days ago. Kana Sarah is shocked by this. She examines the various traces at the site, saying that they were clearly not left by Khan, but by someone with masterful abilities. Kana Sarah continues to survey the area, and anxiously wonders if he has gotten into a fight with someone. Then, standing in the wind, she says that she knew he could create problems for her, but not on such a scale. Kana Sarah immediately calls Jan. She reports that Kana has disappeared without a trace, which frightens and surprises Jan. She continues to talk to Ian, telling him that his mother filed a missing persons report a couple of days ago. Jan asks why it's so late. Didn't he call anyone? Kana says that his mother said that he had problems with his cell phone. Walking around the place where the disappearance occurred, Kana tells John in detail everything she knows about the old man that Kong went after. Jan begins to find out more from Kana Sarah about this old man. As it turned out, he was in the hospital. And then it turned out that his documents were fake. Looking at a certain building, Kana reports that at the same time, a group of suspicious foreigners visited this place. Kana Sarah tells Jan that they were not caught on any camera, only local residents saw them here. Jan asks if these foreigners could have been following the old man. Kana Sarah says that this is the most logical theory right now. Jan says that in this case, Khan most likely found himself at the point of their conflict simply. Kana Sarah confirms, saying that if the theory is correct, then Kang could have died somewhere around here long ago. Meanwhile, we are shown Kumun Ren, who rudely asks someone if he is tired of living already. It turns out that this is our main character, Kang, who looks at Kumun Ren in shock and scratches the back of his head. Kumun Ren stands and explains to Khan about breathing practices and asks what the problem is in just doing them right now. Next, Kumun Ren puts out his hand and tells Khan that he just needs to repeat and gather all his energy. Kumun Ren explains to Kanu how to do everything and learn, saying that his previous skill was simply exhausting the body's energy. Khan does everything as Kumun Ren taught him, and after a while, energy appears in Khan's palms. This surprises Kana to the point of horror. He looks at her like a baby at a toy and doesn't even know what to say. Kang begins to brag to Kumun Ren that he did it all, but he just states that it's all small stuff. Khan creates energy in his hands time after time, saying that it is so easy, everything was unclear from those books. Then Kang looks at Kumun Ren and says to himself that although he is strange, it was not for nothing that Kang went with him. Khan remembers again that moment in the forest. Then Kumun Ren asked Khan what this strange old man managed to tell him. Kang began to stutter, hesitate, and could not say a word. Kumun Ren asked him to just forget, and Kang then stood in shock. Then Kumun Ren ordered all his men to leave. Since it was useless to stand here, he concluded that Khan had appeared here by accident. Sophia then shouted at Kumun Ren, saying that Khan had seen them and knew everything, but he only said that they had nothing more to do in this country. That day, Khan watched all of this from the mountain. He was very happy that they began to leave and did not even kill him here. When they began to move away, Khan concluded that he should go too, because there was no point in standing here with them. However, turning around, Khan realized that he couldn't take a step. Some powerful aura was pressing down on him from above, preventing him from moving. Khan was frightened by this feeling, as if the whole world had stopped. He could not take a normal step. His scenes never left the scenes with Kumun Ren, and how skillfully and strongly he fights against everyone. At this point, Kang starts yelling at Kumun Ren to wait, which gets their attention. He jumped up and started running after them, shouting for them to wait because he had something to tell them. Kumun Ren's assistant began to ask him what was wrong with this guy. He was released. Why was he running? By the time he managed to catch up and run up to Kumun Ren and his group, he had become exhausted and had to rest. Then Khan suddenly raises his head and shouts that he knows where what they are looking for is. Kumun Ren asks if Khan knows what he is looking for, but Khan says that hell, he learned everything from that grandfather, and Kumun Ren asks Khan to lay it out. However, Khan says that he will do all this only on one condition, which greatly surprises Kumun Ren. He has not heard such a thing for a long time. Then Kang shouts, saying that his condition is that Kumun Ren will teach him martial arts as best he can. Hearing this, Kumun Ren and all the people in his group stopped in shock, as they had never heard such requests before. Kumun Ren just lowers his gaze and asks Khan with a smile if he really knows who he is. Khan says that he knows they are from the Shadow Warriors group, and asks Kumun Ren if this is true. Kumun Ren himself is surprised by this. The next moment, Kumun Ren grabs Lee by the shirt, looks at him and asks if that is really Murimin. Khan expected a lot from them, but clearly not such a reaction. He began to say that yes, but what's the big deal about it? With a wild aura of power, Kumun Ren looks at Khan and says that there is no one in the Murim who would remain alive after meeting them. All this scares Khan to the point of horror. He cannot understand how this is possible, and Kumun Ren's aura scares Khan even more. Kang looks into Kumun Ren's eyes and realizes that just one glance is enough for Kumun Ren's dark aura to cover Kang completely. Khan closes his eyes and starts to cry, thinking that maybe he shouldn't have even gotten close to them. Kumun Ren in turn does nothing. He just watches and waits for action from Khan. Khan, realizing that he will most likely die, says that if they kill him, they will not find out the information. Khan is shaking from shock. Although Khan's phrase makes Kumun Ren angry, it is a very mixed feeling, as if he is thinking about something else. Kumun Ren takes out a cigarette, puts it in his mouth, and says that Kang is very brave. If his information is useful, he has a couple of days of training. However, Khan says that it is better not a couple of days, but at least 10, than to irritate Kumun Ren but not cause anger. Kumun Ren agrees and asks Khan to tell him everything. Khan immediately says that what they are looking for is in the tomb of this demon. Kumun Ren looks at Kang in shock, but later asks how he can be sure that Kang is not deceiving him. Kang says that the grandfather told him about this and then was going to kill him, which Kumun Ren's people look at in shock. Kumun Ren himself analyzes the situation and does not give a direct answer, but understands that this may be true. At that time, Mun-ren agreed to take Kian away until they found out if this information was accurate, and also told him to give him the phone. Then Khan asked Mun-ren how to address him. Because teacher doesn't sound very good, this question surprised Mun-ren. Mun-ren leaves and tells Khan that if he wants, he can just call him boss. Then Kong said that the boss sounded funny, and the events of the story brought us back to the present day and Kong's training with Mun-ren. Two assistant girls are watching Khan and Mun-ren, discussing how they have been training like this for several days now. Sophia tells the second girl that the boss has become strange now. She doesn't understand his actions. Sophia watches him teach Khan and says that it wouldn't have been easier to just kill Khan a long time ago. However, the second girl, looking at Mun-ren, says that she is happy for him because she has not seen the boss so energetic for a long time. This girl went to Mun-ren and reported that she had made inquiries about what he had told her and handed over the tablet. Mun-ren looks at the tablet, and the girl says that apparently Kang did not lie to them about what he said. She says that it all turned out very funny, but Mun-ren points to something and asks what it is. She says that apparently there are those who have the same goal as them, to find infinite energy. Meanwhile, we are shown Lee and Yan discussing how the alliance has given them little strength and only for a couple of days. Next, Lee says that he also asked another clan for 10 more people, which they agreed to give him. However, a female voice interrupts the dialogue between Yan and Lee and surprises the assistant. The female voice says, 8. It turns out to be Ginny, who says that this is where they decided to go without an escort. Ginny starts screaming that she will definitely accompany Lee. Lee asks Ian if he is okay with it. Ginny looks at Ian, and Elder Ian says that it is clearly not him who needs to be convinced first, but someone else. The events of the story show us a guy with a tattoo from the Sunu clan. He yells at Ginny that she has completely gone crazy. This guy likes Ginny. He doesn't want to let her go to such a dangerous place and asks Ian to support him. Ian shocks him by saying that he tried, but Ginny is stubborn and the Alliance promised to help. It is not so dangerous anymore. Afterwards, the guy is silent for a while, and then sits down relaxed and says that since they wanted him to go too, then fine. However, Lee's assistant says that only people under 30 can get in there. He starts screaming in shock. Ginny asks him to calm down already. Ginny shocks Lee and the guy by saying that if they want to stop her from going, they need to talk Lee out of it, not her. Then she yells at them that she's not weak. She does not need guardianship. She is the granddaughter of an outstanding person. She shocks the guy with this. He just looks at her silently and a little upset without saying anything. Some time passes, Lee and Ginny get into the car, Lee bows and announces that they are leaving. The elder, this guy and Lee's assistant bow to him, asking him to be careful and safe. Lee and Ginny get on the bus and it starts to drive away, and Ian and the others just watch them go. Ian puts his hand on the guy's shoulder, telling him not to worry. He says he wasn't afraid at all. This guy walks, looks at the sky and talks about how sad it is to see how the one you raised for so long has already grown up. Meanwhile, on the bus, they collect everyone's phones and say that they are leaving, and then they will have to walk another 10 kilometers. The man who said this began to walk away, and Ginny, instead of Lee, heard a familiar voice from behind. It turned out to be Lee's friend and the girl with glasses. Lee's friend approached Ginny and started offering her some chips. This girl immediately began to pester Ginny, asking if she was the same Ginny Kwan from the Four Talents. Ginny says that yes, it was her, and this shocked the girl. She began to pester Ginny even more. Lee is surprised by how a girl named Choa just pesters Ginny and doesn't care about where they are going now. Lee turns to his friend, saying that apparently he is also completely relaxed. He says that he has nothing to fear. However, he then turns to Lee, saying that not everyone here is as relaxed as he and Choa. The events of the story show us a guy in a latex suit who is also riding. His name is Seo Jian Woo from the Chungha clan. Next, we are also shown Lee Junyoung of the Yeonam clan, who is meditating for a bit. Next, they also show a girl with blonde hair sitting and sewing. Her name is Kim Byung-gi from Jonghwa Garden. And also a guy named Shin Ujik from the Halim clan, who is big and wearing a hat and looks out the window. They also show a guy named Ha Dong-chul from the Samho clan, with long white hair and huge mice. And also watching all this is a guy with long brown hair named Kim Jae-ho from Shimsu High School. Lee notices that this Kim Jae-ho is looking at him strangely. Lee memorizes his face while looking at him. A guy with a hat looks out of the window. She thoughtfully sees something and tries to understand what. It turns out to be some kind of huge drone that flies behind the bus and monitors something. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the old ghost and his assistant, who informs us that they have already left. They are in their clan's building, apparently, saying that there is apparently no need to worry. Grandfather begins to tell his assistants that first the rumors about Master Sonia, then what happened to the young man, it's strange. Looking out from his building onto the river, the old man says that after many years in Murim, you begin to doubt everything. The old man scratches his beard, saying that he really wants to believe that no discord will occur and that everything will be fine. Meanwhile, a police car drives past the bus, overtakes it, and stops it. Everyone in the salon is in shock at what is happening, because why should the police catch them near the exit already? The man who is in charge of all this looks out of the window and asks what happened. The police walk towards him, their heads down, and ask him if he could get out of the car now. He looks at the police in surprise and asks them to show him their documents and the reason for the stop. However, the very next second, a policeman's gun is placed to the head of the male organizer. The policeman looks at him with wild eyes and says that it's enough chatter and asks him to get out quickly. Everyone started to approach the exit of the bus to understand what was happening. Lee's friend asks to be quiet. The organizers all raised their hands and began to gradually get out of the car. The policeman continued to threaten. Lee starts to angrily ask if anyone else has ever seen such angry police officers. The guy with long brown hair started asking why Lee was using the informal form of address with him. The guy in the hat sees that another car has arrived from behind and reports this, saying that they are apparently not alone. Dozens of masked men with weapons ran out of the car and began approaching the bus. The policeman tells the driver that he gives him 10 more seconds to open the door quickly. Ginny tries to move forward to see for herself what's going on, but Lee stops her. Lee and his friend discuss what they should do now and what they can do against them. However, Lee's attention is drawn to some strange feeling, as if he senses another person. Lee is terribly surprised and tells his friend that he felt the energy of a person he knew. Meanwhile, on the road to all this, someone is rushing with great speed and a wild aura, saying, 7. This unknown person approaches the car and the bus, and when they are already close to them, he says, 8. The next moment, he found himself behind a group of masked men and said, 9. And just 1 second later, he kicks the policeman's face, saying simply, 10. Some guy with black hair and a white suit knocks the police off their feet and seems to fly over everyone. It turns out to be a young boy named Hyuk Seo-chan. He is the heir of the Jungdo clan. The other guys in the car also recognize him and are very surprised, asking what he is even doing there. Lee, seeing all this, confirms his doubts, saying that he knew it, because it was his energy that he felt. The police officer started yelling at the guy, pointing at the driver and threatening to kill him if the guy moved. Lee turns to Ginny as if he wants to give an order, but she says that she already understands everything. Meanwhile, this guy knocks down this policeman with a deft kick and throws him to the side away from himself. This all angers the group of people in masks. Seeing all this, they point guns at him and start insulting him. However, they don't have time to fire a shot, and this guy already overtakes them and knocks them completely off their feet. Then he stops, telling everyone that if they don't want to make the situation worse, then they should just close down. However, the group of masked men do not listen to him. They decide to go on the offensive against him altogether. However, with just one charge of energy downwards, he scatters them all in different directions, and then he instantly rushed forward, tearing them all off in his path in different directions. Meanwhile, all the guys on the bus just watched what was happening and watched his battles with bated breath. They are very surprised that this guy dealt with everyone in no time. It turns out the rumors about him were not lying. Meanwhile, Lee's friend's girlfriend looks at him with loving eyes, saying that he is simply beautiful. But Lee's friend coughs and asks her to wake up and come to her senses from what she just saw. Meanwhile, this guy approaches one of the group and says that he won't talk much and asks who they are. Having learned everything, he calls the old ghost and tells him that these are people from the Blessing cult. The old man says that he has heard of such people. The guy adds that their leader is now also in hell of continuous torment. The old ghost says that these guys are complete idiots. Stealing a police car to rescue their leader is stupid. However, the guy on the other end of the line surprises the old man by saying that the question is different. How did they get the information? The guy tells the old man that he assured him that the event would be held in secret. But then there is such news. Meanwhile, our heroes, who were riding the bus to hell, are discussing why this guy is helping them at all. This guy tells one of his men that people from the Federation will soon arrive here. One of his men asks him if he is sure he will go on the bus with the others, since the Sunu clan is among them. He starts walking towards our heroes, saying that he knew that they would have to meet someday already. The guy bows, says where he's from, and introduces himself as Hyuk, saying he came here on behalf of the Union to help. Lee looks straight into his eyes. It is clear that he does not look at Hyuk with a kind thought. After he introduces himself, he also notices Lee, and also looks straight at him not very kindly. Lee's friend says that they understand everything, but he doesn't think that it's necessary to start with an explanation rather than an introduction. This whole dialogue is interrupted by Ginny. Standing behind her, she starts shouting about how to even understand this now. Looking at him, she says that his clan should have been closed after one incident. Why did he show up here? He tells that the old ghost sent him here to help because there was bad news. He points to those guys, saying that they wanted to take you prisoner to exchange you later in hell. He helped decide that. The guy in the hat asks about the drones above the bus. Hyun says they wanted to protect you until the very end of the journey. However, Ginny yells at him, saying that they are helping them because their student and elder killed an elder from the Sunu clan. He says that they didn't even think about it. But on the contrary, they feel guilty for what they did and apologize in this way. He then bows and apologizes on behalf of the entire clan for what happened to the Sunu clan elder back then. Ginny is shocked by what she sees now. She didn't expect his reaction and response to be like this. Although this apology surprised her, she still turned away and did not want to listen to him any further. Here Lee entered the conversation. He said that their clan also had a hard time back then, which surprised Hyun. Lee then tells him that she understands how hard it was for them too, and thanks them for their help. With a sweet face, Hyun replies that he is extremely grateful to Lee and his clan for their overprotective care now, and words of encouragement. Some time passes, the bus with our heroes and now with Hyun together sets off on its journey again. A guy with long brown hair approaches Hyun and tells him that he forgot to greet him back then. Hen also greets him and addresses him by name, which surprises everyone on the bus, including the guy himself. The brown-haired guy and Hyun decide to have a conversation, which attracts Choa's attention as always. She jumps up and happily says that she will join in then too, but Lee's friend stops her. Lee's friend tells her that it would be better if they travel in silence, but she doesn't understand why. Meanwhile, one of the organizers reports that the route is almost complete, and the bus will soon be at its destination. The bus arrives, and the organizers announce that a special group of people will then take them to their destination. However, the leader of this group of people shouts for them all to leave. There will be no visitation today. All our heroes who arrived after everything and hear this are clearly very unhappy with this turn of events. Lee's friend starts arguing with them, saying that this is all nonsense, and they say that due to the recent escape, visits are closed. Hyun says that they were told from above to go through, but this guard is loudly and wildly shouting for them to get lost, because no means no. He starts looking at them and screaming that this place is dangerous, and that suckers like them shouldn't be allowed in there. The guy with brown hair says that the heir to the Kyeondoman clan is in front of them. What kind of rudeness is this in front of him? These words greatly change the guard's facial expression. He is no longer so confident in himself and does not shout anything, saying that he did not recognize it right away. Then, angrily, he says that if that's what they want, then he'll let them in now. However, he then furiously warns that in the future, they themselves are responsible for their lives and actions. Hen turns away from him, turns to the group and asks them what they say, whether they agree to go. They all agree, which surprises the guard, who ignores it and asks if everyone knows the light step technique, after which a group of guards jumps up and asks everyone else to repeat and keep up with them. Ginny now realizes that this whole show was just to undermine their spirit and morale. However, Lee interrupts her, saying that he thinks there is more to it than that, which surprises Ginny. She turns to him and, looking at him in surprise, asks what he means by saying that now. Lee looks at the mountains and asks Ginny if she feels some kind of powerful energy coming from behind those mountains. Meanwhile, the same security guard who had first been rude to them and then behaved normally jumped up and turned around. Turning around, he saw that all the people from the bus easily repeated his technique and jumped up. Seeing all this, the guard and his men decide that they better speed up in this case, which surprises our group. One of the chief guard's subordinates addresses him, saying that this way they really won't be able to catch up with them. However, how angry and shocked the head guard was when he saw that they all caught up with him with ease. Locking himself in with anger and shock, he ordered his men to speed up even more, twice as fast, which surprised them. After some time, the guard and his entire group got to the top. They were terribly shocked, because everyone had been waiting for them here for a long time. A guy with long brown hair started asking where the entrance was. However, Lee was restless. He looked at everyone without understanding whether he was the only one who felt this strange feeling. Looking at Hyun, Lee realizes that he is not the only one. Hyun also began to feel it while being here. The wind began to rise stronger. Standing on the top of Mount Lee looked at them all and realized what was waiting for them ahead. Looking ahead at the mountains, Lee felt a fierce energy flow, thus realizing that the entrance to hell was there. A friend of Lee's approached him and asked him what he was staring at. Lee pointed to the mountain and asked if he felt it was strange. The friend clarified what exactly, and Lee, pointing to the mountains, spoke about the strong energy that emanated from there. As always, Choa joined the conversation and began to talk about how the mountain landscape looked like a dragon's lair. Jinny looks at Choa and asks again. Choa says that this is a place where the energy of heaven and earth gathers. While Choa was telling everyone what it meant, a familiar voice was heard, one that spoke of carefree chatter. It turns out to be a group of guards who say that it is time for everyone to set off again after their rest. After some time, our group and a group of guards come to a certain place, which is the entrance. The guards perform some actions, after which the cave opens and everyone starts going down there. Lee walks along as well, but he is worried that with every step the energy he feels is becoming denser and denser. Hyun asks Lee if he's worried. Lee says no, but there have been various incidents and he should be careful. Looking at the group of people going down, Hyun says that Lee shouldn't worry. Everything should be safe. The brown-haired boy intervenes again, asking Hyun to go ahead and calling him to follow. This irritates Jinny because she doesn't understand why he's being so clingy, but Lee tells Jinny to calm down. Jinny asks how Lee hasn't killed him yet, but Lee says there's no point in creating conflict now. Looking at them all, Lee quietly tells Jinny that he is not the only one who has a negative attitude towards them here. Jinny looks at them all, and with a dissatisfied face says that it looks like Lee is right after all. Lee's friend intervenes in the conversation and says that Hyun is a star in Marim, an idol of sorts, so to speak. Lee's friend also adds that everyone here is quite strong, and Lee, without his status as the leader, now means nothing to them. Meanwhile, while they were all talking, both the guards and our group approached some iron doors. The head guard says that everyone should be very careful. Now he will open the doors there. A second after he opened it, a large hand flies with energy right in front of his face. He manages to dodge. The shocked guard, Hyun and the others look on as a man comes out to meet them. The head guard immediately started shouting that they had a fugitive here and asking everyone to attack him and detain him urgently. However, in response, he only throws up his hands and shouts that they are really going to catch him now. A second after his words, he had two guards in his hands, and he grabbed them by the heads. The next moment, he began to crush their faces until they bled, saying that with such skills, they would not be able to do anything. The head guard took a club and went to help his people. Our guys also decided to help. This prisoner continued to crush their heads and draw blood, saying, "Does anyone want to join in?" Then this sick prisoner took the body of one of the guards and threw it into the hands of the head guard. The criminal then jumps on the main guard, but Hyun intervenes and strikes him from above. Our group from the bus is watching this whole situation, shocked at how suddenly it all started. The sick prisoner begins to praise Hyun for such powerful energy, saying that if he had hit him, he would have killed him already. The sick man then throws the head guard's body at Hyun, shouting that this is his reward. The sick criminal then began to raise his hand and begin to create a charge of energy, declaring Hyun as his target. However, Lee intervenes in all this. A second later, he appears next to him and begins to strike him directly in the arm. His arm breaks completely. He starts screaming in pain and blaming Lee for it all, which is generally true. This sick criminal looks straight at Lee and says, "Who the hell is this?" Lee follows up with another punch and flips him upside down, sending him flying straight into the floor with the attack. Then the body of this sick criminal bounces off the floor and flies off in the other direction. Hyun and the head guard watch all this. The head guard is shocked by what he sees. The whole group is shocked by all this, especially the guy with long brown hair. Meanwhile, this sick criminal lies unconscious near the entrance gate and does not move. Lee looks at him and the gate, as if wondering if this is all worth it and his future efforts. Lee, with shock, feels something and begins to direct his gaze towards the gate. He is shocked and surprised by this. Everyone hears the sound of someone's feet and sees the silhouette of a man in a suit coming out of the darkness. An elderly, gray-haired man in a suit comes out and says that they will apparently reduce his troubles today. Everyone shouts, "Mr. Kansen." The whole group looks at all this in shock and says that this really is that same Mr. Kansen. The head guard immediately folds his hands into the correct position and bows, greeting Mr. Kansen. Everyone else in our group began to do the same, bowing and greeting this man. Immediately after this, Mr. Kansen also began to greet them and say that he was glad to see everyone and thank them for the journey they had made. He says that he learned about his arrival from a letter from Tanju. These words quite surprise his friend Lee. Lee's friend intervenes in the conversation, saying that they were told that Kansong was in custody, but he says that is not true at all. Mr. Kansen says that this is all a very long story, but the dialogue is interrupted by the sounds of some system that everyone can hear. Mr. Kansen says that unfortunately they are a little late. Lee asks him what those strange sounds are. The guard grabs his cap and says that the last circle of the protective prison has been activated. The guard says that this is all a warning system and puts his cap on his head while saying this. A girl from our group interrupts him, saying that how can this be if the criminal was just killed? The guard says that he is not alone. The head guard says that the number of escapees is unknown, and Mr. Kansen sits down and tries to bring the criminal to his senses. Mr. Kansen takes the sick criminal on his back, saying that fortunately everyone is alive now. The head guard asks everyone to leave because the protection has been activated, and Lee, meanwhile, monitors the actions of Mr. Kansen. Lee then hears Hyun's words, saying that he is grateful to Lee for his help. Hyun turns to Lee and says that his skills have grown a lot, but Lee just looks at him strangely and remains silent. Lee then turns to him, telling him not to say that because it was extremely awkward. However, Hyun only responds by saying that no matter what, the situation is now taking a strange turn. With a calm and cool face, Lee says that he and Hyun are in complete agreement on this, as if it was related to their arrival. Following a closed and small path, they all set off along with the security guards, but something caught their attention. The endless siren distracts their attention. They go down the stairs. Our group examines this place. Looking down, they see what appears to be an endless hole that continues downwards without stopping. The people in the group discuss the fact that this place, even without prisoners, is constantly instilling fear in everyone. Here the guard addresses our group, asking them to try very hard not to touch anything along the way. He speaks rudely to everyone, saying that they might accidentally activate the traps in this place. There are many of them. One of the guys with long hair asks the head guard where the prisoners themselves are. The head guard starts pointing down and pointing at holes in the cave, saying that there are prisoners there. He talks about how there is a road to every place. Jinny and Lee walk and watch carefully, listening to his stories. Jinny goes and complains that they are making so much noise for no apparent reason. It's infuriating. Lee looks at everything here, but then he hears some unknown voice calling Kansen and looks there. It turns out to be another security guard who calls Kansen, saying that they are already waiting for him. Mr. Kansen raises his head, looks at them, and talks about what has already happened to them here. He reports that the prisoner has opened Block 14, which surprises his friend Lee and Choa now. The guard points to the passage and says that there is an urgent need to hurry before it is too late. The guy in the hat asks the guy with brown hair what it means. He says he doesn't know, but it's clearly bad. Kang Sung tells the guard that he understands everything, but asks the guard who he is, which surprises him greatly. Mr. Kansen, with a wild aura, says that he wants to know who this guard is because he sees him for the first time. Here this guard starts shouting that unfortunately their surprise attack failed and asks someone to come out. Immediately after his words, dozens of steps were heard from the dark corridor, which began to come closer and closer. From below, where the guard was standing, some people started walking straight towards Kansen and a group of people. The same thing happens on the other side, where Lee and Jinny are standing at the end, and people with reinforcement bars in their hands are also walking towards them on the stairs. Our group of people are scared out of their wits about what is happening. They clearly did not expect such an outcome of events today. That same guard began to take off his uniform and say that he was glad to see Kuman Kansen and his skill. Then, looking into his face, the guard says that he became very interested in how he would behave in such a situation. Then this guard stretches out his hand and shouts to everyone, "Attack!" And after that, they all rushed from their place towards our group. Lee's friend is the first to take the hit, raising his hand up as if preparing to strike, after which, before he can do this, Kansen scatters several enemies with one blow. This scares the crap out of this lying guard, who didn't expect everything to be so easy for Kansen. This also terribly surprises our group, who are shocked by how easily Kansen does all this. Kansen began to scatter all these criminals with blows, which shocked the guard who was standing and watching. Then Kansen glares at him, raises a huge aura, and says that he can console his interest in Kansen's power. The fake guard started smiling and saying that no matter how well Kansen fought, he couldn't defeat them all. Hyun also intervened in the fight, attacking the second group of people from the other side, and began to help Kansen with them. Meanwhile, Jinny and Lee still don't dare to do anything, or they think that it's simply not necessary and stand watching. The escaped prisoners who followed the fake guard began to wonder why everything turned out like this. Hyun blocks their path, telling them that they shouldn't go any further, and that anyone who disobeys him could lose their lives. However, several of them still decide to attack Hyun, saying that they are not afraid of the threats of some brat. They call him a little girl with a girlish face. He in turn just watches and waits for the moment to start acting. One of the guys from our group decides to intervene in the fight, telling the escapees how they dared to attack the heir of the clan. Meanwhile, the fake security guard stands there sweating from the fact that his men can't even handle the veneer anymore. Meanwhile, Kansen approaches the fake guard and asks him to be more serious if he wants to fight him. The fake security guard suddenly pulls out some strange weapon and says that he actually didn't intend to take part. He then attacks Kansen, saying that since that's the case, he'll try a little harder today. Meanwhile, several more people from our group began to attack the escaped prisoners and furiously attack them. One of the guys in our group says that they've completely lost their minds, and the guy in the hat says that they're making their dreams come true. Ginny and Lee are still standing there just watching this. Ginny says that she doesn't understand why they are so happy about everything. Lee focuses his gaze intently on something, and Ginny adds that they are behaving like they are on a playground. Lee's facial expression changes dramatically. He is very surprised. Some familiar energy can be felt in his head. Hyun feels the same way while one of the escapees complains about how they've been given too many problems by these brats. The same guy addresses a group of his men in a tunnel, but sees them all covered in blood, and a huge man walking towards them. This man, or monster, has huge red eyes and speaks rudely from the cave about arriving at the right address, mentioning Kansen. One of the escapees starts asking what he wants, but he just grabs him by the head and presses it with force. The guy with long steel hair also began to feel someone's energy, just like Lee and Hyun. A loud voice began to be heard from the tunnel shouting, "Where are you, Kansen?" It was clearly the voice of that monster. A monster came out of the cave. It was a huge gorilla, which was both a man and an animal at the same time. The fake security guard clearly had nothing to do with her, because when he saw her, he started screaming in panic. Kansen just looked on in surprise. Then this monster sees through Kansen's eyes, saying that he finally found him, and the fake guard screams about who let her out in the first place. The real head guard began to look at him and say that he had once single-handedly killed the entire Union Guard and had never lost. Kansen began to stare at this monster, and the head guard added that it was with Kansen's help that he was once caught. However, while Kansen was looking at him, the fake guard decided to strike, but predictably missed. The fake security guard began to say that Kansen had already lost his vigilance and added that his weapon was poisonous. Meanwhile, the huge gorilla monster began to descend towards Kansen, thus squeezing him from both sides. However, our guys stood in the way of this gorilla and began to block its path to Kansen. But to their great surprise, the monster did not stop so easily, which surprised them, for they expected it to stop. Then they became more serious towards him. Taking out their weapons, our guys began to block his move even more. However, the monster is not at all frightened by this. He simply delivers a sharp blow with his large hand right into them. Hyun comes to the rescue, sharply lowering his heads and telling them not to be so brave. Although the monster is strong, it is not that fast. Hyun manages to move the guys aside, which surprises the monster. Hyun then jumps up and delivers a huge blast of energy straight into the monster's face, sending it flying. Our guys began to rejoice and be surprised at how well Hyun did, which was expected from the heir of the clan. However, Lee was not happy. He tells Ginny that Hyun's attack did not work. The monster has not been defeated yet. Lee turns out to be right, because just a moment later, the monster's charged hand began to head straight for Hyun. He notices this in surprise and barely manages to jump up in time to dodge his attack. Hyun yells at everyone to stay behind him and starts running at high speed towards the monster. However, this does not frighten the monster at all. He stands there with a pompous look and tells Hyun that he is still just a puppy. Then the monster began to attack strangely and very quickly, screaming about how this brat dared to attack him. At this point, Hyun has little choice in what he can do and simply dodges every attack from the beast. After a dozen dodges and movements, Hyun manages to get close to him and deliver an elbow strike straight into the monster's body. However, to Hyun's great surprise, the attack barely works, and the monster begins to turn on Hyun. The monster jumps up and screams that Hyun is very good at making people angry, apparently. Ginny is shocked to the point of horror by everything that is happening. She says that it is very strange that none of Hyun's techniques work on him. Meanwhile, Hyun dodges each new attack of the monster because its attacks do not want to pass through his defense at all. Looking at his opponent, Hyun understands that in such a place, and with such an opponent, energy defense alone will not be enough. Here, Hyun suddenly began to look at Lee, realizing that it was dangerous to think about anything other than the fight now. But he was interested in how Lee would act now. However, while he was thinking about what Lee would do, the monster appeared again to remind him that there was no time to think. Meanwhile, the guys from the group began to worry, not understanding whether everything around here would accidentally fall apart. One of the guys happily says that his time has finally come. His friend asks what he is even thinking about now. Meanwhile, Hyun is still fighting with this monkey, realizing that his attacks are still so fast and he can't be given a head start. And suddenly, Hyun's attention is drawn to a guy from their group who jumped right above the monster with a spear. He joyfully jumps and realizes that while the air in the person of Hyun distracts the monster, he will be able to strike and help. Already near the monster's head, he almost strikes, rejoicing that he will destroy the monster with just one blow, as Hyun had planned. However, everything is not nearly so rosy. The monster simply throws this guy into the wall with one swing of his hand and pins him there. All the guys are standing in shock. They didn't expect that the outcome for this guy would be so disastrous. Hyun also looks at this with shock and begins to blame himself, saying that it was his mistake because he should have protected his comrade. The monster grabs this guy and starts saying that he has no brains at all, and that attacking with such skills is stupid. Hyun prepares to attack, knowing that at this rate they will lose. However, something catches his attention. It turns out to be Lee, who in just one moment found himself standing right on top of this monster with his feet. Shocked by such a sudden movement, Jinny began to scream Lee's name and ask him to come back. Here Lee began to rudely address Hyun, asking what kind of crap he had been carried away to. What was surprising him? And then he calmly and coolly asks Hyun if he was always so weak. Lee began to press the monkey's body with his foot, and it began to scream in pain and raise its hands in order to grab Lee right now. However, her pathetic attempts to grab Lee failed, as a huge charge of his energy began to press on her body from above. Hyun, like everyone else who was there at that moment, was very surprised, because they simply could not have expected such an outcome. Lee's energy charge was so powerful that it not only broke the monster but also the stairs underneath it, causing it to fall. Jinny started yelling at Lee, telling him that he needed to get out of there immediately, because the stairs were falling under him. However, Lee certainly felt it. He was not that weak. He continued to crush the monster with an indifferent look. Lee began to fall down after the monster, and Jinny, of course, went with him, starting to jump down after Lee. Lee's friends started shouting at them about where they were going, whether they had really decided to go crazy en masse and simply run away from here. Meanwhile, Kansan continued to fight the fake guard, dodging his attacks time after time. The fake security guard understands that the rumors about Kansan were not a lie. He is strong, but the guard is infuriated that Kansan even has time to see what is happening behind him. This makes the guard incredibly angry. He jumps up and shouts that Kansan has lost his vigilance again and will pay for it. The fake guard touches Kansan, who holds back the attack, but the guard is overjoyed. He laughs and shouts that it's all over for Kansan, but then he notices something. Kansan's hand, his fist, blocks the fake guard's hands, preventing him from striking, but he is calm because the weapon is poisonous. However, in the next moment, Kansan launches some unknown attack, breaking the fake guard's arms and weapon. This scares him to death. He starts screaming and crying because all his fingers are broken by one attack of Kansan. Kansan doesn't give him time to cry. Gathering all his energy, he delivers another blow with his shoulder right into the body of the fake guard. The other fugitives are in shock because their leader did not land even one blow on Kansan the entire time, and he himself ended up in the wall. Then Kansan pompously addresses all the fugitives, saying that there is no time, so if they can, then let them attack in a group. However, they all just run away, and the main real guard turns to Kansan. Kansan turns around. The head security guard says that there are already 2 victims among the young people who arrived. Kansan orders everyone to help, which they do, and also to contact headquarters and move them to another location. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Hyun simply looks down with great surprise and silence. He remembers in his mind Lee, who without any hesitation simply jumped down after that monster after the attack. Hyun ponders the fact that Lee hasn't changed much since their last meeting, still acting strangely. Meanwhile, Jinny also flies down to Lee because she is very worried and concerned about him. Taking one leap after another, she descends lower and lower along this huge dark abyss. She keeps looking around because she can't understand where Lee disappeared to, or if he really fell to the very bottom. However, Lee's voice can be heard from the side, shouting Ginny's first and last name, which of course attracts her attention. It turns out to be Lee, standing near one of the prison's passages, and informs Ginny that he is here. She greets him joyfully and immediately asks him if he is safe and okay after the fight. He tells Ginny with a smile that he is okay. He came down here specifically to study something here. Lee points to some tunnel to Ginny. She says that aren't they here because of Kansen. Lee says that another case has come up. Lee tells Ginny that there is some strange energy coming from here, and then Lee hears a familiar voice from behind. It turns out to be that same monster. It addresses Lee, saying that he was trying to escape from it or something. The monster, clutching his wound, asks Lee if he was really trying to finish him off with this, but Lee says no. He even lowered his technique. Lee then also adds, looking at him, that he didn't expect him to come back so quickly. This monkey starts yelling at Lee, saying how he is a cheeky guy and thinks he is all-powerful or something. The monster suddenly begins to attack Lee, which greatly frightens Ginny, but not Lee himself, who simply watches it. Lee doesn't even dodge. He decides to use the Lord of Steel technique and manages to stop the monster's attack. The monster itself stops in shock, because it has already seen this technique before. It turns to Lee. Looking into the eyes of the defending Lee, he says that he is really a disciple of that very unshakable steel wall. Lee asks how the monster knows about Master Steel. The monster only replies that he now understands why Lee is so strong. The monster begins to say goodbye, saying that he does not intend to fight with the master's disciples, and asks Lee to go about his business. This surprises Lee greatly. He did not expect such a reaction. The monster simply leaves because its target is not Lee, but Kansen. Lee begins to address this monster, saying that he does not want to fight but is looking for Kansen. Already leaving, looking straight down the tunnel, the monster replies that he has already fought with the Master of Steel 100 times, and he is tired of it. And then he adds that he fought with Kansen only once, and that was 10 years ago. And it's interesting what will happen now. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kansen himself. He is standing somewhere and saying that he simply has no words. Kansen says that they were only able to study the Rhea zone, which in fact is very little and weak. Kansen asks someone to make every effort to search. Our group watches all this with shock. Kansen sits down on a chair and says that it is difficult to find Lee, but it is unlikely that the head of Sunwoo with his skills has fallen to the very bottom. Here, Hyun interrupts Kansen's conversation with someone, saying that he could also join in the search for the head of the Sunwoo clan. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee telling someone that he doesn't have to help. It is Lee who addresses this monster, and in response he only says that he doesn't care now. It's the same way, nothing like that. And he also adds that he is glad to help the student of the Master of Steel. Ginny says that apparently Uncle Style is very popular here. The monster then points to some kind of tunnel descent in the wall, saying that Lee should go down there further. However, the monster looks at Lee and says that he does not advise doing this. There is a real cave there. There is no light and no paths. However, Lee addresses the monster, saying that according to him, there is no one there. But Lee feels human energy in the cave. Lee then points to some boxes and wires, surprising the monkey herself, who was not expecting this. A man with an eye patch comes out of this cave and addresses the monster, asking what brought him here and who are the two young girls nearby. The monster turns to him and says that he has the same question. What is he doing here and what kind of a mess is he making up there? However, this man only replies that the monster should go about its business with Kansen and not interfere with him, which surprises him. The monster began to tense up its muscles and stand at attention, telling the man that he had decided to play some joke on him here. The monster looks this man in the face, asking him to answer nicely what he has in mind here, but he only laughs in response. Then he puts his hand to his eye and lowers the other, saying that it is as if he is communicating with a wall. At this moment, Lee is suddenly and strongly surprised, because he begins to feel a strange feeling after his words. The next moment after this, the light in the cave disappears, and the monster, Lee and Ginny, do not understand what is happening. The monster sees almost nothing and begins to ask why this idiot turned off the light now. The monster asks to turn the light back on, and in the meantime, this man appears behind him with a blade in his hands. Then this man makes a jump from the wall straight into our monster, saying that he knows about his defense technique. Then he starts to strike and shout that he also knows that to do this, he needs to see his opponent in the face. However, nothing happens. There is no blow, the light appears, and Lee stands with some kind of device in his hands. And right at Lee's feet lies that same man, who, having hit his head on the floor, lies unconscious. Lee tells Ginny and the monster that he noticed the man moving the bandage to attack us. Lee then adds that he has been in a similar situation once before, so he knows perfectly well how to act. The monster grabbed the man and began to crush his head, asking who he was trying to fool and what his plan was. This man screams that he is not guilty of anything. His job was only to serve Baek Seong-ho's orders. The monster asks the guy again if he's talking about Peng Seong-go, who is the leader of the blessing cult. Ginny turns to Lee, saying that these are the same guys who attacked the bus. Lee says that there is definitely something fishy here. Lee begins to examine the boxes and says that all these boxes contain nothing but bombs. The monster pushes the man's head down to the floor and tells him to deactivate the bombs, but he says he can't because Baek Seong-ho set them. Lee asks the monster to lift up the man's head and asks him where this Peng Seong-ho is. However, this man says that why would he turn in someone he is in the same boat with, and says that they can do whatever they want. Then the monster grabs the man, lifts him up and shouts that if that's the case, then let him die. But he starts shouting, "Stop!" He started shouting that, "Okay, he'll tell you everything, just don't kill him." However, at that moment, this person reaches out to something with his hand, uses something, and a bright light appears. Immediately after that, he broke free and started running away. The monster tells everyone that it was clearly a flash grenade. Lee shouts at Ginny that she should go and report everything to Mr. Kansen, and Lee himself runs after the man. Meanwhile, our group, together with the guards, goes around and cleans out escapees from prisons. The brown-haired boy addresses Hyun, saying that there are a lot of people bothering them. He says there are too many of them. Doesn't it seem that way to him? The guard says no, it doesn't seem that way to him. The guard looks at Hyun and says that there shouldn't be any prisoners here at all, and he has no idea why there are so many of them today. Hyun approaches one of the prisoners they have captured and asks him if he can explain what is going on here. Hyun asks why the prisoners were making such a noise, but he only replies that he has no idea. The prisoner continues, saying that he is simply obeying the head of the cult. He does not know all this. Hearing this, Hyun tells the head guard that he needs to step away for a few minutes. The guard says okay. Hyun heads to the phone. He calls Kansen and says that he has one question that has come up. Hyun calmly asks Kansung on the phone if there is a man named Peng Seong-ho among the escapees. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us someplace in a cave where an old man with long gray hair sits. A man approaches him, comes up and calls him as the leader, which attracts his attention. Several people in insulated suits come to him and say that they have successfully collected everything in this area. This man stands up, picks up a book, and says that if that's the case, then it's time to move on. Here, a man appears from a tunnel in the cave, runs to meet the leader and shouts that the monster saw the bombs. This cult leader looks into the eyes of the man with the blindfold and asks who it is. He names the name of the gorilla monster. But the head says that he is not talking about this, but about the kid he dragged here with him. Right behind this man with the bandage, our Lee, who had been following here all the way, comes out of the darkness. A man with a bandage looks at him, shocked by this, and says that he didn't feel anyone running after him. Lee looks straight into the old man's face and says that he is the leader of a cult named Baek Seong-ho. One of the men intervenes and shouts about how dare Lee talk to the master like that, but Baek asks him to be quiet. Baek Seong-ho approaches Lee, saying that if he knows him, he might as well introduce himself. Lee says that he is Lee Seun of the Sunwoo clan. The head of the clan looks into Lee's eyes and says, "Is this really the head of the clan? What a meeting." The leader asks what brought him here. Lee said that a disturbing flow of energy directed him here. Lee rudely addresses him, asking if he set up the escape in order to divert attention and energy so that others would not feel it. Lee asks him to explain what is going on, but he in turn only turns to his man, saying that all the blame is now on him. The head of the cult turns to Lee, and when he asks what he is doing here, he shows him a flask with some kind of stone inside. Lee is very surprised when he sees this flask, and only wants to ask him if this is really it. But he is interrupted. The head of the cult holds his subordinate by the head and says that they should better skip the boring explanations. Immediately after his words, he opens the flask and throws this blue stone straight into the mouth of his subordinate. Lee looks at everything that is happening with shock, as if he felt something strange. Immediately after that, this subordinate fell to his knees and began to cough loudly, and the head of the cult laughed and said, "Feel it for yourself." The subordinate's face seemed to swell. He began to try to spit it out in shock. His face was covered in veins. Immediately after this began to happen, the head of the cult shouted loudly, "Here it is, the power of eternal energy." which shocked Lee to the point of horror. Here, Lee calms himself down a little and clearly asks the head of the cult if this is the energy that is associated with the demon. The cult leader, as well as the cultist behind him, are very surprised by Lee's question, while the subordinate is still coughing. The cult leader looks at Lee strangely and says that he is very surprised that someone else knows about the eternal energy and the demon. Lee asks what she is, however, the cult leader does not give a clear answer, but only looks at his subordinate. He, in turn, immediately stops coughing, exhales, and screams that he feels really awesome. The cult leader says that the circulation process is apparently complete. He just orders his subordinate to kill Lee and go after him. The cult leader begins to laugh, turns to Lee and says that if he is interested in eternal energy, he can fight his subordinate. Then the head of the cult adds that it is time for him to go and begins to leave. Lee shouting after him, asking him to stop. However, his requests are abruptly interrupted by the appearance of the same subordinate who began to attack Lee. He starts to destroy everything around him, attack Lee, and talk about how the power is pouring out of him like a bucket. At the moment, Lee only dodges his attacks. He cannot understand what kind of strange feeling does not leave his body. He looks at this cultist and wonders if this power is the infinite energy that Kumun-ren needs. Then Lee sharply attacks his subordinate and says that if that's all, then he doesn't see any particular strength here. However, in the next moment, Lee's attack was repelled. It was done by this subordinate. Lee was surprised by this. Lee looks straight at him and can't understand how this is possible, since he just directly attacked him. Meanwhile, the cultist with a bloody nose looks at Lee and asks if he thinks that was a blow. Then he starts to attack Lee dozens of times, saying that this is how a blow should be and not like Lee's. Lee does not decide to stand and wait. Charging his leg with energy, he again powerfully attacks this cultist right in the body. Shocked by all this, the cultist is wildly angry at Lee. He shouts that he is a rat who only dodges all the time. This cultist breaks out and starts attacking Lee non-stop, shouting that now they will find out how strong Lee is. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the monster and Ginny. Together with him, she is looking for a working phone in the cave. However, to her regret, none of these phones work. She complains about all of them. Ginny suggests that the monster go find Kansen and report to him about the bombs, and she in turn looks for Lee. The monster points to himself, saying what Ginny is thinking, what she is talking about, why the guards will believe him. The monster suggests doing it this way. He will go looking for Lee, and Ginny will run upstairs to look for Kansen. Ginny is surprised. Meanwhile, Lee is fighting with that cultist. He is destroying everything around him and asks Lee why he is not having fun too. He looks at Lee and shouts that he won't be able to fight him so easily anymore. Now he can beat anyone. However, this whole scene does not surprise Lee at all. He turns to him and says that enough is enough. The cultist, in turn, only smiles bloodthirstily with blood on his face, saying that Lee was afraid of him. Lee looks at him and tells him to look at his hands. Blood is oozing out of them. He looks at them in surprise. Lee looks at him calmly and adds that this happens when the energy vessel is overfilled. He starts looking at his hands in shock, and Lee adds that this happens when the energy is higher than the body's strength. The cultist looks at his hand and says that this is the only sad consequence in exchange for such power. Lee begins to advise him on what to do, however. He does not listen and only jumps on Lee with a fist to attack. Lee is disappointed. He didn't think that this cultist was that stupid. Lee just looks at him, after which Lee easily repels his attack with his hand and simply throws it into the floor. Lee looks him in the eye coldly and tells him that enough is enough, or he will just drive himself into the grave like this. The cultist begins to understand a little what is happening. He looks pitifully at Lee and just stands there. Meanwhile, this cult leader and his people are walking. The cult leader says that he doesn't care about that man. He was a puppet. Already at the exit from the tunnel, the head of the cult stops. He is visited by the feeling that there is someone else here. And so it happens. A guy with black hair and a black latex suit appears right in front of him. The head of the cult looks at him and says that this is amazing, because he gave the order to block everyone's paths down. This guy starts saying that he has questions for Peck and asks about the blessing cult attack. The head of the cult looks at him thoughtfully, saying that things are bad because he didn't really want to deal with this man. This man says that he knows that Baek Seon-ho is crazy. But is he crazy enough to steal the Shadow Warrior's item? Baek Seon-ho tells him that it turned out that he found a bigger client, which really surprises the guy. The guy says that there is no one who would offer better conditions than them, but Peck replies that there is, and a very influential one. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us an unknown location. Some strange red helicopter flies over the mountains. Kumun-ren appears from the helicopter with Sophia. He asks if this place is his and the demon's grave. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee. He says goodbye to that cultist and advises him to conduct energy circulation in order to survive. The cultist began to look at his hands again and realized that he could really be in much worse shape. However, neither these thoughts nor Lee's words apparently stopped him, because he shouts to Lee where he is going. And right after I shouted this, I jumped on Lee with an energy strike, which Lee dodged. Lee began to dodge again and shout at him that he was not lying to him and that he really could die soon. However, in response, Lee heard that he didn't care. He felt strong for the first time. He was ready to die. These words surprised Lee. He rushes towards Lee again, repeating that with such gigantic strength, he does not intend to stop. He adds that he would rather die in battle with Murami than give up such gigantic power. These words surprise Lee, but he remains silent. Lee quietly says that what a difficult concept Muram is. Hearing this, he suddenly stopped and did not attack Lee. Here Lee decided to attack him, saying that since it was already so, then so be it, and attacked with a charge of energy. Lee's energy charge was very strong. It blew away everything around and seemed to burn through the body of this cultist. The cultist, covered in blood, began to writhe in pain and scream, and Lee's energy seemed to illuminate the entire dark cave. After the attack, Lee just stood there and looked at him, thinking about what this cultist had said just now. Meanwhile, the events of history show us the very head of the cult, who says that this seems to have been decided. Then he looks at the guy in the black suit and says that he will have to shut him up, because he knows a lot now. He looks at him and says that he won't let him go so easily, and his men take out some canes. This guy ignores everything the cult leader says and only says that he is waiting for the necessary goods first. However, the words spoken by this guy surprised the head of the cult. He did not understand what kind of goods were being discussed. The next moment, one of the cultists began to kill Peck's people, who in turn managed to dodge. The killer was one of Peck's men, who was also standing in a suit behind Peck the whole time. Then this man pointed to the boxes with the cane and said that they had already received all the goods. The head of the cult began to shout at him, telling him at what point he managed to contact the Shadow Warriors. However, the guy in the black suit standing behind stated that he was originally in their row. The cult trader began to talk about how Peck shouldn't have lied, no matter who his new big and influential customer was. Here, the head of the cult abruptly says that his buyer is Kumon Ren, which scares the guy in the suit, who says that Kumon Ren is part of the Shadow Warriors. The head of the cult began to talk about how it was impossible to kill the dragon in the pond, and to say that Kumon Ren's influence was already far above the Shadow Warriors. Then the events of the story show us Kumon Ren again, and the head of the cult says that he's already heading here for eternal energy. Then the head of the cult says that in his opinion, with renewed vigor, Kumon Ren will stroke the Shadow Warriors and ask this guy to join them. However, this guy only replies that the main cultist is a fanatic and is talking nonsense, and asks to finish him off. After these words, a skirmish began between the head of the cult and the guy in the suit. The head of the cult began to say that it was very difficult with them. Then, the head of the cult takes out some kind of ball and says that if they don't want it the good way, it will be the bad way. Immediately after these words, everything around began to be covered in strange smoke, including the hand of the cultist leader. The next moment, with that hand, he grabbed the very man who had gone against him. Immediately after he touched it, the man's hand began to be covered in blue energy and seemed to dissolve. The cult leader says he was forced to use force and continues to squeeze the man's hand. Immediately after that, the guy in the suit began to attack again and again. The head of the cult dodged several. The head of the cult also deals damage to him with this energy. However, in response, he receives a weapon to the face. The cult leader begins to try to examine the guy's face, realizing whether he launched an attack or not. However, at that moment, the head of the cult realizes that his enemy is not so simple and decides that the best solution now is to simply run away from this place. He runs away and his energy began to go away from them. They ask each other if they are okay. Both are okay. Then the same guy in the suit says that since this is the case, there is no point in hiding. He says that this bad disguise can be removed, after which a woman's breasts immediately appear. By removing many details, this guy turns into a girl, or rather he was one, and she simply hid behind the guy. The guy in the suit turns to her, saying that if he told the truth, then Kumon Ren might give chase to them in that case. She says that then, the situation could become more complicated, because it would not be so easy to hide from Kumon Ren. The guy in the suit places the goods and says that Lee Suyin, Kumon Ren's enemy, is in these caves. This guy in the suit goes on to say that if they fight, There will be extra time, and then he freezes in shock. He looks at the girl next to him and says with shock that just recently there was a guy in front of him. However, the events of the story move forward, and we are transported to Ginny, who is running through one of the caves. However, at one point she stops, because her attention was distracted by something, and she looks straight there. She sees in front of her a group of some men who look like prisoners. They are standing sadly near the telephone. Ginny stands quietly behind them, trying to figure out who they are and what they are doing here. They're standing by the phone, waiting for a call, and then Ginny notices that they're saying, "Meet the founder!" And she's all ears. Immediately after these words, she sees in front of them the gray-haired grandfather, the very head of the cult. They all bow to him. One of the prisoners asks the head of the cult where everyone else is. He says that they betrayed us and disappeared. Then the head of the cult asks if there has been another call from Kumun Ren. They say no, and this greatly surprises Ginny. Ginny hides behind the wall in shock and doesn't know what to do. The head of the cult says that 2 people should stay here. The rest should go upstairs. The head of the cult also says that there are only Qinzhao's minions below, so if anything happens, they can be attacked and taken prisoner. One of the prisoners assigns 2 people to watch here and tells them to wait carefully for a call from Kumun Ren. Everyone gradually leaves. The 2 guys who remain discuss the fact that the cult traitor has apparently gone completely crazy. As soon as the cult leader and most of the people left, Ginny appeared from behind, jumped on them, and hit one of them. She practically knocked the first one's head off with one kick, and the second one stands there in shock and watches all this. After which Ginny jumps up again and delivers another blow, this time to the second guy, but he holds her blow. Although he manages to hold back the blow, he looks at it in shock and cannot understand who Ginny is. However, Ginny in turn does not dare to just stand. She grabs his neck with her thighs and squeezes it with her legs. She squeezes his neck tighter and tighter, telling him that now he will have to answer questions. Ginny squeezes him and asks what's going on, who the old man is, and why he's waiting for Kumun Ren. The guy in turn remains silent and begins to take a knife out of his pocket in order to attack Ginny. He suddenly takes out a knife, practically plunges it into Ginny's neck and asks her who she is. Ginny manages to dodge the attack. Immediately after that, silently, she simply takes his body and jumps with him, doing a somersault in the air. She makes sure his head lands right on the asphalt and shatters, holding him down. Although it's a pity that the guy didn't give an answer, Ginny goes to the phone and wants to dial Kanson's number in order to tell him everything. However, at the moment when she wants to pick up the phone, it starts ringing loudly. The moment she picks up the phone, the person on the other end starts shouting questions about why they haven't picked up for so long. She is told on the phone that Kumun Ren has already arrived. She is shocked and quickly hangs up in panic. Her hands are shaking wildly. She doesn't know what to do because Lee's strongest enemy is already here. She tries to come to her senses and think everything over, but the thought that it was Kumun Ren who killed her grandfather does not leave her head. Ginny thinks that this place is perfect for fighting him, and there are a lot of explosives here now, but she remembers something. Namely, that if Lee finds out about this now, he will immediately go into battle with him, and most likely lose and die. She decides that information about Kumun Ren's arrival should not reach Lee, so she will ask Kansong to decide everything. Meanwhile, Kumun Ren watches what is happening with an incomprehensible face, because they were supposed to receive an answer over the phone. The man at the door is shaking in fear and says that it looks like there is a problem and the door will be opened soon. However, one of Kumun Ren's men suddenly jumps and simply silently breaks down the huge door. Then Kumun Ren turns to the guy on the phone and asks him to accompany them. He, of course, agrees. Sophia asks Kumun Ren, saying that everything is going very strangely. It could be a trap. Kumun Ren asks her to forget about it. Kumun Ren says that he is more concerned about the interesting energy in this place. They may see something interesting today. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who is still messing around with that guy, trying to restore his energy. The guy is shocked that Lee is helping him and treating him, but Lee says that their fight is not important now. The main thing for him is to survive. That guy starts to lose consciousness again, and at the end he says that if Lee continues to be so kind, he won't live long in Murim. However, Lee, in turn, with a smile on his face, says that he understands all this perfectly well and continues to treat the guy. Lee begins to tell the guy and give him recommendations for further treatment, but something suddenly attracts his attention. It turns out that this is the same girl who was a guy. She tells Lee that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Lee is shocked, as is the sick boy, but it feels like Lee already knows her well. Lee looks at her and says that it is not by chance that she is Chan Myungrar from a certain squad. She in turn looks sweetly at Lee and says that he is a clever boy, because he was even able to remember her name. He interrupts her and immediately says that everything is as he thought. What happened in this place is connected with Kumun Ren. She laughingly tells Lee that he has great wits, and Lee in turn angrily asks her where Kumun Ren is now. She starts to smile slyly after the question and asks Lee if he really decided to meet him here. She turns away, but turning her head adds that he should give up this idea. His mood is weak for Kumun Ren. She starts to leave, and as she leaves, she says that next time she wants to see a stronger version of Lee. However, a sharp sense of danger stops her in her tracks. She feels a strong energy behind her. It turns out to be Lee. He charges up a lot of energy and delivers a sharp blow to her, but she dodges it. She was very surprised by what she just saw, because she didn't expect such a strong blow from Lee. She continues to look at Lee with great surprise, and he in turn says that he can show her the best version of himself. Then Lee also rudely says that she better answer where Kumun Ren is now. She speaks loudly to Lee in surprise, wondering if he finally has a cruel side. She happily takes out her weapon and says that she then wants to conduct one small test for Lee. Lee looks at all this with surprise because he doesn't understand what all this is for. She then makes a huge and sharp leap straight at Lee, but he manages to dodge it just on the edge. She then jumps on him again, kicks him, and nearly knocks Lee to the ground. Lee stops, holds out his hand, and begins to charge her with energy, saying that then he will have to show her the energy. She says that such an attack won't work, since Lee is already stuck with his feet in her trap, and laughs. Then she suddenly squeezes her canes and begins to pull Lee towards herself without stopping. After pulling him towards her with her canes, she lifts her leg and prepares to attack Lee's head. She almost succeeds, but Lee dodges, and her attack shatters the floor beneath her into tiny pieces. However, Lee is unable to retreat very far because her canes hold his legs tightly and pull him towards them. She pulls him towards her and screams about where he always runs off to and kicks him in the body again. After such a powerful blow, she again begins to pull him towards herself, not allowing him to move away and change position. Lee repels the attack. She turns to him saying that if he tried to lead her into a trap, he chose the wrong opponent for this plan. She continues to strike Lee with blow after blow, while the same guy Lee saved watches all of this. And also the guy who came here with this girl is watching all this. He remembers something in his head. He remembers her shedding her costume and discussing the plan to capture Kumun Ren with him. They then discuss the fact that even if many of the Shadow Warriors gathered, it would be difficult to capture Kumun Ren. He was very strong. Then this girl looked at the goods and spoke about some last will of a certain elder, and that in the wars of the shadow, there are no traitors. Then she remembered Kumun Ren and told that guy that a person like him would not let them leave here just like that. Then she took the goods and said that if this guy wants to live, then he better follow her. That's how he ended up here. But now, looking at this fight, the guy began to think about the fact that she was already spending a lot of energy on one Lee. She remembers Lee and his anger one day, and thinks about how she can't let that day happen again to Lee. With red cheeks, licking her lips, she keeps waiting for Lee to lose his temper and show her all his anger, like then. However, at that moment, Lee stops. He does not allow her to pull his leg anymore and drives her hard into the floor. However, at that moment, she notices that the cane that she had thrown over Lee's leg began to come off by itself. Lee began to silently watch all this and simply observe her and her further actions. However, she in turn was clearly in no hurry to do anything. She simply looked at Lee in surprise, and he in turn stood in place, closing his eyes, as if he began to plunge into his consciousness, thinking about something. And so it happens. In his head, he began to remember Kumun Ren, who once taught him. Then he said that in battle, you don't always need intelligence. Kumun Ren then taught him to open his ki, throwing away strength and mind. This gave the body a new superpower, but then he advised not to get into it too much. Now, Lee decided that he would do this in order to raise his energy and began to let go of thoughts and control of the body. Meanwhile, this girl just stood there and watched in shock as Lee managed to control the entire fight so well. Out of anger and helplessness, she unleashes a volley of new attacks at Lee, which are already close to him while he is in some kind of trance. At this point, her belts that she always used to attack Lee had almost reached his head, but he was still calm. After all, in the next moment, he jumped straight at her and dodged everything in an instant. And then, with white eyes and a large charge of energy, Lee punched her with his fist. However, fortunately for her, she managed to dodge it, but she is clearly in wild surprise now. Raising her head back up, she sees Lee in front of her, his eyes now yellow, preparing a new attack on her. Now she decides to fight off this attack, and the belts block Lee's access to a possible attack directly into her. However, Lee himself is not embarrassed by this. He strikes, but at her belts, creating an explosion and throwing her away. She in turn manages to stop and not fly headfirst into the wall, and says that she has already leaned against this feeling. Lee returns to her base state, shocked to see that she blocked that attack of his with her own. She herself in turn simply giggles, and Lee begins to think that she is much stronger than he thinks. Lee looks at her and wonders if he should continue to raise his ki level or not right now. She in turn laughs, puts her hand on her chest and asks why Lee is standing, because he needs to know where Kumon Ren is, and smiles sweetly. In his head, Lee begins to remember the sinister images of Kumon Ren, immediately after which he becomes wildly angry at everything. Everyone around him, even the guy Lee healed after the fight, begins to feel the huge flow of energy around Lee and in his body. That same girl in turn watches everything that is happening very excitedly but joyfully because Lee is angry. Lee's eyes and body become increasingly filled with energy, and he convinces himself in his head that this is all because of Kumon Ren. Lee begins to look angrily at this girl and promise himself that he will do everything to overthrow Kumon Ren. However, at that moment, someone suddenly grabs Lee's head from above and holds it, which frightens Lee himself. It turns out to be that same gorilla monster. He calms Lee down, saying that he gets angry too easily. It's bad for him. The monster just arrived here for Lee and started asking about what the hell was going on here. The monster then stared at the girl, asking Lee who this half-naked girl was here. This girl wants to answer, but some feeling and someone's sharp voice stop her. The next moment, the wall of one of the caves collapses and a crowd of escaped prisoners emerges from there. This crowd cannot understand at all what is happening and is trying to figure out who this woman is standing here. Then they see Lee with the gorilla monster, calling him an indestructible giant. One of the prisoners, apparently the main one, shouts at the gorilla about what she is doing here because she has to resolve the issue with Kansen. The prisoners turn to the gorilla, saying that they will take her on their side if she kills all the people here. The same guy who fought with Lee then stood up for him, saying that Lee was his savior. However, the leader of the prisoners turns to the giant and tells him to kill this guy first. This guy starts looking around, saying that they are talking about him, but the prisoners tell him to shut up. Then they all talk together about what Baek Seung-ho will send here on orders to get rid of the excess trash. This girl starts walking towards these guys and telling Lee that unfortunately they are done for today. The prisoners look at her happily and say that she really wants to be on their side too. They promise her a warm welcome, but she says they irritate her, and in an instant scatters many of them to the sides. The monster says that he recognizes the technique she used, but Lee just remains silent and watches. Lee jumps up, lunges at her, and tells her that she really thinks he's going to let her get away like that. She notices Lee's attack and just silently throws some kind of ball, which suddenly turns into a lot of smoke. Lee begins to try to dodge such a large volley of smoke, however. He is rather unsuccessful in doing so. Meanwhile, the prisoners who had inhaled the smoke began to cough up blood and choke. She turns to Lee and says that, as expected, he quickly understood everything and immediately stopped breathing after such an attack from her. She starts to walk away, laughing and telling Lee to be careful. If he accidentally inhales the smoke, he will get injured. She herself walks into this smoke silently, waving her hand back and saying that they will see each other again. Lee looks after her, calls her thousand-faced, not understanding whether she is kind or evil to him. The gorilla monster turns to Lee, asking if he is okay yet. Lee says that everything is fine. These guys started to come to their senses. The main one started pointing his finger at the gorilla and asking why she hadn't grabbed Lee yet. They say that they need to find out what kind of relationship Lee has with Kumon Ren and ask the gorilla why she is standing, but she only remains silent in response. The leader among them began to shout louder and say that this gorilla really wanted to go to the light already. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Hyun asking someone on the phone if this is really true. Kansen speaks to him on the phone and says that yes, this is true because Jinny confirmed it to him. Kansen then says that the extent of the problem is currently unknown, so everyone should go back. Immediately after the bell rings, Mr. Kansen gets up from his chair and starts walking towards the exit of the room. Opening the door, he is very surprised because he sees in front of him almost all of his prison guards, and the head guard too. The head guard nervously asks Kansen if he will go to the main auditorium, where Kumon Ren is supposedly now. However, Kansen calmly replies that there is no need to worry and asks everyone to take their seats, surprising the security. Kansen is about to go alone to Kumon Ren, and asks all the guards to take their places and not go there, thanking them for their concern. He also adds, saying that no matter what happens to him, he must go now, because he is responsible for this place. He walks forward and says that he is not going to shirk his duties, and only watches the security guards in shock. He also adds that nothing will change his choice, not even the fact that he could die here now. Meanwhile, we are returned to the cave where Lee, the gorilla, has dealt with all the prisoners. The gorilla asks them who was so brave and threatened to send him to the next world. People are funny, he adds. Then the gorilla monster turns to Lee and asks him why he fought with that girl in the first place. Lee honestly answers that he lacked restraint when it came to Kumon Ren. The gorilla is surprised by the fact that Kumon Ren is still alive. He once wanted to fight him, because other people tired him out in strength. One of the surviving prisoners talks about what it means that their director went to meet such a person. Then this prisoner begins to threaten that if the director meets this man, but before he can finish speaking, Lee interrupts him. Lee grabs this prisoner with wild speed and angrily asks simply, "Where?" A very angry, wild-eyed Lee raises his aura and asks the prisoner where the meeting with Kumon Ren is. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the head of the cult, who says that he is glad to see the legendary Kumon Ren. Kumon Ren and his group turn around as the cult leader starts walking towards them with a bag. Kumon Ren, as always, takes out a cigarette. He looks into the eyes of the cult leader, clearly not with good intentions, and simply remains silent. The head of the cult approaches Kumon Ren, asking him what brought him here. Kumon Ren looks at the head of the cult and says that he didn't call him here to give him the necessary item. Here the cult leader addresses Kumon Ren, saying that it will not be easy to get rid of his past client. Then the head of the cult says that while he was getting here, he lost a significant amount of eternal energy. Afterwards, Kumon Ren silently looks at the cult leader and then asks if he really called him here to deal with them. The head of the cult was suddenly frightened by Kumon Ren's aura and looked at him trembling, saying that this was not at all the case. Then, the head of the cult says that he has already sent out his people, so there is no need to worry. Kumon Ren's people are surprised and silent. The head of the cult goes to Kumon Ren and says that he called him here to establish a relationship of trust with him. The cult leader points Kumon Ren down to the prison and tells him that the demon's grave is located on the site of the Alliance prison. Kumon Ren looks at him a little surprised, smokes a cigarette, and just remains silent, looking into his eyes. Meanwhile, the guy Lee fought. Lee himself and the gorilla run upstairs, discussing the demon's grave. The guy Lee was fighting started telling about how the best Murim of that time were sent here to kill the demon. He then goes on to say that in this way they hid the demon here and destroyed all information about him in Murim. Then the gorilla approaches the guy and says that Baek Sion-ho is looking for the remains of this demon here for some reason. This guy is saying that Baek Sion-ho was asked to find this eternal energy. That's why they got involved with it. Lee interrupts the guy and tells him to tell more about this energy. The guy talks about that very flask. Peng Siongo turned the energy here into the remains of this demon, thus making energy. Meanwhile, Baek Sion-ho shows Kumon Ryong this very flask and tells him about it and the possibilities of energy. The head of the cult is worried about all this. He asks about Kumon Ren, whether all this will upset the balance of the world. Kumon Ren turns to the head of the cult, gives him the flask, and says that it is simply insignificant. He called him in vain. The head of the cult is silent and looks into Kumon Ren's eyes and simply thinks about what could happen now. The cult leader approaches Kumon Ren, saying that if it is worthless, he can try it himself, which surprises him. The cult leader says that he would be very interested to know why Kumon Ren refuses the power of a first-class master. Kumon Ren just looks at him, unable to understand why the cult leader is asking him so hard to use the energy. However, at that moment, something catches Kumon Ren's attention. He gets distracted and looks at the door to the room. Sophia sees that Kumon Ren is distracted by something and asks him what is going on. Other people of Kumon Ren also notice that there are sharp steps outside the door. Following this, the door opens and a blue aura comes out of it, as if a powerful charge of some kind of energy is coming. Kumon Ren's men realize that someone very powerful may appear now, and they all grab their weapons. The cult leader and Kumon Ren look towards the door, and a voice is heard from there, saying that they have met again in this place. Then Kumon Ren starts to smile, saying that he really hasn't died yet and came out here again. Here Kang Song appears, coming out from behind the door and looking straight into Kumon Ren's eyes. Kumon Ren's people are very surprised to see Kang Song, and even scared in some way when they see him. Kansen goes to Kumon Ren, saying that their relationship is so strong, but it will have to be destroyed soon. Kumun Ren looks straight into Kansong's eyes and just remains silent, his gaze now more angry than at the beginning after Kansong's words. Kanson looks straight into Kumun Ren's face and begins to raise his aura, and senses Kumun Ren's aura is very powerful. Kumun Ren suddenly takes out his cigarette and loudly says that Kanson really wants to die here already. Kumun Ren hides the flask with energy in his jacket and says that if Kanson wants to die, then so be it. Kumun Ren raises a huge dark aura and says that so be it. If Kanson wants to die so much, he will help him with this. Next, Kanson smiles, raises his hands and gets into a stance, saying that he won't be as easy to kill as Kumun Ren thinks. Immediately after that, they looked at each other, and Kansong notices that an attack from Kumun Ren's fist is flying towards him. The events of the story show us Lee and that guy. After Kumun Ren's blow, a huge charge of energy scattered everywhere. Lee begins to feel something. He stands in shock and looks at the floor in surprise, as if he senses Kumun Ren's aura. Lee starts looking up, sweating and wondering if he's just letting this feeling down on him. Lee tells the guy and the gorilla that he feels Kumun Ren's internal energy. Apparently he is fighting someone. Gorilla turns to Lee and says that who can fight Kumun Ren? Could it really be Kanson? Our group of guys, led by Hyun, stands at the guard who tells them that Kanson went to Kumun Ren. Hyun screams that he can't just stand here. He needs to find out where Kanson personally is and go to him. The guards approach Hyun, saying that he doesn't understand the fact that Kansong didn't make a request, but an order to be here. Hyun doesn't believe what the guard is saying that Kansong couldn't give such an order. He wouldn't do that. Hyun threatens the clan and union's relations if the guards don't tell him honestly where Kansong is now. The guards say that Kanson received information about Kumun Ren's arrival here and went to see him, which shocked everyone. Hyun screams that how is this possible? Does the security not know about the condition Kansong is in now? The guards all lower their heads and say that they understand everything perfectly well, but they are following Kanson's orders. Friendly asks where Kumun Ren is now. The guard shouts that she clearly can't say this anymore. However, a friend of Lee's intervenes in this, saying that most likely Kumun Ren and Kanson are now in the hall. Choa describes the hall and says that Kumun Ren clearly came here by invitation, and the best place here is the hall. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kumun Ren himself. He is still fighting with his opponent in the person of Kansong. Much to Kumun Ren's surprise, Kansong manages to grab his arm as he strikes and get behind him. Kumun Ren powerfully charges his hand with red energy and delivers a powerful blow straight into Kanson's body. Kanson takes the entire blow straight on himself and then delivers a counter knee strike straight at Kumun Ren. Kumun Ren is thrown to the side and stays on the ground, stopping with his foot on the floor. Kumun Ren is a little surprised by Kanson's strength. He stops and wants to say something, however, he is interrupted. Or to be more precise, he is interrupted by a very powerful charge of energy from Kanson, and a blow that already leaves his entire face covered in blood. However, Kumun Ren manages to dodge the attack, and is very surprised that Kansong is able to attack so successfully. Immediately after this happened, Kumun Ren flips over in midair and attacks Kanson with a very powerful kick to the head. Kanson manages to dodge a little, but part of the attack still hits him, creating more and more wounds on his face. The fight is watched by Kumun Ren's men, who are shocked to hear that Kanson is acting strangely. He only attacks but does not hide from the attacks. Sophia says that this battle is very strange, and in her opinion it will not end just like that. Meanwhile, the head of the cult is also watching, and says that what is happening is not going according to plan at all. Then, the head of the cult understands in his thoughts that while all this is going on, it will be very difficult to arrange a bomb explosion. Meanwhile, the head of security and his men are trying to defuse the bombs, realizing that it will be very difficult. Then the head of security says that it is difficult to remove the explosives, because the timer has already started working. One of the guards says that everything is very complicated, but there is still a lot of time before the timer. There is time to solve everything. They say that the explosion will not affect the prisoners' cells, but will cause a collapse that will block the ascent. One of the guards says that at the moment they can't do anything, so it's better to evacuate. However, one of the guards says that this is all good, but where is the girl who brought them here, Ginny? The events of the story show us Ginny interrogating prisoners about which direction Lee went with that guy. Ginny says that it looks like Lee found out about Kumun Ren's arrival, and the prisoner cries that he was defeated by a girl. Meanwhile, Lee and the guy and the gorilla are standing on the stairs and deciding how to quickly get up and solve everything. The same guy points out to Lee the place where he should pick up and says that he will not go there to Kumun Ren. Lee raises a powerful gradient aura and says that everything is fine. Lee has a way to defeat Kumun Ren. This guy and the gorilla were shocked by the powerful aura that Lee had just raised around himself. They didn't expect such power. A very angry and powerful Lee declares that they will see Kumun Ren meet his end here today. Lee is going to destroy him. Lee then takes a leap and goes straight up, as if he were simply flying like a huge phoenix bird. Then the guy talks about how Lee got such an aura. The gorilla says that it is so powerful that they don't even feel it. Lee is moving up very powerfully, however. The gorilla says that he thinks that Lee is well aware that he cannot handle him alone. Lee climbs up again and again and thinks that despite Kansong's words, he will intervene in the battle against Kumun Ren. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Kumun Ren telling Kansong that he is using dirty tricks against him. Meanwhile, Kanson himself is already exhausted. He stands in blood and wounds but still stands in his stance and does not retreat from Kumun Ren. Looking at Kumun Ren with a bloody gaze, Kanson accepted in his thoughts the fact that this was his last battle in his life. Kumun Ren activates more of his power and Kansong screams at him bloodily and they engage in battle again. In his mind, Kanson recalls one scene when he was sitting with someone talking and asking what they wanted from him. Then he spoke to the old ghost, and he said that he knew that Kanson was going to reform the Union. That day, Kanson and the old ghost discussed how many things were changing in Murim now. That day, the old man carefully studied Kanson's documents, saying that he sincerely did not trust people who were hiding something. That day, the old ghost put down the documents and said that he did not understand at all what Kanson was keeping behind his plans. Then Kanson said that his goal was simply peace and tranquility in Murim and nothing more. Then the old ghost sitting at the table said, "Is that all?" And Kanson replied that yes, that's all. Then the elder ghost refused Kanson some of his ideas, saying that he did not refer to the affairs of the Union now. Then Kanson began to tell the old man something, but he interrupted him, saying that Kanson had not yet heard everything completely. Then the old man said that in his opinion, after the death of his teacher, Kanson began to take on a lot of things that were not always within his power. Then the old man said that Kanson's teacher was involved in the incident, after which he was sacrificed, and now Kanson is trying to clear his honor. Then the old ghost began to say that he understood that Kanson was in a critical situation for himself. Then the old man said, looking out the window, that if Kanson wanted to achieve his goals, then he should act. The events of the story brought us back to the fight between Kumun Ren and Kansong. He recalls the words of this old man during the fight. Kanson once again failed to dodge Kumun Ren's attack and was thrown back to another part and thinks about how strong Kumun Ren is. Looking at Kumun Ren, Kanson is shocked by how much anger and aggression Kumun Ren has towards everyone. Surprised, Kumun Ren asks Kanson why he is trying so hard this time, since there is no point in his condition. Kumun Ren looks at Kanson and says that he is already bleeding. His ki is at its limit. Why does he continue? Looking into Kumun Ren's eyes, Kansong states that he knows that he will not have another opportunity clearly. Kanson says that this is his last chance to take revenge, because before he could not do it because of his status as the head of the Union. Lowering his bloody hands, Kanson says that Kumun Ren harmed his teacher and even killed the priest. Kanson raises his blue aura, gets back into his stance, and says that they must continue, because he is a great disciple of his teacher. Looking at him, Kumun Ren states that he did not expect to hear such honest words from Kanson's lips. Kumun Ren jumps and attacks Kanson again, saying that then he too will fight honestly to the best of his ability. Their fight is observed by Kumun Ren's men, who say that Kanson is holding up very well for an opponent in the person of Kumun Ren. However, Sophia asks everyone around not to worry, because Kumun Ren always defeats his opponents no matter what. However, at that moment, Kumun Ren's men are drawn to the fact that Hyun and his men appear from the side. Hyun shouts Kansong's name, and they all walk towards them with a pathetic, surprised, but confident expression. Kumun Ren's men look at these guys and start trying to figure out what's going on and who they are. However, there is one thing in common that both Kumun Ren's people and our group are attracted by Kumun Ren's fight with Kansong. Hyun, along with everyone who came with him, looks at Kumun Ren and tries to understand if this is really the same Kumun Ren. By this time, Hyun notices Kanson, who is already fighting covered in blood. Hyun is wildly surprised to see his face. Meanwhile, the fight does not stop. Kumun Ren deals attack after attack to Kanson, not allowing him to attack as well. Hyun yells for everyone to stay put as he jumps straight towards Kumun Ren and his men. One of the people shouts about what this kid is doing, meaning Hyun, and delivers a strong blow of energy to him. However, to the surprise of the man Kumun Ren, Hyun dodges this attack with great ease and moves to the side. immediately after which Hyun makes another jump, overcoming several more of Kumun Ren's men while flying above them. However, at that moment, Sophia appears behind Hyun and shoots a beam of energy straight at Hyun. She laughs and says that Hyun won't be able to leave so easily through them, calling him a kid again. Hyun also notices with energy that there are several more of Kumun Ren's men behind him, and they are all attacking Hyun directly. Meanwhile, Kansan is bleeding even more. He stands in shock at what is happening. Kumun Ren attacks. Kumun Ren realizes that Hyun's appearance makes things difficult and decides to make the final move and kill Kansong right here. Kumun Ren covers everything with an aura, charges his hand with energy, and shouts that it is time to send Kansan to his teacher. Immediately after, Kumun Ren strikes and shouts the Sunu clan's Thunderstrike technique. However, at the last second, Kumun Ren notices that Kansan's hand is in front of his. Kansan uses a technique similar to the steel technique and deflects Kumun Ren's attack to the side. Then, Kansan shouts that he expected this, and he was waiting for the moment when Kumun Ren would be confident of victory and make this attack. Kansan kicks Kumun Ren aside, which catches everyone's attention, both Hyun and Kumun Ren's men. Kumun Ren is shocked by everything that is happening. He did not expect that Kansong would act so cleverly against him. Kansan covers his shoulder with energy and attacks straight at Kumun Ren, who in turn decides to defend himself. He is terribly surprised. With practically dead, already empty eyes, Kansan says that he is proposing to Kumun Ren to end their relationship here. He begins to push his opponent Kumun Ren even further into the wall, but he only holds back the attack. Kumun Ren's men look straight at this, and they are shocked, as is Hyun, because he did not expect such power from Kansong in such a state. The most unusual thing is that a cry of pain comes from Kumun Ren's mouth. He is shocked that he was pierced. The debris falls behind Kansan, and he continues to press. He is clearly no longer at his limit. By exerting his strength, he manages to break through the wall with Kumun Ren's back and throw him into the space behind the wall. Kansan and Kumun Ren fly into the abyss. All this is noticed by Lee, who is already on his way up. Kumun Ren has a little blood coming from his mouth, as his body had just been smashed through the wall. Kansan and Kumun Ren are already flying down. Kansan extends his hand with energy and says that Kumun Ren will go to the bottom with him. Kumun Ren sees Kansong's hand moving in front of him. Kansong uses the metal hand technique. Kansona directs bolts of energy directly into the body of the falling Kumun Ren in order to accurately send him straight down. Kansong's powerful energy pushes Kumun Ren down even further, and he is shocked beyond belief by what Kansong manages to do. Kumun Ren, falling down, screams in pain, because such a strong charge of energy and injuries have weight even on Kumun Ren's strength. Kumun Ren looks straight into Kansan's face and cannot understand what he is doing and why he needs all this, because he will also die. Kumun Ren and Kansan fly down at high speed, and Kansan holds Kumun Ren by his clothes, preventing him from leaving. Falling down, Kumun Ren puts his hand on Kansan's hand and realizes that Kansan's powers are leaking out. What is he even doing? Kumun Ren watches Kansan's body falling down in front of him, which has practically nothing in common with a living person. As Kumun Ren falls down, he bursts into anger, as Kansan's technique allows him to hold Kumun Ren even after death. Kumun Ren tries to break free and reflects on how Kansong dislikes this world so much that he is willing to take such actions. Kumun Ren breaks free and pushes Kansan down with his foot, saying that he will then go down himself if he doesn't like this world. Lee is watching all this, and he already feels what is happening, because it is a huge aura. Kumun Ren stops on one of the protruding rocks, saying that it was good that he managed to escape from that crazy Kansan. He looks down at Kansan falling, realizing that it was very dangerous, but it was good that his strength was running out at the end already. However, at that moment, a feeling of some very familiar aura begins to attract Kansan's attention. It turns out to be Lee, who is rushing at great speed straight along the wall towards Kansan. Kumun Ren understands perfectly well that this is Lee Hyun, but he does not understand what he is suddenly doing here and why he came at all. The old man, the head of the cult, shouts to Kumun Ren, asking him to go up quickly, because there is a bomb below that will soon explode. This also surprises Kumun Ren, because what kind of time bomb is there somewhere in the caves and what is it for? However, Kumun Ren simply completely ignores the words of the cult leader and silently jumps down. Apparently, he is interested in Lee Hyun. The head of the cult shouts after him. Doesn't he understand that there is a lot of powerful explosives there? Meanwhile, Lee jumps away from the wall and grabs Kansan's body, trying to save him so that he doesn't fall down into the abyss. Much to Lee and Kanson's luck, he manages to grab Kanson's body out of the air as it was falling. However, what Lee fails to do is grab back onto the rocks in the cave. Now he simply flies down along with Kanson's body. However, someone's hairy and bloody hand suddenly grabs Lee and saves him from the fate of falling down. It turns out that it was our old good friend, the monster gorilla, who stood on the stairs and grabbed Lee with Kanson in his hands. He holds Lee down and asks him if he is okay and if he can hold on here any longer and not fall down. Lee replies that everything is great with him. But what is more important is what is happening with Kanson now. But Lee is still surprised by something. Or to be more precise, he is surprised by what he sees behind the gorilla, namely Ku Moon Ren standing on a stone. Ku Moon Ren doesn't do anything. He just stands there and just looks at Lee, Kanson, and the monster. Lee looks up at Ku Moon Ren, and the monster asks Lee if this is the man he spoke of. Ku Moon Ren still stands there and silently watches this, feeling like he's just trying to find out someone in Lee. However, Lee in turn clearly does not intend to simply stand. He raises a huge aura of fire and power around himself. Ku Moon Ren, seeing this, smiles, saying that it means he was not mistaken, and this is really that same Lee. However, Lee does not give Ku Moon Ren time to stand and think, but immediately jumps on him and strikes. Ku Moon Ren dodges. Ku Moon Ren looks at Lee's face and says that he must have recovered from his injuries. But Lee just looks at him and gets angry. Ku Moon Ren continues to look at Lee and says that if Lee wants to live a long life, he shouldn't hang around in places like this. Ku Moon Ren begins to walk away, jumping up, telling Lee to try harder to stay out of his sight if he wants to live longer. He says that Lee irritates him. If he sees him again, he might kill him. But then Ku Moon Ren suddenly feels something. It turns out to be Lee, who is able to literally rise above Ku Moon Ren in an instant and charge his blow with energy. With great anger, but excitement, Lee shouts that Ku Moon Ren really thinks that he will be able to escape after everything. Lee delivers a very powerful blast of energy straight at him, which sends him flying backwards. However, Ku Moon Ren is also strong. Although he was thrown down, he managed to block the blow, thanks to which he survived. Not only does Ku Moon Ren manage to survive, he also steps on a rock, allowing him to take a break and catch his breath. However, this pause is interrupted by Lee, who flies straight at Ku Moon Ren with a huge attack and delivers another attack from above. However, such an attack does not frighten Ku Moon Ren. He puts his hand forward and says some technique. This is seen by a surprised Lee, whose attack apparently did not work on Ku Moon Ren, since he attacks him. The huge stream of energy that Ku Moon Ren launched straight at Lee knocks him off his feet and sends him flying downwards. Thanks to the energy, Lee somehow tries to stop himself on the rock so as not to fall even lower. Standing above, Ku Moon Ren addresses Lee, shouting that he has managed to improve his skills. Lee is wildly infuriated by his phrase. However, the bloody Ku Moon Ren then says that with such skills, Lee won't even be able to reach his ankle. Lee, in turn, simply shouts out Ku Moon Ren's name and jumps up again in order to attack him again. Ku Moon Ren scoffs, telling Lee that he is already here, as if he is just playing some kind of game with Lee, like tag. Ku Moon Ren yells at the boy to try and catch up with him and jumps up, running away from Lee. Meanwhile, our gorilla friend stands and does not understand what is happening. He says that why is this Ku Moon Ren simply playing with Lee? Next, the gorilla also turns his attention to Kanson, who simply lies unconscious, not understanding what to do with him now. The gorilla pokes him, asking if he is still unconscious and trying to find out how to revive him. The gorilla takes Kanson's hand and realizes that there is no energy left in his body, so it is not just a fainting spell. The gorilla notices the elixir with the same energy stone. Kanson tore it out along with part of Ku Moon Ren's clothes during the battle. The gorilla takes it out and begins to examine it, not understanding why Kanson carries it with him. Maybe it helps him. The gorilla tries to ask Kanson if it can be used on him, but Kanson himself, of course, cannot answer. The gorilla says that there is no choice anyway. Either Kanson will die, so he opens the test tube with the stone. Meanwhile, our group is standing above in the hall. They are discussing the question of whether everything is okay with Kanson. They conclude that Kanson is still fighting, while Ku Moon Ren's men surround Hyun. Hyun can't decide what he should do. Rush into the cave after Kanson, or protect the guys here from Ku Moon Ren's men. Meanwhile, Ku Moon Ren's men discuss the fact that their boss still hasn't gotten up, thinking that something might have happened. Sophia yells at the guy with glasses, telling him that instead of the boss, he should think about Hyuna in front of him. The same old man, the head of the cult, approaches Sophia and says that in any case it would be better to go down and visit Ku Moon Ren. The cult leader adds that there is a time bomb at the bottom of the cave. With these words, he greatly shocks Sophia. The head of the cult says that there are only minutes left before the explosion, and Sophia declares that a stupid explosion is clearly not a hindrance to Kumun Ren. However, she also says that it is not worth the risk, asks them all to stay here, and she herself goes to help Kumun Ren. Immediately after these words, she picks up speed and jumps down to find her boss, Kumun Ren. Although she is confident in Kumun Ren's strength, as she flies down, she realizes that he has never spent so much time fighting anyone before. Flying down, she sees Kumun Ren in front of her below, who lifts her up. However, right below Kumun Ren, she also notices Lee, who is rushing right behind Kumun Ren, which shocks her. Looking at Lee, she remembers his energy image, and remembers that he fought with Kumun Ren before at Namsan Tower. Flying upward, Kumun Ren feels a sharp rise in aura power behind him, which of course he pays attention to. This is Lee's effect. The power of his aura seems to burn the body both from the inside and outside. He is like a phoenix covered in flames. At that moment, Kumun Ren suddenly stops and places his foot on one of the stones to stand. Sophia notices this and is very surprised by it, because she does not understand why Kumun Ren needs this. Kumun Ren in turn stops and looks at Lee, who is covered in flames of energy and flying straight at him. In the next moment, Lee accelerates greatly and attacks, however. Kumun Ren also quickly dodges this attack to the side. Standing to the side, Kumun Ren simply watches Lee as if he were a child, while Lee breaks through walls with his strength. Lee also turns his gaze straight at him at that moment, and it is immediately obvious that Lee is very angry with him. Immediately after this, Lee again says Kumun Ren's name and releases an aura of white smoke from his mouth. With that white aura from his mouth and fiery eyes, Lee jumps to the side right at Kumun Ren to attack. However, this attack also does not gain significant success. Kumun Ren simply throws Lee aside in an instant. Lee flew straight into the stone wall of the cave with great force, which was clearly painful. His fire aura softened the blow for sure. This doesn't stop Lee, who, taking a jumping stance, is once again preparing to lunge forward and strike. Lee looks at Kumun Ren, who yells at Lee about him being just a little idiot, which surprises and hurts Lee. Kumun Ren says that Hyunwon is not a martial art that a child like Lee can touch. He might die. Lee listened to everything that Kumun Ren said, and only replied that he knew it well enough without Kumun Ren, which surprised him. Lee looks wildly and angrily into Kumun Ren's eyes and only says the phrase, "What the outcome will be, I know very well." In his head, Lee began to remember the old elder doctor who had talked to him about Kumun Ren on the roof a long time ago. That day, Lee stands with Kana Sarah on the roof. Lee said that his old man said that there would come a day when he would be able to defeat Kumun Ren. That day, sitting in a wheelchair and with fractures, Lee said that he wanted to ask the elder the same thing now. The elder just watched silently. However, the elder said, looking at the broken Lee, that he wanted to ask himself first before giving an answer. Then on the rooftop, the elder asked why Lee's condition had gotten worse, and Kana Sarah intervened and said that everything was not that simple. She began to talk about how inside Sunu there was a powerful battle going on between his mind, his condition, and his life. However, the old man then interrupted her, asking what this suddenly had to do with his physical condition. Then Lee admitted that he had deliberately harmed himself even more in order to see the elder doctor. And then, looking at the old man, he added that now it was important for him to know the elder's opinion on this matter. And then with an evil look, Lee asked if he recovered, he would be able to defeat Kumun Ren or not. Looking at Lee with displeasure, the old man replied that day that everything was becoming more than clear to him. Looking at Lee, he stated that, being in such a terrible state, he was thinking about revenge on Kumun Ren more than about treatment. And then the old man also added that nothing would work out if Lee continued to act on his emotions like this. That day, with an empty and cold look, Lee began to ask the old man why he couldn't take revenge on the one who had ruined his whole life. The old man began to shout at Lee, saying that his example was Kumun Ren, a life full of revenge, is not a life at all. However, Lee interrupted him, saying that the elder was his last hope, and the old man was surprised and fell silent. That day, Lee declared that if the old man said that Lee could not take revenge, then his life would be over. Then the old man took hold of his hat and said that he would not lie. Kumun Ren was now at the pinnacle of martial arts. The old man began to objectively compare Lee's chances. He only listened dejectedly. Kana stood nearby and worried about Lee. That night on the roof, the old man declared that if Lee became a Superman, it would be entirely possible. Kana Sarah started screaming, saying that she couldn't believe her ears, that a Superman was just a legend in Murim. The old man stated that this was certainly true, but many masters of Kumon Ren's level had already tried to achieve this. He then added that it was just a legend, because he saw the transformation of it, which surprised Lee. That evening, the elder declared that it was possible to become a superhuman, but the price for it could be Lee's life or disability. Conacera then stated that no matter how old the old man was, it was reckless. But Lee interrupted her then. He stated that this is ideal, revenge or death. This is exactly what he is looking for and wants. That day, the old man said that if Lee had made up his mind, then he should know something about all this. He stated that in order for the body to reach this peak, one should not worry or be nervous at all during the process. The old man then also said that it was worth forgetting about revenge and Kumon Ren without thinking about it. After a while, Lee would reach the peak. Returning to reality after the memories, Lee stated that unfortunately, he did not have the time and strength to do as the old man said then, after which Lee began to move quickly without thinking, accumulate strength and increase his aura over and over again. Kumon Ren began to notice all this. He was terribly surprised, because how is it possible for Lee to gain so much strength? Kumon Ren sees that Lee is gaining even more strength, and Lee thinks that he only wants Kumon Ren to die. After that, everything seemed to become dark as Lee used the Black Heaven Strike attack against Kumon Ren. Sophia sees all this. She starts shouting in the direction of their fight, calling Kumon Ren to her. Kumon Ren sees that Lee's very powerful attack is coming, and he uses a systematic upward step. Kumon Ren's leg and Lee's arm clash in battle, and energy begins to fill the area. The events of the story show us Ginny, who notices that some strange sounds are coming from the abyss. Running out of the cave, she notices that everything around is crumbling. Stones are simply flying down in a heap one after another. Meanwhile, Lee is all ablaze in battle. The veins on his body began to swell very strongly. They drive the flow of blood. Ginny sees all this, because apparently it was Lee's attack that led to the sudden collapse of the walls. Blow after blow, Lee began to jump right behind Kumon Ren and strike him blow after blow, trying to injure or destroy him. Kumon Ren begins yelling at Lee, saying that he is wasting energy on such strange attacks against him. Kumon Ren wants to remind Lee of death, but by this point, Lee's face is already almost completely covered in blood. Kumon Ren looks at him angrily and asks if he really wanted to die here with him. However, in response from Lee, he hears only his name and a sharp jump with another new attack. Kumon Renu looks straight at Lee, who is covered in blood, and says that if that's what he wants, then fine. Kumon Ren jumps on him and places his hand on his body, saying that now he will remind him of everything. And right after that, with just one attack, Kumon Ren sends Lee into a wall, smashing that wall with his body. Shocked, Sophia hasn't seen Kumon Ren like this for a long time, and she's very worried about him. The same thing happens to Ginny. She opens her mouth in shock and only watches as Lee is beaten hard. Kumon Ren looks at Lee with wild intensity, saying that he will remind him who his teacher was and how strong he is. After this attack, Lee's aura almost died out, and his body remained in the rock, almost completely covered in blood. Lee seemed to have lost consciousness. Kumon Ren only stood next to him and looked at him, at his student. However, at that moment, his attention was interrupted by Sophia, whom he was not very happy about. Judging by everything, she began to question Kumon Ren about who Lee was and where Kansong had gone, and whether everything was okay with Kumon Ren. However, Kumon Ren only began to answer her angrily, asking if she really wanted to interrupt his fight and follow him here. She was stunned by such words, and immediately began to say that she only wanted to check and notify about the bomb downstairs. Kumon Ren only replied that he knew, and she began to say that it was better for them to go upstairs. It was time to go back already. However, at that moment, Sophia sees Kumon Ren placing his hand on Lee's body and asks what he is doing to him. Kumon Ren, with a sad look, began to say that this was still the head of Sunu. He should be taken away. He began to look at Lee's bloody face and talk about taking him as a possible ransom. However, Sophia began to dissuade Kumon Ren from such an idea, saying that it was hardly worth it. However, Kumon Ren ignored this. He only tried to bring Lee's energy back to his senses, asking if he was dead. Sophia looked at all this with disappointment, as if she felt that Kumon Ren had relaxed and fallen. Some time passes, Sophia and Julia are sitting at the bar, and Sophia tells her everything that happened. Julia says that the boss, referring to Kumon Ren, takes special devices to forget various things. She then added that after he met Lee, he stopped accepting them and accepted his past. Julia says that Lee is very important to the boss, and this is not very good. Emotions can play a cruel joke in battle. Sophia just watches all this, and in her head she begins to remember everything in detail that day in the cave. Then in the cave, at the moment when Kumon-ren activated Lee, he suddenly woke up, which surprised him and Sophia. And of course, right after he woke up, he launched a huge attack at Kumon-ren, which he dodged. Then Kumon-ren realized that the bastard, as he called him Lee, had been conscious all this time. Immediately after this blow, Lee returned to his stance and enveloped his body in that same fiery aura. At that moment, Kumon-ren grabbed Sophia and retreated back with her, realizing that she might not be able to withstand the attack. And so it happened, because at that moment Lee attacked again and began to make a volley of blows very strongly. Kumon-ren and Sophia made a volley of jumping attacks to dodge each of his new attacks. At that moment, Ginny felt better, because she saw Lee attack again, which meant he was alive and okay. Then Ginny ran up the cave, deciding that it would be better for her to be closer to Lee in this case. Watching and analyzing his attacks, Kumon-ren began to notice that Lee was using both defensive and offensive techniques at the same time. Then Sophia began to ask Kumon-ren about this guy's strange power, but there was no answer. Then Kumon-ren only pushed Sophia, and at the place where she stood, he attacked Lee with a beam of energy. Immediately after his attack, Lee, who was already covered in blood and without strength, also began to rise up towards Kumon-ren. One of his attacks went straight for Kumon-ren, causing a wound on his body and blood to spurt out. Kumon-ren clearly didn't expect Lee to succeed. He clutched his wound. Sophia was very worried about him. Looking at Lee's attacks, Kumon-ren began to say that he had been combining attacks and defenses from different properties for so long, it was terrible. Sophia began to tell Kumon-ren that the wound was deep and that they had to leave, but he only stated that Lee was no longer moving. Looking at Lee in the fire, Kumon-ren began to explain that he had not been able to keep his mind in good condition. Along with Sophia, Kumon-ren stood below and looked at Lee, holding back the flow of blood from his wound with his hand. Kumon-ren realized that he was already instinctively attacking. He was not conscious. His aggression and anger took over. Kumon-ren doesn't understand why Lee hasn't fallen yet, and then he starts to smile and remember what kind of soul Lee has. Immediately after this, Kumon-ren began to shout at Sophia, saying that she urgently needed to leave here. Lee also stood and was covered in blood and energy, saying only the name of Kumon-ren over and over again, and nothing more. Afterwards, he said the only phrase, "I will kill," and rushed at Kumon-ren with great speed. Kumon-ren began to understand why it was so. The soul always moves forward and never retreats. He always did not give up. Kumon-ren began to remember Lee as a child, saying that this was why he chose him as his student. Lee attacked Kumon-ren again, and he attacked again and dodged it. Lee fell into the rocks, and Kumon-ren stood nearby. Sophia watched all this from the side. Sophia looked at Kumon-ren in surprise, realizing that he had tried very hard for a man with an injury on his chest. However, at that moment, Kumon-ren began to cough up blood, which gave the understanding that he was not all-powerful here. Sophia is unhappy with this. Although she understood that this could be the case, she understands that Kumon-ren overdid it. However, her attention and Kumon-ren's attention goes up. One of his men, a guy with glasses, flies down. Kumon-ren decides to help. He runs up and jumps up towards him in a terrible state. Immediately after which, Kumon-ren grabs one of his guys and lands back on the stairs. Sophia also jumps there to Kumon-ren and asks him if he is okay now. Lee replies that he is fine. He just passed out for a while now. It will pass, and he will be fine. Sophia replies that she is not worried about him, but about Kumon-ren, who in turn looks up. At the top stands Hyun, the very same heir of the clan. Apparently, the guy in glasses from Kumon-ren's people fought with him. Kumon-ren looks at him and smiles, saying that he is also here, naming his clan and name. Kumon-ren turns to Sophia and asks her to bring that guy with glasses to his senses and bring the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, with her. Sophia asks Kumon-ren if he suddenly decided to fight Hyun, since his condition is clearly not the best right now. However, Kumon-ren only smiles, saying that if it weren't for his condition, this guy wouldn't even have attacked him. However, Hyun, who is standing above, only looks down and tries to find Kansong, whom he is worried about, among them all. However, at the moment Hyun shouts for everyone to immediately retreat back, there is some sudden influx of energy from below. Immediately after this, all the people in the group turned around to see what had happened. A bloody Kumon-ren appeared in the hall again, saying how good it was that everyone was here. Kumon-ren's people began to rejoice that he had finally arrived back, albeit in such a state. He begins to address everyone, saying that he has terrible information for them. Then he says that if someone wants to kill him, then it's time to be in this state. But if you attack, be prepared to die here. Sophia senses Kumunren's aura and realizes that he is going overboard right now, which is not like him. She goes down to Lee, looks at him, and realizes that he is the boss's weak point. Sophia starts heading towards Lee, and then she sees something suddenly heading towards her from below. It turns out to be Ginny, who strikes and screams at her to leave Lee immediately. Ginny knocks Sophia aside and heads towards Lee to jump and help him. Arriving at Lee's, Ginny tries to pull him out of the cave to help him while Sophia falls down. With great effort, Ginny pulls with all her might on Lee to break him free from the stones. She succeeds. She gets Lee out of the rocks and throws him onto the stairs to help him. However, at that moment, she notices that someone's sword is piercing Lee's body and creating a hole in it. Ginny sees this with wild shock. It's hard for her to contain her emotions. She screams Lee's name and thinks about how to help. Sophia jumps right at Ginny, saying that leaving the enemy out of sight was a very stupid decision. Sophia jumps near Lee and pulls her blade out of him, which she had thrown at him. Ginny yells at Sophia, saying that she's going to destroy her right here because of all this. Then Sophia just smiles, saying that Ginny is acting very strangely and is very ignorant for a fight. Sophia suddenly strikes straight at Ginny, however. She in turn very easily dodges this attack. Ginny exhales sharply and raises her blue aura around herself, preparing for a powerful attack. Shocked, Sophia realizes that everything will not be as easy as she thought. Her opponent turned out to be not so weak. Ginny creates a powerful aura, as if she is turning in the air during a powerful dance that creates balance in her soul. Ginny's aura covers Sophia directly. She screams about why she got such a powerful opponent now. Ginny unleashes a volley of attacks and in an instant finds herself on the other side of Sophia. Ginny turns to Sophia and says how dare she do that in front of Ginny. Following her words, Ginny creates a powerful attack with her leg and lands it straight into Sophia's body. Ginny flips Sophia's body over and tackles her to the floor with her weapon, saying how could she hurt Lee? Sophia starts to fall down and scream, and Ginny just sits on top and just watches as Sophia falls down. Sophia turns around, seeing only a deep abyss beneath her. She understands that this is how one can die. However, she is prevented from falling by a sharp chain, which flies straight at her and grabs Sophia's hand. Ginny is shocked. She hoped to get rid of this girl, but someone is saving her with chains, now pulling her up. It turns out to be the same guy with glasses. He asks Sophia if she is okay and pulls her up. However, Ginny is not going to just sit and watch all this. She jumps straight to the chain and Sophia's hand. However, Sophia manages to dodge. She kicks the stones nearby and jumps up in this way. And after a few more jumps, she falls straight up, where that guy in glasses is already waiting for her. The guy looks at Ginny and asks Sophia who she is, but Sophia says she doesn't have time to explain. Then Sophia jumps down and screams that she will leave this Ginny for him for a while, meaning the guy with glasses. This really pisses Ginny off, this weird attitude. She jumps up to her and yells at her to wait. However, she can't jump very far, because one of the guy's chains flies straight into Ginny's face. Ginny manages to dodge the chain by jumping right onto it, but it's still terrible that Sophia is leaving. Wrapping this chain around her leg, Ginny jumps so that she wraps the chain around the guy's arm. Meanwhile, Sophia finds Lee unconscious and approaches him again with her katana. Then she swings, saying that she will solve everything here with one blow now and prepares to strike. However, right above her at that moment, Ginny appears, kicking her in the head and knocking her away from Lee. Ginny is very angry. It is clearly felt in her blows, because blow after blow she throws Sophia away from Lee. Sophia is also irritated by all this. She doesn't understand how that bespectacled idiot didn't figure out how to deal with Ginny with his chains. Ginny decides not to give her much time to think, and immediately rushes in to deliver another knee strike. However, this time Ginny's luck failed her. She was grabbed by the back of her leg with chains just a moment before being hit in the face by Sophia. Ginny falls to the floor, screaming in pain as the guy's chains pull her towards him as fast as possible. Sophia angrily yells at him, saying that if she had been there a little longer, he could have suffered from her blows. The boy, meanwhile, apologized with a smile, saying that he didn't expect Ginny to be so fast. Sophia pulls the katana towards Ginny's face, saying that her skills are certainly very good, but today she met the wrong person. Ginny just sits and thinks about what she can do against two people at once in this situation. However, at that moment, Ginny feels behind her a wild aura of flame that kills with just its presence. It turns out to be Lee, who has regained semi-consciousness and stood up, and has once again raised his powerful aura. Sophia and Ginny can only watch this, although Sophia will most likely have a hard time right now. He once again releases a white aura from his mouth, Still covered in blood, with wild eyes, he only says Kumun-ren's name, saying that he will not let him go. Sophia trembles just at the sight of him, especially when he is covered in blood after so many wounds, and now stands in front of her. Meanwhile, up in the hall, an active battle is taking place between Kumun-ren and Hyun. Hyun analyzes and looks closely at every attack of Kumun-ren, saying that he has clearly lost his strength. Hyun realizes that even without his powers, Kumun-ren is a very strong opponent for him. So Hyun decides to activate the technique. Hyun says that he has been training since their last meeting. Kumun-ren is surprised, and Hyun delivers a powerful blow to him. However, even after such a powerful explosion of energy, Kumun-ren stands on his feet, having stopped such a flow with his own hands. Kumun-ren just laughs and says that Hyun has really changed a lot since they last saw each other. Hyun then says that if this is the case, he will act very strongly towards Kumun-ren. Meanwhile, Sophia and Jinny watch how powerful and strong Lee is now standing in front of them. Looking at his body, which is already in a terrible state, Sophia says that this idiot Lee is really immortal. However, she then discards all these thoughts and tries to convince herself that he can be killed. His body is already badly wounded. Sophia takes out her sword and says that she will then finish him off right here so that he will never bother Kumun-ren again. Jinny is yelling excitedly from behind her, asking her to stop and make it stop already. Jinny tries to break away to protect Lee, but the guy with glasses still holds her on a chain. Meanwhile, Sophia is already approaching Lee's body, and Jinny screams his name to get his attention and bring him back to consciousness. The events of the story show us the fight between Kumun-ren and Hyun, but it stops. Something brightly blinds them. This light blinds everyone, even our group of guys, because it goes everywhere, covering everyone's eyes like a huge flash bomb. Then, from the lower part of the caves, huge explosions are heard, and inside everything is on fire and exploding. The explosion is followed by an earthquake. Everything begins to crumble, the stairs fall, the stones too, all the caves and buildings shake. We are shown the same guy who was in the cult and fought with Lee. He is lying among the stones and says that he almost died. He looks back and says that he doesn't understand how it happened, because the explosion was too strong for the bomb they planted here. The head of the cult silently watches everything, and Kumun-ren's people discuss the fact that this old man may be involved in the explosions, and their friends are down there. Kumun-ren interrupts his fight with Hyun, saying that he is very lucky because he has a case that deserves much more attention. He turns to Hyun once again, telling him that if he wants to stay alive, he can leave for today. Kumun-ren raises a powerful aura and says that we will see how they will wriggle here. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Sophia. She is lying on the rocks and has just come to her senses, not understanding what happened. She looks at Lee, who stands in front of her. He is just a dark-faced man covered in blood, without an aura and with torn clothes, standing silently. His face is empty. There is no look, no aura or strength, just blood flowing and hair lying around. The stairs on which Lee stands and Sophia lies begin to fall down after a powerful explosion along with the stones. The guy who was holding Jinny with chains also lost consciousness. She began to break the chains and scream Lee's name. However, Lee, in the meantime, simply flies down like an object, along with the debris of bridges, stairs, and stones. Sophia calmly closes her eyes and says that it's finally all over. She's convinced that he's already dead. Our friend the gorilla monster appears from one of the caves, complaining that he almost died from the explosion of this. Then he lays Kanson's body on the stairs, which is still there, and begins to look at what is happening from the explosion. However, among all that is falling, the gorilla notices Lee's body flying down, which does not move and does nothing. The gorilla looks down, screams his name, but realizes that she can't reach him. She doesn't know what to do in such a situation. However, here comes the brave Jinny. She raises her powerful aura and flies straight down after Lee's body. However, the gorilla monster jumps behind the rocks and grabs Jinny, who jumped to help Lee, and does not allow her to fly down further. She starts yelling at the gorilla, asking what he suddenly started doing and why he is stopping her. Even though the gorilla says that Jinny might die, she only yells in response that it doesn't matter. Right now, it's more important to save Lee. The gorilla holds Jinny, saying that if she goes there, it's too late anyway, and Lee's body is still falling down. Jinny is constantly trying to get out of the gorilla's hands, calling her names and getting very angry, but the gorilla still won't let Jinny go. Jinny understands that now Lee can most likely simply die and cries wildly, screaming his name over and over again. Lee, meanwhile, falling down, falls into some lake or river, very deep, and simply continues to the bottom. Lee continues to drown, not breathing or regaining consciousness, the shackles of water pulling him to the bottom. However, at the moment Lee opens his eyes and looks up, he regains consciousness. So far, he only realizes that there is water around him. Lee began to pull his bloody hand up. There is a little light from above. He thinks about how he got here. Did he really fall? Suddenly, at the moment when Lee was drowning, he began to remember the time when he had jumped from the roof. However, then Lee was saved. It was apparently Koo-moon Ren. Now drowning, Lee realizes that he would not have wanted to be saved then. Lee drowns in water, and in his consciousness, he says that it is even good to die like this, because everything will end right now with his death. The gorilla monster and Ginny began to look down. Ginny was no longer angry. They both saw something very unusual below. Looking down, they see energy, a lot of energy, like a whole cloud of it. It surprises them very much. One of Koo-moon Ren's men finds Sophia and brings her to consciousness. He asks what she is doing here at all and why she didn't get up right away. Ginny screams about what is wrong with Ginny and where she is now. Without answering this guy's questions, Sophia is very worried. Koo-moon Ren and the head of the cult appear behind Ginny. Koo-moon Ren immediately says what kind of girl she is talking about. The guy tells Ginny that Koo-moon Ren was worried about her and therefore stopped the fight by going down to Sophia. Koo-moon Ren began to ask about Lee. Sophia said that that devil, meaning Ginny, took his body with her. Koo-moon Ren asks Sophia more details. She says that she and the guy with glasses lost them due to the explosion. Then the head of the cult says that apparently the uncollected remnants of the demon's energy in the cave increased the gap to strength. Sophia also began to look. To her great surprise, she also discovered some strange energy below. Koo-moon Ren also looks down and asks the cult leader about this energy. He says that it is condensation from the energy. It will disappear soon. The events of the story show us Lee, who is still sinking down, and the head of the cult tells Koo-moon Ren information about the demon. At that moment, already immobilized, as if not alive and resigned to his fate, Lee falls straight to the bottom of this cave. At that moment, Lee comes to his senses and sits up. The water seems to have disappeared, and he himself is lying at the bottom of the stones of this cave. At that moment, Lee feels and sees something. It hits him to the depths of his soul. He is very shocked, and the voice says, "Finally, you have appeared." There is a man standing in the stones. Powerful energy is coming from him, and he just sits and speaks looking at Lee, the descendant of a demon. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us one of Koo-moon Ren's guys. He reports that the helicopter will arrive soon. He tells Koo-moon Ren and everyone else that they need to hurry. The helicopter won't wait long for them. They leave the cave. Sophia complains to Koo-moon Ren that today they only suffered. They received nothing, and blames the head of the cult for this. The cult leader begins to apologize, saying that he did not expect such actions from his previous client. At that moment, with a dark aura, Koo-moon Ren addresses him, saying that they have had enough of the shock. The cult leader should start telling the truth. Koo-moon Ren begins to threaten that if he does not find out the whole truth about that stone, he will cut off the head of the cult and send it to the client. The head of the cult begins to hastily justify himself, saying that this piece of stone is still important, but the work is not finished. Then the old man takes out some book, shows it to Koo-moon Ren and says that all the secrets of the demon are described here. Following this, with a sly smile looking into Koo-moon Ren's eyes, the head of the cult says that none of the demon's followers know about this book. However, in the meantime, the events of history show us some very hairy and bearded man. He sits in the cell below and says that, as expected, even that explosion did not affect him here. The prison guards go around the buildings, calling on the phone and saying that everything is normal and under control. The other part of the guards, together with the main guard, are catching the escapees. The main guard asks to be more careful there. The guards tell them that everything will be fine. But at that moment, a strong explosion occurs, which throws the guards off. The explosion resembles a stream of energy that destroys everything in its path, sweeping everything into pieces with energy. The same man, prisoner number 1401, appears from the explosion and addresses the guards, saying that he has one question for them. He asks them about the explosion, but the security guards only take out their guns and start threatening him with them. Then the prisoner said that he just wanted to know how things were going in Murim, but these pistols were making him nervous. Then, looking towards the security, he asks why they have all gathered here, which wildly surprises them with his question. Behind the guards, there is a group of people who bow to him and call him president. One of these people in the crowd says that he apologizes for breaking the president's words, but an anomaly was found in the energy. Without paying any attention to the guards, he says that he felt it too, saying that they are probably worried about it too. He and his men decide to go to a certain sanctuary, however. His way is blocked by a guard with a gun. The guard looks at him wildly and angrily and starts shouting that now he will kill everyone here and that's it.